Let's go, baby. We are ready. We are here. The fans around the world are awaiting what is going to happen next in the legendary case of Robbi versus Garrett Adelstein. Shout out to Garrett. Shout out Robbi. Robbi's joining us tonight. That's right. Robbi says she got updates. Something about a lie detector test. Something about, I don't know, Good Morning America. Something about she was at the casino today. The cops allegedly were there. Something to do with Brian. I don't know. We got to find the updates. And if you guys don't know, Robbi said that she. If you guys don't know, Robbi said that she. I hear myself. If you guys don't know, Robbi said that she. I hear myself. I muted myself. Okay, good. Basically, Robbi, look at her. She said she got the lie detector just here. I responded with, Maury, you are not the father. Listen, it's a troll. Get over it, guys, okay? We're just joking. So Robbi checked us in. She tuned in the other night. She's got a new update. We got an update on her and the Julie Orn situation. I talked with Julie more about that situation. I want to talk about what happened on the last podcast as well, too, in a little bit. But Robbi's going to call in. She's going to talk about what the hell's going on here. The fans want updates. They say, Poppy, what happened with the lie detector test? They want to know. People are fired up. Robbi's going to let them know. She said she spilled it all. I don't know what the hell that even means, but we're going to find out. The fans are hyped up. We're here. We're live. GTO headquarters, Las Vegas, Nevada, home of the Win Poker Championship coming up here with WPT. Big shout out to JR. JR made a special announcement today. As you know, I'm in negotiations to do the first ever Big Poppy Legion meetup game. JR, the great JR, says, I'll cover 10 buy-ins. I'll cover buy-ins for 10 Legion fans. If Alan Keating comes and plays 1-3 for an hour, Alan Keating says, anything for the Legion. Alan Keating, JR, looks like they're going to be at the first ever meetup game. Listen, I'm telling you, this meetup game, I think this meetup game is going to be out of line. I'm telling XS, how much do we got to pay to rent out XS? I don't think it's going to happen, but you never know. Stay tuned. Listen, that's going to be up in November, okay? So that's coming in November. Very excited about that. I'm also in talks with WPT and the Win for their Win Poker Championship. This championship, basically, the main event's going to be out of line because they're giving away a bunch of free 10K seats to fish. Just like the Poker Stars event a few years ago, the PSPC, the 25K, a bunch of fish played. This is the same thing. A bunch of fish going to play. Everybody going to be there. So it's going to be in the Win Ballroom. It looks pretty sick. I mean, the event looks pretty sick. So I'm excited to see what the hell they're going to do. They got some other things. We're setting it up in place right now, guys. More updates to come on that. Also, more updates to come on a potential Phil Ivey podcast as well, too. So once again, guys, on YouTube, everybody on Twitch, welcome. My name is Joey-Ingram, aka Chicago Joey. This is day 11, day 12. I don't even know what the hell day we're on right now, but I do want to let you guys know and the chat know. Listen, I've seen some people out there like Ronnie Barta. He said just busted out of the Jack Ford cheating scandal. Good luck to those all in. First of all, guys, touch some fucking grass, okay? You know, if you feel like a story's taking over your life, whether it's this story, whether it's the sports, whether it's the fucking the coronavirus story, whether it's the war, whether it's whatever propaganda that a media company, corporation, entity, channel's putting out there, then put the phone down. Go outside, touch some grass, look at the fucking trees, drink some water, eat some fruit, and stop thinking about it because this really only is going to affect a few people out there. Obviously, the people that are involved in this case, it's very serious to them. Most of you guys, this doesn't mean much. So feel free if it's getting too intense for you. You know, it's been about 14 days. Some people are, you know, going crazy in their mind. They're seeing stars. People are seeing peace signs. You know, they're seeing their fucking signal and everything a signal now, right? People start losing their mind around it. Okay, I've been through these a couple of times. So just a note to that. Once again, big shout out to JR as well too for the support out there as well. And once again, Robbi, she'll be coming on here too. So I'm real excited about that, guys. Whew. But yeah, let's get into some updates out there, guys. I just see people going crazy out there. As you know, we're talking about this infamous hand, Robbi, Lou, Jade versus Garrett. Garrett still underground right now. We haven't heard from Garrett, except we did make a post on 2+2, basically going over his evidence. We've gone over that. I think Berkey's gone over that as well, too. And right now, we're sort of just waiting for more information to come, whether it's from someone on the inside, whether it's from nobody, if there's nothing there. If nothing happened, then there might not be any evidence more to come. So right now, Robbi is set out to prove her innocence by taking a lie detector test with the Area 51 expert, former alleged government associate, And a lot of people are wondering how legitimate is the lie detector? Is the lie detector as legitimate as some of these private poker games are, which means they're not legitimate at all. So we're going to talk to Robbi about what the hell lie detector test means. Obviously, you've seen the hand. Everybody's seen the hand, right? Everybody's seen the hand so far. Shout out to Logan, Latrell, lock in. Let's get to the bottom of this. Still neutral, even though I love G-Man. Yeah, listen, shout out to G-Man. Scott Miller, Kajulin Ray, OG Greeley. Welcome to the Legion. Welcome to the membership on YouTube, guys. I seen a comment on Twitter that said this stream is turned into super chats and drama or something like that. And listen, I can't help that the Legion want to donate, right? I know I don't really ask for donations. I just turn on the membership. I was selling my soul to Manscaped. Now I'm selling it to the Venmo account that is under my name. So, listen, we appreciate the donations, right? But people are donating because they appreciate that work or the effort or whatever the hell. I don't know why. So you got a problem with that? You got to talk to the Legion. These guys seem pretty loyal. I've been streaming, making content for 15 years. A lot of people have known me for 15 years. I started when I was 21 years old. I'm 37 years old right now. A lot of people grew up with me. They know me for a long time, and they support the journey. So, some people are brand new in here. You guys don't know who I am. I've been playing poker since I was 21 for 15, 16 years. Played about 7 million hands of poker. Played Nolan Hold'em. Played Pot Limit Omaha. Went from the small stakes to the high stakes. Both games playing online. And a lot better at Pot Limit Omaha. A lot better at the great game. 4 card instead of 2. You guys know. But listen, man, it is what it is. I'm fired up right now, guys. You guys know I get fired up after this. So obviously a lot of people are talking about the body language. You see Robbi, the Hollywood sunglasses, the necklaces, the rings. You see Garrett, debatably one of the best in the world at live poker, live full ring. This undisputed king of LA poker. Some would dispute it. Andy over there as well, too. You've seen this hand. We've seen it many times. We haven't heard from Garrett in a few weeks. Just a few tweets that he made. And Robbi, obviously, Robbi been in the spotlight. People are very salty about Robbi being in the spotlight, too. And I would say that if you're Robbi and all of a sudden you're in LA, you're in Hollywood, you're basically getting a lot of attention on you, would you want to capitalize on the attention or would you want to go away from the attention? So some people are like, great, I got this attention. Let me do something with it. And obviously, she still set out to show people that she didn't do it, which is her goal. Her goal is to prove she's innocent. Garrett's goal is to prove that she did it. We heard Garrett's arguments. We've heard Robbi's arguments. Now we wait for the independent investigation by Hustler Casino Live. So they got to do their update. We haven't heard much from Nick Vertucci or Ryan Feldman on that. I spoke with Ryan privately. He assured me that they're taking all the right steps and they're trying to improve their operation as well, too. All the things you might expect them to say. Yeah, the last show, guys. So the last show got pretty contentious with Robbi and with Robbi and with Julie Yorn. So they came on here. Julie Yorn was previously on the show and talking about something that took place with Robbi, allegedly at the bicycle casino. Those two had like a showdown. It got pretty intense, and then it got a little uncomfortable. Obviously, it's the first time I've ever really been in a part of that where the people got, like, it just got real intense. Like, it got real aggressive. It got pretty combative. And I said on Twitter earlier, I said it was kind of like moderating a boxing match. Like the debates. I've never done a debate style before, but it's like a boxing match. You got to separate the fighter. Like, get up, break it up, right? They lean on each other. You got to throw them. Get off them. Get the fuck off them, right? You got to, like, throw them back. All right, guys, let's calm down. You got to sort of moderate the discussion. You got to let people get their time in to speak on each side. I feel like with that side, with Julie specifically and Robbi, that Julie really didn't get a chance to speak, to share a story. I feel like they were talking about two different things, and in the moment, I had to make a decision. What am I going to do? Am I going to try to wrap this up here? Do I want to bring back Julian later? I think I just needed to kind of let each side talk, and Robbi was interrupting her, right? She's going to come on here and talk more about that today, but I think it just was a misunderstanding between the two. Julie was saying that when you go to buy into a table, if you ask for chips and then the floor brings you chips over, and you play with those chips and you win a big pot, you double up, you still got to put the original buy-in on the table, even though now you have 5K in front of you. So that's really what the dispute is over, is they're saying that she didn't put the 5K on the table. She's saying, like, I don't know, she doesn't understand that concept of you put the 5K. She's saying, I did put the money on. They made her venture to put the money on. She ended up losing all the money. She's saying, what's the problem? I lost all the money anyway. So there's just this kind of dispute, and I did verify that story with a third party through Julie, where they basically just talked about the process of how she bought in, and then they had a reminder to put the money on the table and how the floor was called over, and that she'd been drinking, which she talks about as well too. And, she talked about how she lost $20,000 total. So could have been $20,000 over 2 sessions, which kind of what she was getting into on the story. But yeah, I know the chat was definitely fired up for that. Shout out to Verdant D-Bex in the chat. What's up, guys? How's it going, Connor, Ragnar? Where's everybody watching from? Yeah, Jay Farber on Twitch said she also said she lost 20K, but everyone said she only bought in for 5K. Yeah, it's true. So basically, there was another session that she played, I guess, where she did lose 15,000. This is according to somebody else. So it could have just been the 2 sessions. She ended up losing 20K. But to me, it showed that, maybe she's just not very knowledgeable about cash games. And she was a tournament player. She did get the coaching from Faraz Jaka. So I don't know how knowledgeable she is at cash games or not. Maybe that shows that she isn't that knowledgeable about understanding the cash game ethics and how things work there. So Gazzy B, what up, Gazzy from LA? What's up, guys? Doug R, 10P, Julia Rose, Alice GTO, Adam from New York. What's up, Adam? 2 donks. Alex Jacob and Haral Bob were on here last time, guys, and they were absolutely fired up. They were going back and forth. Alex Jacob was on team Robbi, didn't do anything. Haral Bob was playing devil's advocate and pushing back on a lot of the points Alex was making. I was kind of sat back at that point in time, 8 hours in. So GP, what's up, GP? What's going on, Eden? B-Trail. Yeah, Robbi will be calling up here very shortly. Oh yeah, I have this in. I was playing on a poker site. I was inspired by Robbi to do a challenge where you start with 100 big blinds at the cash game table, and I basically streamed myself playing, and I got up to 1,800 big blinds. So that means you buy in for 100 big blinds, and then you get up to an 1,800 big blind stack. So I do these challenges where I try to run up a big stack. Normally I go play PLO, try to go from 500 to 5K, 10,000 to 10K, something like that. 1,000 big blinds at the table. So I streamed a session on a site that I don't recommend everybody play on, and I got up to 1,800 big blinds on the stream. So that's the first time I really streamed. It was 2-card Pop in Omaha, inspired by Robbi and Garrett. I've been watching these guys play so much. So that replay is on my Twitch channel, if anybody is on my Twitch, Chicago Joey Poker. So yeah, we're gonna have Robbi call in about 9 o'clock, and we're just gonna kind of update the things that are going on right now. We're gonna have Bill Perkins call in as well too. Shout out to Logan Luttrell. What's up, Logan? Thank you for the donation, Logan. Josh Macchiala, what's going on, Josh? What's happening? Diane, what's happening? Carla June, what's happening? What's happening? What's going on? What's going on, guys? Logan Luttrell was mad about my layover, but not anymore. Listen, shout out to the layover, man. Paw Dog, welcome to the Legion. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys, for subscribing to the channel. More content to come. We're doing a lot more podcasts. There's like a big World Series of Poker dispute right now that we're going to get into as well a little bit later. I'm going to have my man Frank call in, and Frank's going to talk about it. Basically, World Series of Poker is another poker site. He said the WSOP.com security team is an absolute joke. Literally every single high roller, we are getting cheated, ghosted, multi-accounted, RTA'd. Everyone knows this is happening, complains that they do nothing. Meanwhile, they had time to investigate my account. Basically, what he's saying is that there are professional players who are really good who find accounts of anonymous players, not their regular account. They use that account, or they'll put a stable in of people, and then the regular player plays most of it. When they get deep, then the professional takes over. So basically, they're saying that a lot of this is going on WorldSeriesPoker.com. WorldSeriesPoker.com security team nowhere to be found. And it really does appear WorldSeriesPoker.com doesn't really have much of a team. They don't communicate with the community. They basically slap the customer in the face. And I don't know. It is what it is, right? People are just used to it because they don't have any options in Nevada. So until there's more options, or until GG Poker buys these guys and basically decides we want to put some effort into it, that's kind of the sad, unfortunate state of how things are. But we're going to call Frank here in a little while, check in with him as well too. Yeah, what's up, man? What do we got here? Dark Angel, what's up, Dark Angel? Bro to Proker, what's happening? I lost 10,000 on THC Live earlier tonight in a great lineup. Investigation to come. Good luck with the investigation, guys. Make sure you guys smash the like button as well too. Appreciate that very much. What is soft playing? Soft playing is when you basically don't play hard against another player. Let's say I have aces, I raise, you call, flop comes down, ace 10-3, I bet, you raise me, and I just call, and maybe I tell you, hey, I got a really good hand, like let's bet small, The turn, you go check, check. The river, maybe you bet small, I raise you small, and you call, and you got bottom set, and I got top set. That would be called soft playing, where normally we'd get all the money in and the aces would stack you. In that situation, it actually is different so people consider that unethical. They consider that out of line. So obviously a lot of people do that. It's very common for a lot of non-professionals or people playing with friends to do that. But then you got a competitive player who says that shit's out of line. That can't happen. Soft playing isn't against the rules. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, is it? I don't know. We got to go look through the rule book. I'm not really sure if it is. Maybe it is in some scenario. But yeah, guys, Hustler Casino also put out a tweet today. They kind of gave us an update on their situation as well. They said that we are once again asking to put out to be clear. He says, want to be clear. I don't know what happened here. He said, high stakes poker productions have no direct contact with anyone at the Bureau of Gambling Control. Hustler Casino is in regular contact with their field rep. So basically the field rep of the Bureau of Gambling Control has said that Hustler Casino Live, the game, can still go on. Or I guess they didn't. I don't know. Apparently that's what they said yesterday, and I guess this says that's not true. I don't know. You guys know. LA, guys, listen. LA, this is what they do. One day they're this, the next day they're that. Like, I don't know what LA does. Have you guys noticed that with LA? Like, is that everywhere? Is that just LA? I don't know. I feel like I've been in LA now for a couple weeks, and I'm ready. I like LA, a great place, but I'm ready to get out of LA for a little bit. Break from LA. So Logan Latrell, appreciate the work you're doing, Joe. Just here for the entertainment. This should not be free. Thank you, Logan. If it wasn't free, then people would be yelling at PokerGo. But by the way, PokerGo, I got a lot of appreciation for PokerGo now. They got great security. They're innovating on events. They keep putting up new ideas. They give, think about the World Series of Poker. They can't even respond to you if you're upset. Like, you're upset, you go, hey, I got an issue. They go, whatever, fuck you. PokerGo, at least they're going to respond to you. You go over there and play a tournament, you got a problem, they're going to talk to you. Tournament director Paul, he's at least going to talk to you. Kerry Katz will have a conversation with you about what's going on. So they put up events. They take security seriously. They keep innovating. They try to put up a high-quality product. They try to listen to the community. I don't know. I feel like they've been a little underappreciated, even in my direction, from the whole paywall thing and sort of maybe some other things that dealing with them as a company in the past that some people may have had some issues with. So PokerGo, I feel like getting a pretty big W this week and last week out of what's been happening. So shout out to PokerGo, shout out Brent Hank, shout out Kerry. Yeah, whatever is what it is. Let me see over here. I'm checking my cheat sheet, guys, from the notes over here. Yeah, basically there's some new theories going down between, basically there was a tweet going on related to Ryan Feldman that Ryan Feldman responded to on the forums. Let me find this from 08 Grinder here. So, yeah, paywall and copyright is annoying. Yeah, agree. So he said, looks like Joey-Ingram will not be sleeping anytime soon. So basically there was a Reddit thing that said, want to hear some fun facts around 2016. Ludacris was a 5-5 grinder. I basically just tell this story because a lot of conversation scrutiny is on the people who run the show right now, which is Ryan Feldman, Nick Vertucci. There's this thing going on around Ryan Feldman, so I just want to talk about it because he's addressed it to me. He gave me the explanation. He gave me the explanation before, around the time this took place. He gave me the explanation again lately. He posted it on 2+2. He said he's very transparent. He said he'll answer any questions related to it. So I guess this has been something that people have been talking about in the LA scene for a couple years, and now it's starting to get a little bit more attention on the forums. So basically just said Ludacris was a 5-5 grinder at the bike and a complete nit who wouldn't participate in bomb pots because his backer would kill him. Once Ryan started producing live at the bike, Ludacris started appearing on the show and began making incredible plays. We're talking 5 bets with air when his opponent had nothing, laying down ace-ace on the flop to 1 bet when his opponent flopped a set. It's all there in the archives if someone wants to look. In 1 year, he went from move to the highest stakes and won nearly $300,000. This was unheard of at the time in the mid-stakes game. Ludacris in full God mode and crushed it. At the same time, Feldman was a prop player at the bike and by many accounts was losing heavily in significant debt all around the bike. And the show's player pool rumors of cheating started to bubble up. Dan Zank went so far as to calculate Chris's hourly and win rate and said it wasn't impossible, it was highly improbable. This was all before Postlegate, so cheating in stream wasn't really thought of as much. But you want to know who Chris's roommate was? Ryan Feldman. And when local poker community discovered that, you never saw Ludacris on the show again. Feldman was soon removed from his duties, and the owners in the casino swept everything under the rug to save face. That's a reason why Feldman is so quiet. So that Ryan basically addressed this on poker forums, talked to me about it as well too. So I've known about this for a while, and it's kind of a common thing to know about in the LA world. Basically, the argument that Ryan has is that one of the ex-owners is basically making shit up. And it's been confirmed that they are making things up. So obviously we got to hear from Ryan. You know, we got to have him on, or he's got to do a podcast, or he's got to talk about it. He's got to explain his own words. But I would say Feldman's so quiet mainly because Nick Vertucci was handling a lot of the communication between the audience. But I think that Ryan said after this is all over, after the investigation over, he's happy to come out, happy to talk, happy to answer questions as well. So there was a forum on 2+2 where he basically responded to a lot of the allegations, and he posted on here too. So he kind of cleared that up and gave his explanation behind that. Let me see where his posts were. He responded, he said, mods, can you remove this? Also, none of what you wrote is true at all. I'm happy to answer any question about this topic or almost any topic. I have nothing to hide. I can't let people post straight lies. He basically saying, a lot of stuff is a lie. Logan the Trout with another donation. Shout out to Logan the Trout. Logan the Trout really coming through today for the Legion. Thank you, Logan. Welcome, guys, officially to the Legion. Logan the Trout going to get everybody triggered out there. Legion. Let's go. We're going to have Bill Perkins join us tonight as well, too. I got to change the text here. RTA Army. We are RTA. Let's go. Okay. So Feldman responded on here. I mean, listen, everybody kind of under scrutiny right now because when one of your employees gets money, once Brian steals the money off Robbi's chip stack, allegedly, the $15,000. There's a weird hand. There's cheating suspicions by Garrett. Everyone's under scrutiny then. Nick Vertucci getting questions asked. Feldman getting questions asked. DJAF went through it. People are starting to mention Raver Poker now as well, who we had on the show the other night. Nobody seems safe for scrutiny, right? Everybody out there, the sleuths are out there, the detectives are out there. They're looking at everybody involved. They're saying, what did we miss? There's an Eric Person theory that he was running some type of like the quiet person shuffle or something like that, where usually he's a really loud guy, and this time he was like quiet, he was like closed off, like they said that he's giving a hand signal or something like that. So everybody got a theory about him right now. The person theory, that's on the forum too. I mean, we've kind of gotten to that last time, but we start going that direction, then it's like, okay, well, we got to go down a lot of directions then. I feel like you got to explore that, then opens up a whole other can of worms that it seems like maybe some people are going to want to go down that path, and we'll see exactly what develops from that as well too. So person responded a little bit on the forums or on Twitter, and seemed like he said that was all pretty ridiculous. So Athena, what's up, Athena? What's happening? Night Vein, what's going on? Yeah, 6 says leave Eric alone. Yeah, man, I'm dressing up like Eric. I'm dressing up as Eric as Halloween. The SEAL Team 6 outfit. So Feldman said that Ludacris didn't move to LA till 2017. He wasn't a professional grinder who moved up in stakes by crushing the game. He came from non-poker background. He was not staked back then. Is not staked now. He always had money to my knowledge. He was always played the same, more or less. I remember playing with him when he was new to LA in 5'5" and 5'10". He's always been wild and creative. It's hard to play that crazy in smaller cap games, though. I have no clue how much he won or lost back then on stream, but he definitely didn't crush it as far as I remember. I do remember he went on a 1-2-1 heater at one point, full God mode, and crushed it. Is LOL. I wish someone would go look. I remember one Andy game where he lost $60,000 alone. He started playing the show before I knew him well. I gave him a shot in smaller games, and he proved that he was good for the show, so he started playing on the ante games. Basically, right, this guy Ludacris was a regular player on the old show, Live at the Bike. The message is saying that he crushed it. Feldman saying that he didn't crush it. Okay, so obviously Ryan wanted to protect his reputation. He's trying to run this game. He's trying to, people are attacking him. He wants to respond to it. It all makes sense to why he would come out and say this, and then why people might be suspicious about it if somebody from that community came out and said that, hey, there was something happening. So everybody got to take that. Everybody got to take that pretty serious to me. Fellman said I was losing and or he said we were roommates for about a year because I liked the building he lived in and I wanted to get out of the place I was in with some other poker players I knew from the East Coast area and I wasn't enjoying. I like living in a place with a gym and being near Korean barbecue restaurant. So I actually went to this first house that Feldman lived at. We played basketball there before, and then he wanted to get out of there. So I think he got a place with Chris for a little while. I don't really know how long they lived together. I can't remember when they were living together, when they didn't. I'm not sure. But he's saying that he only lived with them for about a year. He said, I was losing heavily in significant debt. LOL. I remember one short period where I ever borrowed money, owed anyone money. I've never been in significant debt in my life, even if I downswinged hard. So basically, Ryan just saying a lot of stuff isn't true. He said, I was not removed. Anyone telling you that is lying for some reason, probably for their own agenda. I quit because I didn't get along with the other owners, particularly one owner who thought becoming an owner meant he gets to play in the juicy games I was organizing when I didn't let him because the Rex didn't want to play with them. He revolted by spreading rumors and talking shit about me, some of which probably fed to you through the grapevine. If any of it was true, why didn't any owner ever put it out publicly? Because it was 0% true and it was done out of pure jealousy. I explained this more or less in some of the podcasts I did. I have the emails saved in my withdrawal notice, and their emails begging me to stay on by offering me more money after I gave them my ultimatum. Anyone saying I was removed is a straight liar. I never hid any of this, only they did, because they were scared to tell people that they would let me because they knew I was the main force in keeping their show relevant. Bang, bang. If any of it was true, if they actually believed I was removed for any reason, they wouldn't publicize it. So he makes a good point, right? If there was proof, then they would have came out with it, which, I think that was a big dispute back then, was like, if you guys are going to talk about it, then you probably want to have proof that somebody did something. And apparently there was no proof, anything like that. So yeah, basically Ryan kind of responded there. And like I said, to me, I've always known the guy as someone who trying to do things well, trying to work hard, trying to put on a great show, trying to put on great production. His main argument, like, I don't need to cheat for people to win. They play against weaker players and they play against them a lot. So if a guy plays against a weak players 100 times, then in the long run, they're probably going to be winning money, because if you're a good player, you can get yourself in a lot of really good spots against weaker players who are making a lot of big mistakes. So that's basically his argument, is like, I don't need to cheat. These guys don't need to cheat. They're going to win. Obviously, the other side of that is, well, that can be true, but you could also be one to do something. So, you got to kind of take his word for it. And that's how it goes, is all these operations, is you got to trust the owner of the operation. You got to trust what they're saying. You got to trust that they're doing right by you. You got to put your faith in their hands. They are the God in this scenario. So until there's a new technology, like last podcast, we had the RFID expert on. We had my lawyer friend Claudia on. We had a bunch of great people on. The RFID expert, Manit, he basically said they're developing a new system that could be trustless, and it didn't need to have somebody have access to the real cards in real time. But obviously, you're basically God. You can see the cards. You can see what's going to happen. You see the manifestation of what's going to take place. And if you'd like to interfere in the action of the players, it's very easy. The only thing holding you back is your morals, your ethics, your belief system, and your duty to do right by your customers. So, and not everybody is going to feel that same honor and that same duty as somebody else might feel. And you can understand if you're in that position and you put your cronies in the games and you feed them a little bit of information when they need it, you now can understand how you got an unbeatable system. And then you got to tell yourself, well, what if I was in that position? What would I do? I don't know. What if somebody came to you and said, hey, listen, we're gonna hurt somebody that if you don't do what you say we're gonna do. I mean, it seemed like an unreasonable scenario that probably isn't likely to happen, but what if it did happen? What would you do? They say, oh, but this is what I want you to do. I don't know. Does that happen? I don't know. Maybe that does happen. I've heard some stories from some of these games. Jamie, what's up, Jamie? How's it going? Listen, we waiting for Robbi tonight. Robbi gonna tap in. She gonna let us know what the deal is on the lie detector test. I mean, Robbi sure know how to do Twitter really well. Like, I don't know, she seemed like a professional at Twitter. She got a great photo. She got the lie detector with the confidential results. She tried to include her handbag, her Gucci handbag here, with the matching shoes. So, Parmesan says my nose so stuffy. Beans said, yeah, last time we had an uncomfortable moment where Beans was spilling his soul. God God bless Beans. Listen, Beans, I don't know what Beans did, what Beans didn't do, but Beans came on his show last time. He was very vulnerable. He was he really admitted things, you know, that he might not want to admit, and or maybe he does. I don't know. Maybe it's all part of the Beans story. But I found out that the PPP loans are going to be forgived. So if you owe one of the PPP loans, like Beans, I think he got in trouble for this. I think he actually maybe got a pardon. Virtually all PPP loans have been forgiven with limited scrutiny. So if you got a PPP loan, it's now been forgiven. So I think Beans might hit the backdoor bang on the PPP loan charge. And I think he actually might have got out of the PPP loan thing that he was involved in. So, you know, Beans might be running good. I don't know if that applied to him or not, but it seemed like he's in a good spot right now. It seemed like he's running pretty well. So... Whew, shout out to Beans. But yeah, Beans came on. Him and Sean Deeb were going at it. It was pretty intense. I felt uncomfortable. It was awkward, but they're not forgiven if it's fraud. Oh, okay. Let me see. Fraud. Yeah, I don't really understand what he did with that. I mean, I haven't like gone through the document. I don't really know what this guy Beans is up to. Like, try not to get too far down the Beans rabbit hole into my life, right? You know, shout out to Beans, but I'm not. Beans sound like he's going through a lot of stuff right now. So I'm gonna say my prayer for Beans. Like I said, we preach him coming on, spilling his soul, spilling his heart, spilling his guts out there. But yeah, let me see what else we got out here. We got let me see. I'm checking my dossier right now. Hold on a second. There's a new theory. What was the new theory? Oh, the Eric Person theory. I mean, we can go through the Person theory. It's just kind of long. So we're gonna have Robbi on here in about 20 minutes. So if we go through the Person theory, we could go through the Person theory if you guys want to, but I don't necessarily want to go through it right now. We got Frank Collin for the World Series Poker Shuffle. What does that even mean? Beans versus Sean D. Brian last seen. Yeah, Brian, basically, if you guys didn't remember Brian, the last we saw this guy, he was posting on 2+2, basically saying he's innocent. He didn't help anybody cheat. He didn't help Robbi cheat. He didn't do any cheating. He wasn't a part of anything. And he said that it could have been anybody. So that's really the last we heard of him. I was supposed to get him on the show, and he basically got a lawyer. So, and then there's the Raver poker theory, and I'm kind of learning about this Raver poker theory. I saw Veronica posted. I got to talk with Raver about it. I mean, people are really digging down now into the depths. You guys tell me if this theory has any credence. Logan said, Delta hooked me up with a new flight in an hour, so hopefully I get to see us interview live, but if not, I'll watch tomorrow. Let's promote good vibes and try to stay as unbiased as possible, guys. Let's do it. Andy D said, still milking this nothing burger. Listen, there's what are you talking about with nothing burger? Like there still could be some. There's no final verdict from the independent investigation team. Robbi's still out there speaking. She's still got things to do. So, but yeah, Logan coming in strong. Shout out to Logan, man. This guy's fired up. Monster hands. Oh my gosh. Bill Perkins want to tap in for a bit. Hold on, let me get Bill Perkins here. But basically, Veronica got a Raver poker theory. Basically, Raver Poker works for a company, Immense Impact. One of their clients is a pharmaceutical company. The pharmaceutical company, they are in the same industry apparently as Robbi was with this CAR T therapy. So I mean, I don't know. Kind of makes sense. I mean, there's a connection, right? I mean, I saw this connection before. I was like, this is kind of interesting. So if that is the same thing, I mean, I got to do more research on it. It's a very new theory. I haven't got it. I looked into it a little bit, but I wouldn't say I've explored the theory that seriously. So we got to check more into that. But you guys can tell me what you think about that. Dun, dun, dun. Shout out to JL. Welcome to the Legion as well too. Welcome to GP. So basically there's that theory, and then we're going to get Perkins on here. So same company, actually. Veronica, what are you talking about? So that you're saying that the same company that Raver Poker was doing video for Ionis Pharmaceuticals. Who works for Ionis Pharmaceuticals? Is it somebody? Damn, that's a crazy connection. We got to ask Raver about that. I don't think Raver allowed to speak to me anymore after his last appearance on here. Maybe the bosses might know I'm coming on the show again, but I'll talk with him privately. Get to find out what's going on with that. We're gonna tap in Bill Perkins right now. Shout out to Jennifer Rochelle, always doing a great job moderating. Thomas Peak, what's happening? Beans in the chat. Veronica Brill in the chat. Jersey Joe in the chat. What's up, Jersey Joe? Shout out Jersey Joe, the legend himself. Oh yeah, God, guys, I saw the funniest thing on Reddit. Look at this post on Reddit. Garrett's worst nightmare, and it's a photo of Robbi and her sister. I saw this, I was cracking up. There's not just one, Garrett, there's two. Oh my God, I was like, this is out of line, dude. And then the first comment is her mom and dad ran it twice. Like, what's going on? And lost both runouts. Oh my God, dude, you're kidding me. This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them. Jenny, oh my God, dude, they get plastic surgery. Do they? I don't think so, man. I don't think it works that way. Oh my God, these comments are out of line. Yeah, listen, this is like so funny. Garrett's worst nightmare. It's a picture of Robbi and her sister. If you thought one Robbi was intense, what happens when you put two Robbis in the same place? That's what I want to find out. JR said, I didn't see any connection other than he worked for a company that did video for a different biotech company. What am I missing? Basically, yeah, JR, we got to fill in more details on that. I don't see any more posts on there, so I got to get more details for next time on the next show. My buddy Alex Duvall made this great video. Robbi and I sending fake messages. He posted a great clip from the show. Andrew Brooks says, Joey, do you ever have an opinion? I do have an opinion. What would you like to know, sir? What would you like to know, sir, about my opinion? All right, I'm going to get Bill Perkins in here, guys. 1 second. Let me get this organized. Let's watch this video. Let's see what he did.
But even a bigger development that I think you'd be excited about hearing, Joey, that I was kind of going to chat Holloway about today is that I did press charges yesterday. It was a holiday for the police department or like the detective department. But I got in touch with the head detective. I asked him if I could release his name, and he's like, look, I don't speak to the press, but it's the biggest talk in our office right now in Gardenia, California. And he's like, it's all over the news, and I don't want to make it any more of a circus that it has been for you. But if you feel that you need to release my name, you're more than willing to do so, which I'm going to say first and foremost to you right now, and it's Hugo Guatemala Luna. That was my publicist over there, PR.
This is who?
He's the lead detective on the case. Two things. You're going to press charges. There's two ways to go about it. I can go right now and make an arrest. In order for me to do that, you have to give me proof of admission of guilt. Number two is that we can go through like the judge or whatever, but it would have to be through a warrant. It would take longer and it's more tedious. In speaking to Charles Liu, my husband, he said, just have him go make the arrest. Give him the messages that you received on Twitter from this person, obviously the admission of guilt through 2x2. And he said, in order for it to be reputable, let's do it in public. So on Thursday morning at Hustler Casino, where my car has been since the incident, I kid you not, Ryan.
Brian, you're going to press charges against Brian.
Yeah. And I did talk to the detective about it, and I said, hey, and he's like, so I wanted to talk to you about that. I was like, look, when I asked you, and I said, does this man have any priors? You and Nick both said no. And he's like, well, I think there's confusion. Maybe you misunderstood. I was like, no, maybe there was a little confusion. I don't want to blame anybody. It is what it is. And he's like, well, I also told you could always change your mind. And you're changing your mind now, and that's okay. He's like, what would make it easier for me is if you provided me proof. I was like, well, I have messages from Twitter that everyone thinks that I wrote to myself. And he's like, well, easiest way to square that away is if you hand me the messages directly from your phone, and then my entire whatever detective team can deal with the accuracy of those. I was like, fantastic, because I would love for this conspiracy world to at least dismiss the fact that I didn't write those to myself. I didn't.
Come on, Robbi. You wrote the one message on Instagram. You didn't write that to yourself? You didn't coach him on what to write?
I don't know who he is. And so then I said, Parabolobulus. I said, listen, there's this man named Harry Potter and he doesn't believe me. So can I submit my phone records? And he's like, if you want to submit your phone records, we'd be happy to go through that and make it public record.
So you're doing everything to clear your name. This is fantastic.
I'm going to submit all of my Twitter messages. And this is like the Gardenia Department or Gardenia Police Department's lead detective on the case. If you think I paid him off, you've got a bigger fucking under your belt. Like, I did not write those messages to myself. Did I find it kind of suspect that he uses the same ellipsis as me, ellipses, whatever you want to call it? I mean, I don't know. I don't sit here and evaluate those things.
That was nothing. But are you saying you wouldn't not write a second message to yourself?
Yeah. What's funny is that Alan Kessler has been on my side for most of this.
The wouldn't not thing was a little suspicious. I'm just going to say, as a dispassionate observer, it looked a little suspicious.
Okay, well, would you like his number? I will give you.
Oh no, I don't. Look, I'm just here to get to the bottom of it. So
trying to jeopardize their job, and I'm not trying to pay anybody off. No, I said, you know that the world doesn't believe me. He's like, oh no, we know about it. We've been talking about it in the office. He's like, to help you out, why don't you hand me directly? And like my PR team's like.
All right, guys, we got Bill Perkins tapping in right now. Bill Perkins, fresh off a challenge issue. Hold on a second. Let me pull up Bill's tweet real quick, and then we'll welcome in Bill. Bill basically had a tweet here. He said that. Where did he say this? How much is this fucking guy tweeting today? Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm a serial tweeter.
He really milking it today. Bill, how many tweets are you doing today, guy? Where is the tweet at, Bill? He said, "Hey, Robbi Jade, I was told you would like to play me heads up for a few $1 million. Is this accurate?" So Bill Perkins, of all people, getting some heads up action. Listen, guys, joining me in right now is a guy, we all know him pretty well. Been a regular podcast for a long time, since we were in GTO headquarters in the Midwest. And we are, of course, joined by the man himself, Mr. Bill Perkins, checking in from an undisclosed location. And so Bill, listen, so you ended up getting in some heads up challenge here with Robbi. You called out Robbi. You said you'd play for a couple $1 million. Obviously, you played the challenge against Landon Tice that you made Landon tap out. So now it appears you're stepping up to the plate and you're playing someone you were raving about the other night. Give us the update, Bill. What's going on, man? What's happening?
I just, it was like, oh, I'll play him for $2 million. I heard that statement, and I didn't know if it was accurate or not. I mean, there's like, I don't know, at least 36 hours of your stream and going. There's other people's streams and things are being said, and it's hard to follow. But I was like, wait, somebody challenged me to $2 million heads up? and irrespective of, the rest of it, I'm like, I would have to take that challenge from Robbi. I would estimate that, I've been trading for 30 years, but I would have more edge than I've ever had trading in that match. So I would just have to take it. So, I don't, challenges are interesting, right? Like, especially heads up, it's kind of like a slap with a glove. It's like, I challenge you to heads up, and
Right.
You either say, then, it's on, right? And for a certain amount, I just like kind of have to go to work.
So are you guys talking about terms? I mean, last time we saw you and Landon played 2 tables heads up at a very chaotic schedule. I tried covering it, basically set me on fucking life tilt, and then I went to Mexico and I never came back once he quit. So what's the format going to be for the challenge with you and with Robbi when you guys are going to play this match? What do you think?
Well, I mean, the current state of it is Robbi wants to lower to 1 million each, and she wants to wait to clear her name in order to play.
Okay,
is my understanding. So I don't know when that is going to be. This is this thing seems to be the never-ending story, right? So the terms haven't been ironed out, except for she said, let's play for 1 million and then another million. And I said, I'm fine with that. $1 million works. And she wants to wait to clear her name. So we'll see, we'll see.
So do you think, what do you think? Cause I was thinking about this all day. I'm like, well, what can she really do to clear her name? I mean, this is kind of the unfortunate part, which is why people say, why are you giving her a platform? Because right now, as I see it, there is the evidence that we're missing, the missing link, the missing piece, the information that shows if there was anything done. I don't see that information. So if you have this woman who is basically being accused the internet of being a cheater, obviously Garrett, we're waiting to hear more from him as well too, about what he's seeing, about what he thinks took place here, and from the independent investigation. So I feel like with Robbi, it's a fair thing to give her a platform to be able to share what's happening, to be able to update on the situation in terms of with the guy who took her money, and really to hear more of what she's got to say about what's happening. And obviously a lot of people are kind of having a confrontation about that. So what are your thoughts on what she can do in order to show people that, or prove to people that she didn't do anything here and clear her name, as you say?
Yeah, she asked me that in a chat, like, do you think I cheated? And I said, listen, I don't know. I just think you're crazy. I'm pretty honest, right? I'm not gonna lie. And I think one of the things she could do to help sway some people's name is actually have a consistent story, follow a conversation logically and not word salad it. Like the problem is her behavior is consistent with a cheater. I'm not saying she's cheated. I'm just saying that her behavior is very consistent with somebody who's cheated.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
And so I don't know if that necessarily clears your name, but it definitely removes a lot of doubt when you give consistent, logical answers instead of like, Garrett threatened me. Did he threaten you? No, he threatened me, but well, he threatened me with his eyes. You know what I mean? Like things like that. I had Jack 4. I didn't have Jack 4. The guy, I never called him or whatever, but he called me. There's just lots of inconsistencies there, or just confusion. And it's comical in a way, but it's also to people who are on the slant that you cheated. It's not really helping herself that there's no absolute truth. There's many, many inconsistent statements, within minutes. So I think the first thing is to just like, when you speak for a long period of time is actually convey information. Like only politicians have that gift to like talk for 10 minutes and not convey any information. And she's close to political levels with her speech.
So you think when she talks, she doesn't convey information? Sometimes.
Yeah, because you get both sides of it. It's the Heisenberg uncertainty principle in real life, right? Like he threatened me, he didn't threaten me, and he threatened me with his eyes. It's like kind of wait, what? Like statements like that are just have people scratching their head, right? I gave him the money because I feel I didn't. There's just so many different versions of just events that other people are around, that I'm like, how is this? There's no information.
Right.
You told me 10 different things. They all perfectly cancel each other out, right? Like it's like, what do we get from that except for either you're crazy, which is my opinion. I don't know if she's actually.
It's what she said last time.
What?
That's what she said. That's what she's crazy. She said I'm nuts. Like sometimes I want one way, someday it's the next day. She's pretty transparent and straight up about it. That's what she said. When she's telling you that's how she is, then you can't be like, oh, maybe she is. Like she said.
Yeah, but people tell you
she acts so crazy, right? Like that's what she said she did. So to me, the behavior seems on par with her assessment of herself that she can be crazy. So
right.
I don't know.
And so
it kind of makes sense to me when I hear it explained like that.
Yeah. So I don't know if you're like, you're innocent and you're so crazy it makes you look guilty, or you're guilty and you're word salading and it just goes along with the attention and the fame and the word salading,
What does word salad mean? I've heard that term a lot. What does that mean?
It just means to just like throw a bunch of words out there, not really meaning anything or not following.
Right. Okay. Yeah. There's no. Okay. I see what you're saying. Right. Yeah. So you're saying that the way your words come off, there's no feeling behind it or real truth, or you can't necessarily take the word for what it means. Where if someone else tells you something, someone else says I'm going to do this or I did this, then you would take their word to mean something. Whereas you're saying with her, because the contradictory stories constantly, that there isn't anything to base those words off of. So it kind of makes people, their ability to understand the story or to believe in what she's saying a little bit harder when they have that perception of the things that she's saying.
Yeah. And there's also like a lot of like just not following the line or questioning. It's like, oh, you cashed in for 5,000. Why would I cash in for 5,000? It's 20,000, blue, yellow. I have a mink purse, whatever. I'm not saying she said those words, but that's kind of what you get, right? Like, wait, what? where are we going? And, even, she asked me if I thought she was cheating. And I said, well, I don't know. I think you're crazy. And then she's like, well, why would you play with a cheater? Well, I didn't say you were a cheater, I just think you're crazy, right? Like, I don't know. Like, I haven't watched 36 hours of this investigation to really opine. I've gone back and forth about it, and I'm just like, look, cheating or not, like, I get you a heads up. I don't care. You're
right. You're ready to play. That's what I'm saying. I'm ready to see some. I'm ready to see some poker. I'm ready to see people play. Like, we've been talking now 14 days. Like, I'm ready to watch these people play poker. I know people out there love the drama. They love that. I want to see a heads up match. I want to see somebody play. I want to see you play someone. I mean, I don't even know how you got snuck in here, but you somehow got in the mix. And I guess she did kind of call. Did she call you out? She called you out for a challenge, right?
Yeah. Like, a lot of people think like I'm out there just picking on people, and they just call me out. I think it was in relation to, I put out the bounty, and she was like, I don't know who Perkins is. I don't, whatever. I'll play him 2 million heads up. I'm like, wow, you don't know who the guy is? You're going to play me 2 million heads up? I'm like, okay. Mm-hmm. The last time that happened was Landon, right? Like, he's challenged me, wanted to lay me 9 big blinds. I'm like, okay, as if I was like, they're like, you're taking advantage of the kid. I'm like, you know what I mean? It's like, I do not go knocking on Mike Tyson's door looking for a fight. Mm-hmm. And then after he beats my ass, go like, oh, he took advantage of me. You see what I'm saying? Like,
right. Okay.
It's got it, like, people like to just throw things out. And I don't know if she's serious, if she's got real backers. I take people at their word. Like, she's like, I don't care about the money, and I got millions of dollars or whatever. I'm like, okay,
cool.
That's fine.
So the match will take place, and then we don't know when. We don't know.
Well, we don't know when. We don't know what's going on. I mean, like, the problem with the sad thing is, which may be sad, is that imagine in the world, and there's people who have varying degrees of, like, she's guilty, not guilty. Imagine in the world where she didn't cheat. Mm-hmm. Like, how crazy is it? It's like the Joan Bonet Ramsey case, right? Where the parents were assumed to be guilty the whole time, and turns out it really wasn't them. Like, the evidence strongly points to it wasn't them, right? And so, like, their whole lives were ruined, right? In this case, though, she's under duress. She's getting, haters and lovers out of it. But it's creating a lot of drama and entertainment for the poker world, right? And then there's the other case where she's just, did cheat and is taking advantage of it, and one of the crime, it may be one of those crime does pay scenarios, right?
Jeez. Either scenario sound pretty wild. Either story.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's pretty entertaining. I mean, you got this attractive person in a weird hand against a ring game crusher. You know what I mean? In kind of like an embarrassing hand, all kinds of ways, right? And then the inconsistency of the stories all the way through, the calling out people, the fact that, imagine you're innocent and you're at a poker game, you're accused of cheating, and then someone from the casino tries to steal from you, and you're innocent. Yeah. So, like, you're getting robbed, and people are accusing you of cheating. You know what I mean? And then you let the guy off the hook, and then he sends you, like, a flowery message about, like, how great you are, which is really bizarre,
Right, yeah.
I don't know how he got her cell phone number or whatever, but he texted that. Was that an email? Or
I think that was a Twitter message. Basically, her DMs were open. I think he slid in the DMs with the message.
Gotcha. So he DMs this flowery, like, I love you thing, which is
so grateful.
Not far-fetched. I mean, she's an attractive-looking woman. He's gonna be grateful that as my understanding, he's a ex-con. Is that correct?
I think he had a record with some things. Yeah.
So I mean, like, that would be pretty dangerous. That'd be pretty dangerous in California. I don't know what his record is, but California has a serious 3 strikes law. Mm-hmm. Which is ludicrous, but you don't want to get 3 strikes. I can tell you that. Mm-hmm. And so and it's just bad anyway, right? Like, they just extra hard on people who have a record. So in a casino, yada yada yada. So I don't know. Like, there's just a lot of interesting entertaining things going on.
Right.
But through the crowd and all the noise, I hear challenge you for $2 million. I'm like, wait, what? What did somebody say? But like that would be fun.
Yeah, shout out to Dan Colpois with the couple $10 donations in the chat. Shout out Daniel. He said, heads up, SNG SP is off to prevent chip dumps plus multi-accounting. I'm not sure what that means. Can you clarify what you mean by that, Daniel? So yeah, we about to have Robbi come in here a little bit. Bill, where are you at right now? You in Austin, you said?
I'm in Houston right now.
Okay. What's the word down there? What do they say in the Houston poker scene about this case? Are people locked in with it or what?
People are kind of like the majority of people I talk to tend to lean that something nefarious went down. And I think it's just like the bizarre set of circumstances. Some guy puts you in. It's weird the way the hand went down, the inconsistencies afterward. You know what I mean? Like these guys have been around the block long enough. And once again, I'm not saying that she definitely cheated, but all behavior points is very consistent with somebody who's cheated, right? Even emotionally, right? Like if you imagine like you got, like if you were innocent and Garrett came at like, I'm a guy, obviously I have testosterone, so it's slightly different. But if like Garrett accused me of cheating and he's like the whole world, I'd be like, motherfucker, what? You know what I mean? Like it's like it's going down. Like I might have like we might have come to blows, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like that is like a serious accusation publicly on you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. On a stream, etc. Right? And so because you got called down and you're being a sore loser and you're calling me a cheater, like it's like it's like being in Jersey City saying your mama. You know what I mean? Like it's it's like, and then on top of that, like while you're heated because somebody just accused you of cheating, you know what I mean? Like then somebody like steals your stack and like, oh wait, I'm just gonna you accuse me of cheating, which is like the ultimate fucking insult, right? And then I'm gonna, really? I'm not like giving you money back. Like, I'm like, what I mean? I'm like about to give you a bullet. Like, what are you talking about? Like, so like, so I mean,
Bill's fired
and I'm not saying I'm a tough guy. I'm not like a tough guy. I'm just like, listen, there's certain hills I will die on, and I think a lot of people feel that way when they're wrong. Like one of the worst things to be done is like falsely accused of some serious crime. Like that's like being a babysitter and being accused of being a child molester. You know what I mean?
Right.
You're not like, oh, hey, let me give you the babysitting money back and let's just, you know what I mean? Like move on. You're
right, okay.
Right? So I'm not saying that, I'm a male and males have different reactions, et cetera, and people have different reactions, but something close in that direction, right? Like, I'm not feeling bad for somebody that just like accused me of the worst crime in poker, right? In a ring game on a stream. I'm like, it's, like we have problems. So the behavior is just so inconsistent, right? Of somebody who's been cheated and somebody who's been cheated and robbed in one night. And you're just like, oh, whatever, he's a great guy. I did it all for the production and whatever. And people are like, wait, what? This is inconsistent.
They can't believe she would do that.
No. Like your head is just exploding, right? Like you're just like, how does a person who's innocent behave in this scenario?
Well, how do we know how people would behave? Like there's a lot of assumptions being made. Like where's the on records of how people behave when they're cheated? Because I really haven't seen much actual proof of what somebody looked like on a video or on a receipt or anything like that. And I've never seen it in person.
I've been cheated and I've seen people cheat and I've seen people who are guilty and not guilty when you accuse them of something, right? And when you accuse somebody of something who's being wrongly accused, the reaction is generally pretty forceful and aggressive, right? It's pretty forceful and aggressive. They're not trying to make amends with you or appease you, right? And so, people generally in your life, like you've seen it, like I didn't do it. Maybe you have a brother and you got accused of doing something your brother did or whatever, or you got accused of cheating by your girlfriend and you didn't cheat, you know what I mean? Or somebody, whatever, like the reaction is never like, oh, whatever, you know, like let's, you know what I mean? Like it's just inconsistent with people's beliefs. And so people, you know, this is not like a criminal investigation. This is like in people's minds, it's a preponderance of the evidence, right? And the behavior is just inconsistent. That's all I can say. In my experience, the behavior is inconsistent of somebody who's innocent. That doesn't mean fuck all, right? Like she can still be innocent. Like she is, I think, self-admitted crazy, right? So yeah. So I'm like, do
what
crazy
what a case. What a case. Well, okay.
You got thrown the factor that she's crazy.
Yeah, Bill's locked in right now, guys. Listen, we're live on YouTube. Robbi's about to join up here in a little bit. She's going to give us the updates. What happened with the lie detector test? What happened with the phone? She got her car back. There was police. Did she press charges? She's going to play Bill. What's on Robbi's mind? You never know what's on Robbi's mind. You never know where Robbi's going to go.
Never know.
Robbi said she wanted Tom Dwan to ask her some questions because she said that she know that people say that I'm going soft on Robbi because I'm not attacking everything that she says to play devil's advocate with everything that she say to get the potential contradiction out of her story that people seem to be looking for with a lot of the Robbi interaction. So she said, bring on Tom Dwan, let Tom Dwan go after it. So Tom Dwan, I don't know if he had his coffee yet, but he said he's gonna get in the house as well too. So shout out to Live Live 499 as well too, who dropped Robbi's full name. Thank you very much. What's Lara think about it? What Lara? Hello.
Lara's like,
Lara.
Lara's like, I'm very interested. She's like, oh, and she resembles Angelina Jolie's cousin or cousin of Angelina Jolie. So she's like very suspicious of my attention getting in there. But I mean, like, it's still interesting, even that, you know, it's like, come on, like, it's great drama. Like, why watch TV? Like in the poker world, we have so much drama. It's just great. It's great. And Robbi's just a great character because it's like, is she just stone crazy? Or is she just behaving like a cheater? Or there's just so many odd things in this one night that happened, right?
This is like your guys' like Real Housewives, you know? This is like your version of reality, like trash reality TV. You know?
Trash reality TV? You're kidding me.
Yeah.
Trash? Is that what this is? Is that what this is?
I just mean like the way that you guys like are sucked into the drama. It's drama. At the end of the day, it's just drama.
Bro, what else is going on? I mean, it's a great story. It's one of the craziest stories we've seen in poker in a long time.
Yeah, I think it's a great story. I mean, you got a guy free rolling a girl in a high stakes game who's not her wife. She happens to have, you know, according to her, lots of money or doesn't care about the money, but somebody's free rolling in the game, not her husband, but some other dude. Then this crazy hand goes down where there's multiple versions of what she thought she had, she didn't have, etc. She gets accused of cheating at the table by a regular, a crusher in ring games, Garrett. And it's kind of not like, you know, aggressive, right? Like, it's like, wait, what? Like, you know, you used to have shootouts and westerns over this shit. So like, you know, and then there's just like multiple versions of like, even what happened when she gave the money back. He demanded it. He threatened her. Didn't threaten her. He offered it. Two different versions of the story. I mean, there's just so many interesting things.
Where's the money now? What's the story? Like,
Garrett had the money, and
Garrett still got the money. Yeah.
Give it back?
I mean, irrespective of I mean, there's no concrete. Garrett didn't give the money back. Like, that's one of the strange things that, like, you know, Garrett has his reasons for like accusing her of cheating, and you know, but taking the money, I just didn't understand that. I just did not understand that.
Yeah. You didn't believe the whole gave it back for production to just keep the show going, keep Garrett happy, keep him in the game, keep the game moving.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I just can't.
Has the casino stepped up and done anything? Like, has the show, like whatever the show is running in, have they?
I think they did. They looked at the tape, and that's when they found that their employee stole money out of her chips. At the end of the night.
Yeah, I know that part. So it's
$15,000. Like,
that's crazy.
He did the LA chip shuffle. The LA chip shuffle.
It's just
that's crazy.
It's just absolutely nuts. And like the guy in the booth in the back that has access to the cards is an ex-con working in a casino, which doesn't really fly in Vegas. Maybe it flies in California, you know?
Is that the bike? Is that what it is?
Hustle. Like, I mean, you know, whatever, like people get a second chances, but then obviously this guy is stealing in the casino. So like, admittedly, you know? And so I'm like, how does, like, this just blows my mind.
So you're basically waiting to see what happens next, Bill, it sounds like, and you're waiting to play the challenge. And has your challenge been approved by Lara? Has she agreed that you can play Robbi in a heads-up challenge, Nolan Hold'em?
First time hearing about it, Joey.
No, you come on now. Don't do me like that. Yeah, I mean, like, we don't know when it's going to get scheduled or whatever, if the match is going to happen. But yeah, I mean, you know, I'm an honorary billionaire. I'm not a billionaire. And, you know, I like to throw parties. I like to travel nice. So, I mean, like, I gotta, you know, and I gotta defend my honor, right? Like somebody, you know, comes and says, I'm going to.
Yeah, she even misrepresented your name.
Yeah, it's kind of like,
who's Bill Perkins?
The guy you've been following for months and months and months. That's who Bill Perkins is. You know
how dare does she not know the great Bill Perkins?
I mean, it's
ay, Poppy. She don't know the great guy with zero jet.
Like if I didn't tweet and have like a zillion different hot takes on all kinds of subjects, right? Like I tweet a lot, and you're following me. You know what I mean? For a while, you know, it's like, come on, like, how do you not?
Maybe her
algorithm just doesn't. I just don't show up.
Well, listen, everybody that watch my channel, they know Bill. They see the guy with zero jet right there. You guys remember Bill Perkins, infamous Bill Perkins yacht right here from the Doug Polk for Stan Negreanu challenge, the yacht that Bill Perkins was enjoying watching that match on there as well too. So Robbi's just going to come in 20 minutes. Bill, Jay Farber wants to get in here. He says he wants to talk about your dairy, and he says he has some ideas that go against your dairy. Can we get him in here?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, sure.
All right, we need Jay in here for a little bit. Laura, really? Yeah. She's locked in. Robbi said, give me 20 minutes. She said she's getting ready. She's getting prepared. She's getting fired up. So right now I got Jay Farber coming in. Jay Farber was on the show. I honestly can't remember which day anybody was on the show anymore, but he was on the show. So, and he did a great job. We like Jay. Jay's one of our guys in the Twitch chat. So Jay, I sent you on Twitter. I sent you a link for the Google Meet. Shout out to Russell Thomas. He gave me this recommendation that I should stop using Zoom. And this looks a lot better with the Google Meet. So shout out to Google for this great program here.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So we got Jay Farber coming in here right now. He's going to discuss some of the things that, perfect. Here we go. Lock in.
Jay Farber.
Jay, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you got to put video on. Where's the video?
I don't have a fucking camera on this thing.
Bro, you don't have a camera on what? You don't have a camera? What year are you in?
I'm living in 1990, bro. I got no video camera on my computer.
Okay, Jay. So you all right? Listen, welcome to Jay Farber. Jay Farber, longtime poker player, longtime Vegas expert, food expert of Las Vegas. You ever need a food recommendation? This is the guy to go to. And so Jay, you said you have some thoughts on what Bill said, and you want to talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, I mean, so Bill, you know, there's a big thing about, you know, expected behavior and how we as people can sort of read it incorrectly. If you are looking for a specific set of behaviors and you're looking for negative or behavior that coincides with what you think how someone should behave, you can miss things. Like kind of how with Bernie Madoff got away with everything, right? Like everybody thought he was this good philanthropist and just had a system, but turns out he's scamming everybody. But a bigger thing is Amanda Knox, right? I don't know if you're familiar with Amanda Knox's case.
Yeah.
And basically because she walked through the crime scene and just said, ta-da, all these detectives were convinced that she was guilty and she was a murderer, or because she had gone out and had sex with somebody, that she was just this promiscuous woman who was going to bring back and have all these wild threesomes or whatever. So they just railroaded her into a decision. So just because Robbi isn't displaying the characteristics of getting angry because she's been accused of cheating doesn't necessarily mean that.
No, I agree.
It's indication of guilt.
No, I agree, and I'm just saying that, you know, it's inconsistent with behavior that I'm familiar with, and I think a lot of people are familiar with who have been wrongly accused, right? But that doesn't mean, one, I'm a male, and two, you know, people react different ways.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. I think her behavior is very erratic, but I just don't want, playing devil's advocate, of course, like I don't want to necessarily believe that just because she's not acting consistently with the way that we think she should behave is any indication of guilt. I think that more telling of her behavior is the way she acted when Julie accused her of something versus her alleged behavior versus Garrett, right? Like, oh, she's such a pushover talking to Garrett and Feldman, but when a woman contradicts her story, she's gung-ho, like calling her out, telling her she's clout chasing and all this stuff. I think that's a little more indicative of her true personality, and that she's not just some softie that'll let someone get over on her.
Right, but did you find those two inconsistencies like suspicious, or do you just think like, oh, different setting, it's a woman versus a man versus on,
I think it's very suspicious.
Right.
I want to believe that she didn't cheat because, again, I think it's just so outlandish. But, every time she opens her mouth, she contradicts herself, and the story changes 100 times. And
yeah, right. There's no. It's the art of talking without conveying any information, right? It's like everything is a contradiction, So like if no matter what line you point to, there's a contradictory line, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm for peace, and this is why we have to bomb the people, and what what I mean? It's like, wait, what? Where's peace now? That type of thing. So I agree with you, and I think that's why you have many of the people just who are on the slant that she cheated, just pulling their eyelashes out, right? Like they're just like going crazy because of the inconsistencies with the stories. Which
why are they going crazy? Like, why do they care so much? Like, what makes people care so much about this? Like, I mean, I'm like in it. I wouldn't say I'm going crazy over either direction. I'm just sort of seeing what happens. But it seems like a lot of people are so emotionally invested in the case that they're like, they see it, they think they see it, and they're like, they can't believe that other people don't see it, and they can't believe that nothing's taking place because they see this thing and they feel like they're going nuts, and because no other people can't see it. So I'm curious why you think that happened.
My take on that is that, and we really have to ask the crowd, but I think the crowd is seeing a scenario where if she's guilty, in that world where she is guilty and she did cheat, they see it as crime being paid, right? Like, saying crime doesn't pay. Well, in this scenario, it pays, right? Mm-hmm. She's got adoring fans that are on her side. She's got the money from the game, and more followers and stuff like that. One person said to me, like, why would you play this? Why would you give this? She's most likely a cheating scumbag. Why would you give her the platform and play her heads up? Right. And I'm not going to say who said that, but I get that point of view, right? They're just very pissed off. Right. Mm-hmm.
And what's your response to that?
Jay, any stand?
Oh, yeah. I wanted to know what your response or what your logic is or your reasoning is.
My reasoning?
Yeah, if somebody says she's a cheating scumbag, why are you giving her a platform? Like, what's your answer to that?
My thing is like, first of all, they use the word most likely. Second of all, my thing is like, I don't know, but if she's gonna challenge me to $2 million, like, well, then I got to punish her. You know what I mean? Like, it's either cheating or not. I have to punish her, and that will be, at least the money. I mean, the victims of the cheating don't get the money, but I get it. It's kind of like there's a bully, and then he challenges. Bully or he or she challenges Mike Tyson to a fight. It's like, why are you giving that bully a platform? I'm like, well, I'm gonna beat their ass. You know what I mean? Like that's Mike Tyson's view, right? And so I'm like, you want to step into the heads up arena with me? I mean, yeah, you're gonna have to be an extremely lucky girl to beat me.
I mean, listen,
so I can only hope that you win, and it trickles down to the rest of the poker community.
Yeah, exactly.
Prop bets.
This is what happens, right? I'll play a heads-up match, I'll win, and then I'll just sprinkle it in the ring games because I just cannot be patient in a ring game. I just cannot. I just can't help myself.
So why don't you not play a ring game then?
I mean, it's too much fun. It's like, I mean, but ring games, it's like I'm patient, and then like if I get in a hand, I'm just like I can never leave this hand. I'm never gonna get a hand again. I'm never gonna, I gotta call or I gotta do whatever. It just leaks out by the end of the thing, and then I don't care.
I mean, why not just fold? You don't want to fold at all, huh?
It's like like playing poker teaches you more about yourself than anything else, I think. And it's like one of the things I am, which is a known law, is I am impatient. Right.
Folding is for quitters, and nobody likes a quitter.
Exactly. So it's like you just feel like, holy shit, I've been sitting here for this long, and then I got a hand, and now I got to fucking fold. They got to be bluffing call. But really, it's impatience, right? It's like, just wait, there'll be another hand, right? You know you're supposed to fold. You know you're supposed to. It's not like you don't know. Like most of the time, I think, and I think this goes for other people, not just me, but push back, chat if you want to push back. Most of the time, you actually know the right thing to do, and you still do the other thing. Right.
I mean, a lot of people do.
You talk yourself into a call or a fold when your first instinct is usually like the correct one.
Yeah, or the logic. Like you went through it, and you're just like, yeah, but you know what I mean? Yeah, but this, right? Like you rationalize doing the wrong thing, which is probably a version of you're impatient or you're like being bullied or some sort of psychological thing, as opposed to just being robotic and doing the right thing. Whereas heads up, there's you play enough hands where it's like I could just be a robot, right? I could just go
right because there's always action. Yeah, I mean I've been playing a lot of heads up.
It's always action, right?
Like
so it's not like I'm sitting there bored to death and whatever. It's like it's just always out. It's just like literally by the third, fourth match with Landon, it just was very robotic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, listen, you could just play like Alan Keating.
Every hand.
Hey man, you don't like the fold? Let's go.
Yeah, leave no hand unplayed.
Yeah, shout out to Alan Keating, gonna be playing on Hustler Casino next week, next Friday. Bill Perkins, are you returning to streams anytime soon? Are you gonna play anytime soon? We haven't seen you in the mix.
I actually just got vaporized some money. Not really vaporized it, but there were some big hands in Poker Go, which they're gonna air. I think December. I guess they have so much to edit. It was such an action, funny game. We got drunk. It was a lot of things going on. There was a lot of things going on in that game. So that's coming out. I may, I was like, I miss poker. I miss playing. So I may get into a couple games.
Mm-hmm.
Have we talked about Robbi's game show appearance yet?
No. What was the game? What was the game show?
Oh, I guess she was on some. I saw it on Reddit earlier today. She was on some game show in like 2010, like trying to win $1 million. And I think it's funny for a woman who talks about not wanting to be famous or avoiding the spotlight, having gone on a nationally televised game show.
Yeah, I mean, like I rarely. Well, not really. I mean, I would just say that's just not true. Like she likes the limelight. She wants to be famous. That's obvious,
Yeah,
she's not coming on Joey's entertainment stream because she doesn't like the limelight. She's not going on stream poker live at Hustler Casino because you don't like being famous. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like having a platform has a certain amount of power, a certain amount of reach, and can be a good tool to use. But like, just say you don't want to be famous is just nuts.
The fame brain, Bill Perkins. You remember the fame brain theory you proposed? Right. You proposed on the podcast a long time ago. It's like a legendary theory. A lot of people. Why don't you tell the fame brain theory again about fame and how fame is different than any other drug and how it makes people act a certain kind of way?
Yeah, I mean, I think human beings are wired for pre-selection, right? We're basically herd animals, and so fame is the ultimate pre-selection, right? You're famous. Everybody has validated you, etc. So when you get around those people who are famous and you recognize them, whether you want to or not, you're going to act and treat them differently, right?
Why is that? Why does that happen? Why does that?
We're herd animals. I mean, we're like cows or whatever. Like we follow people, and you're more sexually attracted to a famous person. Period. End of sentence. There's no two ways about it, right? Like it's just part of the way. It's just biological wiring, right? We're very social animals.
Charles Liu, you're kidding me.
What's that?
I'm looking at the tape. Charles Liu, a younger Charles Liu spot is sighting right here. There's Robbi, there's her sister, and there's Charles Liu. Shout out Charles Liu. We haven't seen him. We need him back on the show. We got to get an update from Charles Liu, our lawyer on location in LA. Just opened up a new restaurant, he said. So shout out to the restaurant. I mean, I should forget the name of the restaurant. If you're in LA, go check it out. Tell me how it is. Yeah, we're looking at the game show right now. I don't know what the hell. I think that's Chris Jericho. That's
It's Chris Jericho.
That's Walls of Jericho himself right there. The legend Charles Liu in the house over there. Robbi, yeah, Robbi. Did she win?
Yes,
What's
I mean,
this
like,
rope?
you
Did she
know,
hang herself. All right, go ahead, Bill. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, you can, you're saying, like, I don't want to be famous. It's like, who are you going to believe? Those words or your lying eyes? So don't believe your lying eyes. It's like, she wants to be famous. There's no two ways about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
It's a powerful weapon to have. I mean, it's a powerful weapon. You just don't want to get too famous, then it just ruins your life. Right?
What do you think is the happy medium, right, of fame to privacy ratio?
I think, like, you don't want more than 1 in 300 people recognizing you is kind of my ratio. I've actually thought about this a lot because, hanging around famous people and how they, like, follow each other and post to get more people following you and develop a platform. I've seen it, like Michael Phelps, they can't go anywhere, right? Like, you can't have a dinner. Dan, it's like, we go on trips. It's like, we're going to walk through the village and then go to this place. He's like, I can't go. He just can't go. So it basically actually shrinks your world and your ability to enjoy certain things. And the things I enjoy would be ruined. So it'd be like, oh my gosh, I'd be giving up my whole life for this, like, platform, to, like, and the biggest way you can cash in on fame is with the opposite sex, right? And so, like, it just wasn't worth it to me.
Yeah, I think the biggest way you can cash in on fame is that you can just meet anybody you want to meet sometimes. Like, once you start to know the right people, certain people have access to a lot of people, and then you get to meet people, or you get to explore an idea with them, or explore opportunities with them, or possibilities with them. And then when you meet people, you already have this, like, people already have some sort of perception about you as well. So I feel like,
but you can also do that by being, like, incredibly successful. Like, I think
without being famous, you're saying.
Yeah, if
Sure,
Bill,
maybe.
I mean, Bill, you can attest to this. You've achieved the pinnacle of your industry. You just meet people along the way who recognize that you are successful and you're great at what you do,
Right.
and they want to be associated with you.
Yeah, and there's a level of like, rich people hang out with rich people, and it's like, I used to always tease my friend John, like, you rich guys all just hang out, and they do, and famous people hang out with famous people, and they kind of mix, and the reason is that you don't want anything from them, right? Like, there's less chance, like, I'm hitting them up or I'm around them for the fame, right? Like, I want to be part of your fame, or I want to get this, right? Like, I'm not fanboying you. They're not fanboying me. We're just exchanging ideas as equals, et cetera. And famous people have people always around them trying to, get something from them. And rich people have, like, a zillion people hitting them up or trying to do this or look at my thing or whatever. And they just, they want to hang out with each other because they can, like, I can have a relationship devoid of this, you need something from me, right? Which, it's okay to have people need or want something from you occasionally, but to be constantly bombarded, it's just nuts, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, you don't know how many DMs I get, like, can you put me in touch with Dan? I send a message to Dan. I'm just like, what the fuck? Am I his secretary? Like, are you kidding me? You know what I mean? Like, it's just nuts, right? And I've seen so many famous people, like Elon Musk can't go anywhere, Mm-hmm. Like Michael Phelps, we'll be sitting down, we'll be having a deep conversation mid-food, like, my dad died, and I really didn't forgive him completely before, and I wish I did, and you're mid-sentence, and somebody's like, can I get a picture? I'm sorry, it's just one picture. And they think, like, to them in their lives, they think, oh, it's just 1 minute or whatever. It's not like you and, 50% of the fucking population is doing to us all the time. And you're ruining our special moments, and it's just horrible, It's horrible. Mm-hmm. And so I think, 1 in 300, that's a good number. Mm-hmm. Enough to have a platform, but enough to, like, walk around and be semi-anonymous and just live your life, Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what do you think, Jay? Because you're kind of in that scene as well too. In Vegas, you're a professional at the Vegas scene, and the Vegas scene is a lot of that lifestyle.
Yeah, I don't know what the right ratio is, but I do agree. You know, rich people hang out with rich people hang out with famous people. But I have a lot of friends who are wildly successful in other industries that like hanging out with people from a different lifestyle, right? Like a professional poker player is like a unique thing to them because they sit in front of a fucking desk all day and push papers around.
People want their menagerie, right? Like the Saudis, right? They'll import stars. They'll pay them $1 zillion to hang out. They'll do whatever because they want their menagerie, right? They want interesting things around them and they can pay. And famous people don't have to pay. They just have access, right?
Yeah, access is one of those things that you might not necessarily be able to buy in a lot of situations, except fame will get you there and all the time.
Yeah, and my example is like some super hot club, like the rich Wall Streeter cannot get in, but like, you know, the drummer from so-and-so, he's in. You know what I mean? Like, right? He may be broke as a joke, but he's getting in that club, you know, and treated like royalty, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's getting all the girls, right? Like he's getting all the girls, right? And vice versa, right? Like if you're an average looking girl and you're famous and a movie star, and you know, every single guy is like, I want to go out with her, right? Like your brain just goes, you know, I want to be close to her. I slept with so-and-so, you know, whatever. Like your ego and your brain just goes nuts.
All right, guys, listen, let's get we're gonna get Robbi in here in a little bit here. So shout out to Laura dropped the $4.99. Laura Perkins, shout out to Laura in the chat for the dono as well. Joey B with the 20 said just trying to get in touch with Dan Bilzerian. gotta talk with Bill. Bill, we're gonna have Robbi drop in here in a second. She's gonna come in. She's gonna give us an update. So maybe we'll tap you back in after that when we get kind of to the heads up part of things, and you know, we can have you talk with her. I think Tom Dwan. She said she wants to have Tom Dwan on, so we're gonna have Tom Dwan in here, and we'll take it from there. So guys, if you want to follow Bill, he's on Twitter at BP22. He's got his book Die with Zero, great book about dying with zero, making the most of your memories and experiences, and maximizing the money that you have and using it before you get too old. And then Jay, what do you got going on, Jay?
Nothing, fucking nothing, buddy. I'm just here to troll and for the lulls.
Jay doing nothing.
Jay is an expert werewolves player.
He's an expert.
I don't think I've been invited back since the last time we played.
We got to get that going again. We got to get that going. All right, guys, I'll let you carry on the conversation. Always a pleasure, Joe.
All right, you too, Bill. Thanks for calling. Jay, I'll see you in the chat. Appreciate Jay for coming on. Bill for coming on. Guys in the chat, thank you. Thanks. Give a big thanks to Bill. Give a big thanks to Jay for coming in here, sharing some thoughts, sharing some of their wisdom and ideas. Bill, we'll talk to you soon, and Jay, we'll talk to you soon as well, guys.
All right, thanks for having me on.
All right, see you guys. All right, guys, big shout out to the guys for coming on here once again. As you saw, the Robbi game show. Robbi. People in the chat. This what the hell is this game? She's wearing a rope attached to the back of her body. What the hell is going on with this show? Chris Jericho's the host of the show. I mean, maybe I should host the show. I actually did host a show before like this I hosted a show like this on Poker Go before. Kind of a similarly ridiculous idea. Where I was the homie. Let me find that one with Sam Abernathy. But yeah, Robbi said she's coming in here in just a little bit. Where if I can find that? We're gonna send her a link over to her right now. I'm just going over something right now. Yeah, what do you guys think about Robbi? Robbi. No words. Let me see. I'm reading something from somebody right now. Where? Clarify. All right, cool. All right, we're gonna tap in Robbi right now. Whew. Anytime after. Okay.
It's tough to top.
This one or this one?
I'm the one on the left. I'm the one on the left.
What's your
Young
sister's
Robbi.
name?
Sam.
You're kidding me. This is like a trip down memory lane. Look.
there.
Sam is there.
The Robbi family. You're kidding me.
Robbi is there.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies, put this on the belt.
Wait, what are they going to do with the photo? Wait a
We're
second.
gonna play so well.
No, they're not going to
You're gonna have
destroy
worry
that.
about
You're
going over,
kidding
right?
me. What is this sick
You
show?
stop the belt before the photo collage goes over. You get it back safe and sound. You put it back.
Wait,
up
what
on
are
the
they
wall.
doing? They're going to ruin this. They're
And
going to
if you
ruin.
answer 5 questions
Before
correctly,
Robbie's got bad luck.
you
Now they're
also
going to
get
destroy her
$10,000.
family photo.
So let's put the
You're
categories
kidding
up.
me. What is going
and
on?
let's see which one you're gonna choose.
Okay,
Forget
I'm
exactly.
gonna
Still seated it and avoid your downfall.
Name 5 movies.
Identity.
Correct. The Dark Knight.
Pass.
Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. The Matrix Revolutions.
Matrix Reloaded.
Correct. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
Movie sequels.
Staying Alive.
Pass.
No, don't ruin her poor collage.
The Road Warrior.
Pass.
They Call Me Mr. Tibbs.
Pass.
The
No,
Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King.
Lord of the Rings.
no, not the collage.
Correct. The Dark Knight.
Pass.
Bill and Ted's Bogus
Those are family photos. You're kidding me. Oh my
The Good,
god.
the Bad, and the
Ruin her
Ugly.
family like that.
Staying
You're
Alive.
kidding me.
Pass.
Dawn.
Dude, they're just pushing Robbie around. Oh my gosh. Damn, what is this game? This game's savage. Ay, ay, ay. And she's got something tied. What is this show? This show's insane. She got something tied to the back of her body. I don't even know what the hell that's going to do with her. What are they going to
Let's see
throw
the
her?
ones that you missed.
Throw her off the thing? What is this show, dude? This
Darkest
show's
Journey
fucked up.
for a few- Remember that with the white suit? The Road
You guys say
Warrior.
my show's fun. This show's messed up. I think they're gonna throw her off the building. She got this like rope attached to her. I don't even know what happens here.
With me. A little bit nerve-wracking, isn't it? And you guys need to.
Do you think that we can do that, or do you think that?
What are they gonna do now? Oh no! What's this show doing? They're gonna hang her off the building. No way! Dude, what is this show?
Back in Beluga.
No way! Oh my God! They're gonna really throw her off the building? What kind of show throws you off the building? You're kidding me. They're gonna throw her off the building. If her sister doesn't answer the right question, this show's twisted. Did they really throw her off the building? No, they don't. No, wait, this guy did fall off the building. What is this show? Yo, this game is. No, you're kidding me. They really do kill him off the building. They're gonna fucking kill Robbie if they don't get the right question. Oh my God, dude. What the heck is going on? All right. Let me get Robbie a link here. Robbie's gonna come in. Watch the show, guys. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Who's this guy?
Excited that Chris 150 organizations, Dr. Zeus, Sports Stars, and Globe Trotting. Take your time. Decide the category that you want to choose. What do you think?
Number 2. Globetrotting. Globetrotting, right? I'm asking
Give
my
some
help.
advice.
I got my
Who you
help
got?
over there, and I'm
Okay, you got
asking
your
them.
support
so,
team over there. What do they say? What do you think?
You know what? I think I'm gonna go with Globetrotting.
Globe Trotting.
Yeah.
All right. You like to travel?
Yes, I do. So hopefully I know a little bit something
Okay.
about this. If I don't, panic button.
It's right there for you.
You never know.
I'm going to name a country that shares the land border with only one other country. You tell me the name of the sole country it borders. If you can get 4 of the 10 correct, you'll win $5,000 and you'll avoid your downfall. You ready, guys, to see Robbi?
All right, the person on the rope can answer too. One dude in the clip that hit his wife drop. Oh my God. Damn, bro. This show's out of line right here. This is out of line. This is kind of like my idea for Poker Mountain, where the guy and the two people play heads up on the mountain, and then the loser of the mountain, you throw him off the mountain, and you kill them. So I think that's would have to be like a fake show. Couldn't be a real show. Obviously, you can't kill anybody. But Robbie said she just posted. She said I just gave her the link. She's about to come in here and join in. The game show was canceled because they killed too many contestants. I can believe that. That makes sense. Robbie made a post. She said another day in the office. Depends on who you ask. 4 updates to report. Spent the afternoon at Hustler. Met with lead detectives. HG to submit concrete evidence to finalize arrest for BS. Twitter messages from me. Employee info from Nick. Photos from the LA Times coming soon. Did I pass or fail? Lie detector results are in and attached. My mobile records submitted to LA Times for verification of zero communication with BS ever. BP22. Need more details. Here tonight here. So here we go. I don't like this whole on Twitter and the phone. This stuff doesn't show up for me. But yeah, she submitted her phone records to the LA Times. Ay, ay, ay. Poppy is dark. Am I dark right now in here? Let me see. So the tests are in. Here we go. This is a confidential lie detection test report from Las Vegas Polygraph and Investigations, computerized polygraph service. James Hanna is the examiner. No deception indicated. So it looks like no deception was indicated right here. She's referred for a polygraph examination by her PR company, Erico Communications, to determine her veracity of truth to the pertinent questions listed under Section 3 of this report, specifically whether during the Hustler Casino live cash game poker she did cheat by using devices and or conspiring with anyone to gain an unfair advantage. It said there's a pre-test interview. I don't know if we see the questions or not. The questions were you using any cheating devices while engaged in the Hustler Casino live poker game? She answered no. Did you cheat in any way during the Hustler Casino live poker games? No. Did you conspire with anyone during the Hustler Casino live poker games to cheat? No. Is the opinion of the examiner Robbi Liu was being truthful to the investigation? Target questions during testing, global analysis of the physiological data revealed it was sufficient interpretable quality to complete a standardized numerical analysis of the test results. Analysis was performed using the following techniques. And then, yeah, so it looks like the results are in, and you are not the father. So there you guys go. Let's talk with Robbi about it right now. We got Robbi checking in the office. Let's get her in. Dun, 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 dun.
Hey, sorry, let me connect.
All right, guys, we got Robbi joining in. Everybody in the chat, welcome Robbi. People said Garrett's in shambles. The 100% case closed. No, I don't think Garrett's in. Calm down, Garrett. All right, guys, joining us from the house in LA. We got Robbi Liu in the house. Maybe a little bit lag though.
Can you guys see? I could probably connect through my computer because then I can't see all you guys. I don't do Google Meet. But can you see me?
I can see you. Yeah. Just a little bit of a laggy issue going on.
Let me see. All right, let me call in from my computer. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
Robbi calling in. Dun, 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 dun. Free Robbi. The chat's fired up. What do you guys think, chat? The lie detector test results are in. No cheating. How much faith do you put in that lie detector test? I personally don't know anything about a lie detector test, so I don't know if this means anything or not. I got to do more DD, some more due diligence about the lie detector test. Dilpus Kush says no faith. What do you guys think? Paw Dog, your question to Joey. Thank you. Bean says case closed. Someone says just popped. Calm the fuck down. What the hell is that? It's FUD. Not guilty. Free Robbi. We love Robbi, the chat says. I always believe that. Innocent. Garrett's turn. Good news. Exonerated. Case closed. Let's move on. Fired up. The chat has got all the answers in here. Poker Joker, you rock bringing her in. She looks amazing. Get her back in here. She's coming back in here, guys. That means nothing. Another comment said, okay. A lot of polarization in the comments out there, guys. But yeah, they only asked 3 questions. What do you guys think? Should there have been more questions? 3 questions. I mean, could it have been more specific? Did you know, work with the guy? I mean, I guess that is the question, right? Did you conspire with anybody? I guess you don't need to be specific. You're just saying anybody. It don't mean just Ryan. It don't mean Ryan. It don't mean DJF. It's basically saying anybody. Did you work with anybody there that works for Hustler Casino Live? Doesn't really say Hustler Casino. I guess it's implied that it's Hustler Casino when it says Hustler Casino Live, but what do you guys think about the question? Was the questions enough? Or should there have been more questions? Chat say 100% innocent. Doug Maverick said, I think poker players are going to have to reckon with what they've created. They purposely recruit people who don't make sense. Then they are surprised when they don't make sense. Yeah, I think that's a fair point as well, too. SGD with the 698. Let's go, Robbi, Crybaby Garrett, and Hippo D. But I guess you're not a fan of Hippo D. Yeah, dude, what the hell? How do they get these nicknames? I guess Robbi gave them nicknames, huh? MX Richards, love the tech, Joey. Thank you, MX Richards. I don't know what that means. I'm not sure what you're loving, but... how many lie detector tests did she take? I think this is the only one. JR says there are more in questions. They just weren't included. So there are more questions. Okay, the following pertinent questions were asked. What do you mean? Where are the rest of the questions at then? So let me see. Who gave the test? It looks like the test was given by James Hanna. So let's go tap in with our guy James. How do we get James on the show? If anybody know James Hanna, please hit him up and get him in touch with me. James Hanna, LIC number 1066. I don't see anything for the guy. James Hanna, NVPIPE. Here we go. Okay. We got a LinkedIn from my guy, James. Looks like he has been administering polygraph tests since 2007 as a licensed and certified Nevada polygraph examiner. I am also a licensed private investigator, have been since 2001. I currently own Las Vegas Polygraph and Investigations. So why don't I hit this guy up and let's get him on here and see. Somebody get in touch with this guy. How do we get in touch with our guy, James? So he worked with SIU Insurance or Hub Enterprises. I was signed to the state of Nevada. Okay, from 1997 to 2007. I was the director of corporate security for ETT Gaming and Terrible Herbst Oil Company. I managed loss prevention, internal investigations. I mean, listen, the guy seemed pretty legit from this resume right here. A graduate of the Baxter School of Lie Detection. You're kidding me. Michael B., I think the lie detector test should have been recorded so we could all watch and judge. For me, the winning thing with her and Brian, too sus. Yeah, I think other people feel that way too. So yeah, guys, listen, let's try to get our guy James Hanna on the line. I'm going to message this guy right now and see if we can get him on the show. Try to learn. I need premium? What is this? I can't message the guy without premium? You're kidding me. Can someone that has premium message James Hanna and try to get this guy on the show? So there you go, guys. The lie detector test results are in. And they passed. 4 connections. It was made yesterday. No way. There's no way it was made yesterday. You're kidding me. His phone number is on the document. Oh, really? Is that true? Oh, right here. Oh, 702-326-2651. Okay. We got his number. Let's call him tomorrow. We're going to call him up. Shout JR. All right, 702-326-6251. Waiting for Robbi to come back. She said she's setting up her computer right now. Oh, here we go. Okay. His email, Las Vegas Polygraph. I'm going to send my guy an email right now. We are sending you an email. We want to get you on the show, sir. To Las Vegas Polygraphs.com. Or wait, what the fuck? What is his name? No. Las Vegas Polygraph at gmail.com. Perfect. Hi, James. I would love to invite you on my call-in show that we are doing covering the Robbi Lou investigation. As we saw, you gave her the lie detector test today. would love to find out more about how it works and how reliable it is. You know, if you would like to come on. All right, guys, we just hit them up. We're emailing them right now. Let's see if we get a response tonight. You never know. Sometimes you get lucky. You guys know we're running well. So let's see. We gotta go hit this guy up. See what it's all about. But yeah, waiting for Robbi. Where's she at? Robbi, come back to us. Robbi, come back to us. Robbi. Give him a call right now. Do you think his phone is off? His phone's probably off. It's 9:50. All right, Tom Dwan. I think he's gonna check in too. Guys, should we get Tom Dwan on with Robbi? Robbi requested Tom Dwan, so if you want to lock in, then we'll lock that in. You'll need us at, what did Dennis say? Thanks for the entertainment, Joey. This is fucking hilarious. I mean, listen, you never know. You never know. Okay, guys, listen. Back in the house officially is Robbi. Checking in from the house in LA, it looks like. Robbi, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you guys in the chat. Please, on YouTube, on Twitch, please welcome Robbi back to the show. Let us know if the audio is okay. And Robbi, listen, we just saw your Twitter post, and we went through the lie detector test. We emailed the polygraph guy to get him on the show to get his opinion on what took place. And the chat, so a lot of people in the chat seem to be on your side that this really means something to them. So first of all, welcome back. And how's things going? It seems like you had a real busy weekend, a really busy day with everything that went on with the casino and with the charges. And, how's it going?
It's going good. Thanks. I actually can't see you, so I'm going to pull you up on this so I can see you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, you can just pull up the video.
Yeah, I don't know why, but
well, my basically my webcam works on my OBS, which is what I live stream on. So I have I have this other camera here. I just got to plug it in so that way I've never tried it before using two camera. So I think the best way is probably just to pull up like the YouTube and then have the video on another screen or something like that.
I see what you're saying. That totally makes sense. All good.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll try and get something down. Okay. I've had a really productive day. I'm trying to remember what I just posted. I just posted that. I know that. So just to go down it, I'm a little like, I don't know. I guess I just caught a little bit of what Bill Perkins was saying, and he is anyway kind of like shell shocked from what he was saying. I find him a lot different than I think I expected. So I have to kind of revisit a couple things I was thinking about. Calling me the bully when I think that's exactly what he came off as. I found a lot of offense to what he was saying. And I think just to start off right away, it's amazing that I get so much support from those that I think kind of understand what I've been through in the last 2 weeks. And to say that I'm chasing this for like fame and clout when I was through in a situation I wanted nothing to do with, when I didn't ask for my name to be run through the mud, when I didn't ask to get, people famous is one thing, infamous for something that you would never want to be recognized for. There's always going to be a scar to my name. There's always going to be a stain there, regardless of how much I'm vindicated with the practices or the actions that I take for myself or for others that I'm forced to take because I have to somehow tell the whole world that I'm not guilty. It's unbelievable that somebody would think that I would be chasing fame and that I wanted this. And it's extremely offensive that you would pull out a friggin' game show that I was on when I was like 20 or some shit. Maybe I was 18. I don't even know how old I was. I was a friggin' kid and I was an identical twin. I just moved to LA and I was asked from my husband's, one of his agents that were one of his clients to please get on a game show because they're looking for twins and it'll be a fun way to make money. And when you're that young, you're like, sure, I'll do it. And to say that like I did it for friggin' fame is fucking insulting. And then also to say that I wanted this, I want nothing to do with this. And to be honest, Joey, no offense to you, I don't even want to be on your show. I'm out here trying to defend myself.
Right.
I'm not on anybody else's podcast. You would be amazed at the podcasts I have turned down. And if fame is what I wanted, I would have been everywhere right now, on every single screen, on every single page of every single friggin' newspaper. I picked one newspaper, which is a local newspaper. I picked one podcast, which is yours. And this is not what I'm chasing. I'm trying to vindicate myself. I'm trying to tell the whole world that I'm innocent, because right now I'm guilty. And that's really the fact of it. And this is a really toxic industry that I chose to kind of jump into after a very, prolific career. I mean, it's embarrassing for me to even answer to my colleagues that are calling me from Switzerland and Germany and saying that they're following me and they're proud of me standing up for myself and my rights. But they're seeing my name running through the mud. And these are professionals that are in the biopharmaceutical. There's chemists, there's doctors, there's physicians, they're people that I used to deal with on a daily basis that would never treat any woman, let alone man, like this. And it's amazing to think that I'm doing this for fame. If I wanted to do this for fame, I live in friggin' LA. Never once will you ever see me wanting to go to acting school, having done an audition. And trust me, as an identical twin sister, you get a shit ton of opportunities out here. So I'm sorry I'm getting angry, but I'm just like, what the hell did I just walk into? And I was just catching like little sound bits of it. Because somebody said, hey, you got to get on. Like, they're talking a lot of shit about you, which is fine. I've been really used to that over the last 2 weeks. But it's like, what the hell, to jump on and listen to two men I've never even heard before. They know nothing about me, and they've already deemed me to be guilty because the fact that I said I was crazy and that I'm acting up over the last 2 weeks. How do you expect a woman to be, or a man to be, or anybody to really be? I mean, I'm going through something that literally nobody that's in your chat group, or even you yourself, Joey, will ever experience. It brings me to tears, and I don't want to cry about it, but like, it's one of those things that is like, how the hell can you ever blame or ever accuse somebody of really what I've done or what they think I've done, and then also like continue to roll their like name through the mud by saying that they wanted this, like I asked for this? It's the most offensive and ludicrous thing I've ever heard. So first and foremost, I did not want to come on this podcast upset and heated about that, but it's a really painful thing to hear when I've been through a lot of pain.
Yeah, I mean, so you're basically saying, right? I mean, you weren't famous before this. You've been in LA for a long time. You're saying if you wanted to get famous, you would have done it a long time ago. And you going on that TV show, right?
I would have done it the easy way if that's what I was looking for, and I would have been on every single newspaper and podcast right now if that's what I was looking for.
Right. You wouldn't be. You'd go on Joe Rogan, or you'd go on or something like that. Right? Not necessarily say Joe Rogan, but you'd go on bigger podcasts that are very popular, that have nationwide reach. You know, my podcast is Poker Niche, right? You know, people watch it in poker, but it's not as big as a Lex Friedman podcast or a Joe Rogan podcast. And you're saying that you're getting invites to do all sorts of media like that. So if you were after the attention and you really wanted to get yourself out there, then you're saying that you would go really take advantage of it and go everywhere you could.
It's just amazing. And and to think that this is the only way that people thought that I'd want to do this. And then also, how could I ever suspect that something like this would happen? Like, right. I just don't get it. I'm in LA. There's so many more things I can do. And there's so many more other ways that I can make myself appear that could in theory be infamous, which is not a good way to be known to the world. That are far more, I could reach far more audiences in far shorter time with a lot less embarrassment for my family members and the people that I have worked with, my colleagues. Like I have high school teachers calling me, and really all of it is in support, but they're just sad for me. I'm sad for myself. This is freaking ridiculous. My twin sister wants zero exposure. Everyone's like, when is she going to come out? She wouldn't come out for anybody, let alone this. Like, she just doesn't care, to be honest. She finds it like amazing that this world can even be like this to me. And she's like, you're going to get through this. You always do. It is what it is. And she wants no part of this. I could make a lot of this. And I sit there and I'm thinking, should I take the way that I've been treated into the mainstream and tell the world how I've been treated and actually make something good out of this? And I very well may. But if anybody thinks I'm doing it for the fame, it's quite possibly the most ludicrous, outlandish, ridiculous way to do it. And I need to get a new publicist if that's the case, because there's other ways to get the fame that I'd be seeking. And even then, I don't know the ending of the story. I don't know where I'm going with the story. I don't know if it's going to end well for really anybody involved. So I don't know what the hell anyone is talking about when they're talking about fame. And I don't know. I have to think about, I mean, you might have to get Bill Perkins back up on here, because I don't even know if I would ever ever even sit in front of a man who speaks to me like that or speaks of me like that. I don't know who Jay like Fibber or Farber or Fable is, but like, I mean, I hope I don't even know what he looks like, to be honest, but like, Bill Perkins and I were talking yesterday a little bit, like text messaging, and I'm just like, these guys are really feeling themselves. And I honestly, I don't know what that was all about, and maybe I didn't catch all of it. So I can't really in its entirety judge what that was all about. But man, I mean, I've been through a lot these last 2 days, like, and it is, I'd like to know anybody who would have signed up for that.
Right. So you're saying that the position you're in now, while you're getting attention, it isn't the kind of attention that, because I've been seeing, like I said, I've been tagged in a lot of tweets that you posted on Twitter, and I feel like I'm reacting like very angry to people around me because I feel like I've been getting attacked for the last 2 weeks because the attacks on you, the attacks on Garrett, the attacks on, I am getting some attacks actually. I am getting attacks. Other people are getting attacks as well. And the comments I'm seeing on Twitter, on social media are disgusting that people are saying. And yeah, I can't really imagine what that's like to feel like. So a lot of times when you're on here, I feel like I am maybe sticking up for you, and I am defending your point a lot to a lot of people that come on here, and people say, you know, why do I do that? It's because I've been seeing these attacks, and this shit, it's messed up, it's fucked up, it is pretty right, like it's gross, man. It's a crazy world, the internet, the crazy world of social media. Like you said, right? Is it Twitter? I don't even know if it's necessarily poker. I think it's just kind of like the internet these days, and these polarized cases.
Joey. It's pretty bad. And I will say, I don't know if you've noticed a couple of like messages that did come through Twitter, and so, a couple of those messages that came down were really like
morning, guys.
Tom, Robbi asked me earlier for Tom Dwan to come in.
You don't know who I am. I'm a guy. I play a little poker, and nice to meet you.
Yeah, you got a little FaceTime before I had a chance to meet you. So, but I will say this, and I was just in the middle of something, Tom, and then we'll let you talk, is that I saw a couple of tweets that came down from some pretty reputable people in poker that are just tired of this, and they're like, these last 2 weeks have made me just want to quit poker altogether. Right. And I think that and I understand that this is also in light of a couple of scandals that have been coming around, and so like I might be like just adding on to existing like, and you know, an existing issue that really maybe was never resolved in the last one. But at the end of the day, these are your own peers saying that this industry itself is very, very toxic. And I thought I came from one that was like, I mean, that was a saint of an industry next to this one. And maybe it's the disparity in genders. Maybe there's also like a little bit too much competition of too small of a percentage on the top that also hate each other. I hate to say it, but like the people that talk about each other.
I think you're right.
I mean, you guys like think you're friends, and then I hear like literally your top peers tell me not to talk to the other person, and I'm like, I thought you guys were homies. It's just like, I'm like, what is happening here?
No, I think you're right. Everyone's infighting.
Like, you guys don't like each other. How do you live like that? How do you wake up in the morning and feel like anybody can have your back? The top 0.5% of the poker industry freaking hate each other, but they feel like they need to band together to attack the rest of the world, like the rest of the poker people or anybody interested in playing. So you're going to completely eliminate the bottom 25 because they're just trying to have a good time. Then you've got like the middle 50 that will, like, depending on the experience that they have with a player at the table that may or may not be a pro, may or may not come back. And then like the top, like, you know, like you've got like maybe like the somewhere between like the 90 to 75% on the top, like that are trying to get up with the Joneses, and they just can't ever get there because the Joneses hate each other too. And it's like, I don't know what I threw myself in, but I threw myself into all of this, became a victim before I could even like acquit myself or even give anybody a reason to. And I know this lie detector thing that I sent out from a really reputable guy who actually has a very high level of clearance with the government is gonna do two things. One, it's gonna make the people that support me feel validated. Two, it's going to make those who don't support me continue to not support me because they'll just say that it's a test that I didn't do through a third party, or that lie detector tests aren't valid, and that's why they're not admissible by court. And it's like, I don't even know why I did it. I to be honest, I started to believe you guys. I'm like, wait, hold on, did I cheat? And now I feel like I self-vindicated myself by taking
Robbi, supposedly you wanted me on to ask you some tough questions, right? Because if you want to just speak, I don't need to be on here because I needed another coffee. But
go ahead.
No, because I think your start of that premise was right. Poker's gotten too small. Everyone's like infighting. That makes sense. The part about you not liking the publicity, to me, that might seem a little bit bluff. I think you like it at least a little bit, right?
I mean, look, I'll be honest with you.
A little bit, right?
Well, here's why. I was on Hustler Casino Live. Yeah, I wanted to be on there to prove my poker skills. Oh yeah, of course, I like a publicity to some degree. But do I want it to this degree? And did I want it in this way? And think about it this way: how will I be remembered? There's only one way that the whole world will remember me, and that is through this scandal. Like,
but why do you think it's a scandal, right? Like, I called it a scheme.
You guys have already decided that I'm guilty, and I have to pretty much just sit here and prove myself innocent. And I'll be honest, you're not going to believe me. I know you're not. You're never going to believe me. There's a couple people.
Well, let's talk about that, right? If you want to have questions, I'll ask you them, right? I called it a scheme. Why do you think I did that?
I don't know, Tom. Please do tell me why you called it a scheme.
Do you agree there was a hidden financial relationship?
It wasn't hidden. And you know what? Do you ever tell everybody who stakes you or backs you at the table?
So yeah, I've had people have pieces of me. Usually everyone knows. If ever there's a doubt, then usually that's explained. But if a weird hand happens, then usually you show much more transparency.
But I did. We
On
did.
that note,
We told,
on
and in
that
fact, the
note-
producers knew. The producers knew. I
That's
got
not
a
what's been
call
told to me.
from Feldman.
That's not what's been told to me, but that's getting into
Okay, well,
season.
I have no problem with Feldman coming on here, and he knows this.
Regardless,
I
can
got
we
a
just
call
follow
from
up gently?
Feldman, and he said, "Hey, Jacob's going to be playing today," and I was like, "No, he's not." He's like, "Well, he agreed to," and I was like, "Well."
Yeah, I've heard this story. I don't really believe it, so can we just follow up gently? So this
Well,
is.
then I don't see why I'm talking to you, Tom. Because if you're not going to believe the
Because
things
I'm
we
trying
say,
to. You said you want tough questions, so let me give you one or two.
yeah,
right?
but if you're not going to believe them anyways, why do my answers matter?
I'm gonna just give you tough questions, explain gently. So the ace queen, yeah, you can leave it right here is good, thanks. The ace queen was a little bit goofy, right?
Mhm.
Like, were you guys playing 100% hard at each other or no?
No.
Okay.
I wasn't playing hard
So
with
can
him,
you-
but
so
I
can
was
you-
calling it down because
So can
I
you
had a decent,
understand
and then
when
he
some
was
really
in
crazy, when some really crazy hands happen after a hidden financial relationship and people not playing hard at each other, people might have a few doubts.
Okay,
That's
but
all.
here's the thing.
Yeah, but we
Let's
already
not-
talked about the collusion stuff before. I mean, they already talked about it. We had Rip on, we had Jacob on. He talked about it. We already talked about
Like,
that with you as well.
There's a friend at the table, or even somebody that I've just met. Like, you just play differently. It's a natural human instinct. When you're not a pro,
that's
you
not
don't
really
get that
accurate.
you're not supposed to. And I will be honestly, I've seen thousands of people do that. I don't think I've actually played with
Me
thousands.
too.
Hundreds
Me
of
too.
people
I've
do
seen that.
Hundreds.
Yeah,
so
you, I
what,
guess
what's the
you
question?
already
So
did
what's the
100,
what's the question then, Tom? From that,
But
then?
hang on, Joey. So my point is, if something like that happens and then a few goofy hands happen, I've seen people that soft played. I don't think that's some massive crime, but then usually if a goofy hand happens, they're happy to explain. Or if someone has a story, for example, Julie Yorn. I think she's really nice. She had a story.
I'll be
It's
honest
not a
with you.
big
I
deal.
know Julie's not here.
And then you
I
just started
here to
yelling
give
at her.
a public apology to Julie. I'm sorry. Again, I felt extremely attacked. I felt nothing but attacked for 2 weeks. It's a defense mechanism. I'm not acting like myself. I'm acting fucking crazy. I think I'm actually going fucking crazy. And if anybody's known me before, I've never been crazy. I literally feel like I'm having a psychological break sometimes, and other times I feel like I have a lot of strength. These are emotions I've never ever had to deal with in my entire life. These are 2 weeks I never thought I'd have to live, and these are 2 weeks maybe you'll never have to live, Tom. So there's emotions I'm dealing with that I'm trying to just balance with my everyday life. I haven't been
That's
home.
fair. That's fair. I'm sorry you had that. I would like if I have a lot of stress, I like going for like extra walks, deep breaths, stuff like
And
that.
trust
Sorry
me,
you're
I
going through
tried. I
that.
took a 2-day break over the weekend, got a massage. It's really hard. The whole time in the massage, I was like waking up from a nightmare. Like I would literally wake up and be like, "Oh my God, my life is actually a nightmare. I'm not just having one." While I
So when Julie was questioning you, right? To me, it seemed like you felt a lot of threat because you were trying to explain that there was 20,000 as opposed to 5,000. I don't know if somehow there was some, it mattered to someone that there was 20,000 or what. I don't know. What I know is I heard from, a few people I trust that it seems like it was 5,000. Who cares? To me, these kind of things aren't a huge story. But it seems like if anyone pokes a hole in stories of yours, you just get very, very angry.
But
and
it's not a relevant story, and I'm apologizing to Julie publicly, and I will apologize to her personally. And it is not relevant to the crisis I'm dealing with. And if I'm gonna break down your character on every table that you've been in and the way you behave with other people, just because the spotlight is on you unfairly, then I'm sure we could find flaws on literally everybody that's listening.
I mean, you realize that's happened to me, right? Like when Black Friday happened and the poker sites were shut
And guess
down.
what? Was I part of the group that did it to you? No. So there's a lot of unfamiliarity with all these people that are attacking me. Like I don't have anybody. Well, that's not true. I have a lot of the pros that I've met and known and stuff that are supporting me and, you know, writing me messages, giving that level of thing. And I will forever. I will probably name all of them once this is done and said, because they were there from the very beginning. But I will say that, like, this is a really difficult thing to be jumped into when not only the eyes of the poker community are on you, but the eyes of the world are. Like, poker has now extended and gone past the reaches of people that even know what hole cards mean.
Right.
And the messages I'm getting are, like, just from people lending support, and, you know, those that don't get it, they think it was, like, so fucking sick, and then those that, like, do get it and are like, I'm so sad that you're dealing with this and going through this, and everyone's seeing it from a different set of eyes, right? And, like, from a different country, so their idea of what's really happening is a little bit different, from different industries, so their perception
I can relate to that some, Robbi. I had that when
that's
the
not
US
anything
government,
that you guys have ever dealt with. When
that's
things
not really
happen
true,
to you,
Robbi. The US government came at the online sites and
but
a lot
I
of people
didn't do it to
thought,
you. And that's
a lot
as
of
simple
people
as
thought
it
I
is.
was part of some Ponzi scheme, full tilt, part of, you know, I had tremendous amount of pressure and I was under a microscope and these kind of things happen, right? So my point is when there's some hidden stuff, some whatever, and some people want to say, hey, this Jack 4, it's very weird. People want to question, that seems fair enough. And the fact that you don't come to that conclusion, I find that pretty odd.
I don't think the Jack 4 was crazy. Why do you think I gave the money back? I was embarrassed to win the hand.
That's not what I heard.
To win the hand
I heard you
with the
gave
Jack
the
4.
money back.
But you keep saying I heard, but did we speak, Tom? Like, did you and I speak? This, like, hearing through the grapevine shit is getting friggin' old. Joey, can you please moderate? Thank you.
Right. Yeah.
No, that's
I mean,
okay.
Tom,
I'd
let's
questions. Wait,
no,
Joey,
but
one second.
I mean, we can
No, Joey. No,
let
Joey.
people talk and be and
Joey, you
yeah.
told me tough questions, so let me ask a follow-up question.
Right.
But you're asking questions.
I would like,
literally.
Robbi, I would like to hear your story around why you gave this money back, but I would like to also present conflicting evidence, right? Because I've heard from 2 other people that were there. Garrett,
Give me their name.
What?
Oh,
Garrett
you
Adelstein
heard
and
from
Ryan.
Garrett? Oh yeah, let me answer to him because
And I've heard that you wanted this to be swept under the rug. Now, I'm not sure if that's true. But to me, it sounded really
spoke to
credible.
Nick Bertucci today, which I would like to speak about because that's the more.
Right. Yeah. We got to talk about what you have in your tweet, right? Because the lie detector, what happened today. I mean, I want to figure that stuff out first, and then we can get into the.
And I could let me do this for you, Tom, because I think your time. I think your time is limited, and I appreciate you being on here.
Right.
If you want me to ask her tough questions, I will. If it's just going to be her speaking about things that seem doubtful to me, then I can come back later. I'm not trying to cause a problem. If Robbi did nothing wrong, great. I'll help.
Tom, if you and I want to speak, I can get that out of the way, and then if you want to come back and ask me questions on the follow up of what we spoke about, because I think people are tired of hearing the same shit. I don't know.
I mean, that's not what I've heard. What I've heard is people are tired of hearing the stories, right?
Okay, well, guess what? I'm a trilogy in a single book, and I don't have to be perfect, and I doubt you are too.
The ace queen's a little weird, right? The Jack 4 is
it's not that
obviously
weird.
crazy.
People do it on the freaking on the felt all the time, and don't tell me that you haven't played slightly different when you know somebody at the table.
And
Maybe earlier on in your play, but you have to understand. I just started competitive poker in 2021. In fact, I have a photo from the very first day I sat at a friggin' tournament room, and it was at the Venetian in June 2021. I don't know why I'm even explaining that. My point is, I'm not trying to act like I'm a dumb, naive person, but you have to get acclimated to the fact that you've got to stick to the game when you're playing with people. And he was not supposed to be in that table that day. In fact, I specifically asked for Jacob not to be playing with me that day. I specifically asked that.
I think you're a lot smarter than a lot of people believe, okay? So I'm not trying to question that. I'd just like to ask a few other questions about at the poker table, right? One is this ace-king, ace-8 hand versus Eric Persson. I think Eric Person's quite good at poker. He had a feeling that you were going to call if he went all in. Do you think you would have?
I don't remember that. I'd have to go. You'd have to. I don't know if you want to pull it up, Joey.
I mean, you raised the turn to like 50,000, 45,000. Like, I don't know. Do you normally play games where you raise for 45,000?
Yeah, it was basically.
I play games how I want to play games. It's not your business. Like at the end of the day, do I play the way that you in the poker community wants you to play, or do I play the way I want to play? I play the way I.
Okay. Can I ask one other follow-up, which is, have you ever played poker and like tried to kick someone under the table to signal them?
What?
I just had heard you play a $5, $10, and we're trying to kick someone under the table to signal them. So I'm not sure. It might be true. It might not be. But has that ever happened?
No, I've never kicked anybody under the table to signal them, and I would have to know them, wouldn't I?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I had heard of someone you knew, but okay.
Okay, who is that then, Tom? Lay it out.
No, it's on them if they want to.
It's all out there. You know what I can't say this on somebody's like, well, 3 people told me this, and then I heard from 2 people that they told me this. Like, who are they? Let's bring them out.
When you do like the lie detector stuff, would you ask those things in the questions? Like the Julie question, the other
We
poker
could pick
one?
3 questions in a lie detector test. The 3 are actually, I don't know, did you see my tweet?
Yeah, I saw 3 questions were, the questions were you using any cheating devices while engaged in the Hustler Casino live poker games? And you said no. Did you cheat in any way during the Hustler Casino live poker games? And you said no. Did you conspire with anyone during the Hustler Casino live poker game to cheat? And you said no. And the test came back that it was no deception indicated. And yeah, I mean, it all looks like it checks out according to the scoring system. I mean, one of you guys out there may be a better scoring system reader of lie detector tests, but you guys tell me. It appears that this means that you passed, and you passed well. So.
Oh, cool! Congrats, man. That's cool. Good job.
Yeah.
Congrats.
So,
are you going to take Eric's and Nick Bertucci's also, or no?
What's that? I actually talked to Nick Bertucci today. I don't know if he's doing it in his investigation anymore. The investigation has now moved to a third party, and it might take another, I think, like the side of Hustler Casino Live. Now they were trying to be fair and balanced and include third parties to come in and finish the investigation in case they find any external situations. But
So-
I was at Hustler Casino today.
can I ask you a question about the other day you were on here and you talked about how that you communicated with Hustler and they said that the employee Brian Sogbasal was, he also ended up, you said he took other money too. Was that what you said? Or I was trying to get some clarification on that because on Twitter it seemed like that wasn't.
Open mouth over there, and I'm going to leave that open to whoever told me that, and if they are willing to come out and let me know. So the reason that nothing could be done for that is that you need really concrete evidence where you can actually see something happening in real time without any, I guess, blockage in the way as far as filming is concerned. But like one of the ways it was shared to me is like, if somebody is somewhere and then they leave and then something is no longer in that room, the idea is that they potentially took something from that room, but there was no actual evidence where they should have a video camera on that person taking that. So there was certain incidences like that that occurred in Hustler Casino, not only in the Hustler Casino live room.
Wait, is this about Brian?
Yeah.
So someone from Hustler told you that Brian did this before or something?
There were other incidences that happened at Hustler Casino Live that they could not get him for that were.
But how do you know of that? Because I think the casino and the production have both confirmed they don't know about that. So if that happened, how did you know of it and they don't, if you don't have?
There is a reason that I was pushed to kind of change there's 2 reasons. One is that I was able to see his prior offense record, whatever you want to call it, rap sheet, which is a lot more extensive than I was given initially on a single phone call. And 2 was that I was told that this is not the first time that he's done it, but they don't have proof to verify that.
But I have that confirmed from the casino and production that they didn't tell you that. So
Well, then let me see if I can have the person who told me come out and say it, Tom. But I'm not going to say that person's name unless they feel comfortable in telling me. And the reason is because they can't really use that in court, I guess, is the reason.
Because
But
to me,
if
it
they
would seem
said
the
that would
person-
help me to sway my decision that they can't.
I would think the
they
person that
can't
told you
neither
that
deny
would be
nor
told at some point.
confirm, but it is suspect for them. And if that would help me to make my decision, and it did, it was part of the reason and not the only reason, part of it.
I would think the person who told you that might be part of something. So I'd be curious to know who they
No.
were.
I mean, I don't, part of what?
I mean, if there was any scheme stuff.
You guys do know that Hustler Casino Live is separate from the casino, right? So there's like this weird disparity there where they're using the camera from the casino and Hustler Casino Live is separate. Like Doug Polk, for example, has the lodge, but he runs the whole lodge. He owns the lodge, and then therefore he can look at the cameras of the lodge. So there's no like middle third party situation where they have to go through. There's a big kind of like divide there at Hustler Casino. So it's like the cameras that are Hustler Casino Live within the filming room are going to be different from those that are externally outside of the filming room. So there needs to be a lot of communication, a lot of people involved in going through that film.
So
and then
you're
a lot
saying-
of people,
Can I ask one just direct yes or no? Did you ever consent to Beans recording a phone call of yours?
no. Did
Okay.
he
I
recorded?
just wanted to know that.
Look, I don't know what's going on with Beans. I mean, look, I shouldn't have let, I heard it again today when I was at the casino. I made a lot of mistakes these last 2 weeks in being too kind. And so, yeah, life is a lot more fun when you're a bitch. I will say that. It's like blondes have more fun and life is fun when you're an asshole. But being nice doesn't work in this industry. So there's a couple things I did too much that I thought was just me being kind. I was being nice to production. I didn't want their main actor to be sitting out for as long as he was. So I gave half my money away, feeling slightly guilty that also I should not have won that hand because I did think I was holding Jack 3. We are not going to talk about that anymore. Second being that, like, I did lend Beans $20,000. I had lent him $1,000 the week before, and he had given that back literally the next day. And then
So,
I lent 20. And
Robbi, whatever happened with this hand, I don't, there's people that I'm pretty confident have done shenanigans at the poker table before that the poker world still thinks are famous and whatever. As long as some lines aren't crossed where like people get pressured or shit I don't like, I'll play poker with you on TV in a year, whatever. I don't really care what happened with this Jack 4. It's the other stuff that's a bigger deal to me, So I think people are really focusing on that. I think if the truth of it comes out, whatever it was, that'd be cool.
I think it will come out. I mean, I don't like. There were no vibrating devices. They're going to probably uncover. I was waiting for the investigation to be done, and in the interim, I decided to do as much as I possibly can. I've literally done everything you guys have.
Well, Robbi, okay, so can you follow up? So with what happened with Brian today? So I know that you said you gave away your phone to the LA Times for message verification. So what happened with Brian? Can you just tell us
that those messages were not sent to me, that they weren't made up messages. So the detective is going to go through to verify that those are in fact his messages that he sent to me. That would be deemed actually a confession of his, so that we don't have to go through the court system to get a warrant, because that's a longer process. So because he's already confessed to me through Twitter messages, not text messages, I never actually called him from my phone. So that was one thing I did.
It was weird. Someone texted me that it was like you were patting yourself on the back for not actually calling Brian from your phone or something. Like
I didn't call him on my phone, which is like a really good thing. So now you guys don't have that on me, because thank goodness I didn't call him on my phone.
Wait, you called him on a different phone?
No, I never called him. I've never called Brian.
Oh, okay, sorry. No, because usually if I haven't called one, I would just say
okay, let me explain. He gave me he gave me his phone number within the Twitter messages and said, call me if you need anything, or like, I don't know what I would need. So I did not call him. I in fact gave the number to Joey-Ingram. The first thing I did was call Nick Bertucci and ask him if this was in fact his phone number, and it was validated that it was. Now you can always like Google someone's phone number. So I gave it to Joe and said, hey, if you wanted to call and see if this guy is full of shit or if he's real, here's his number. And Joe, you did talk to him, and it was him, and he did admit to sending those messages to me.
Yeah, I did speak to him. He said he posted the 2+2 messages. So what happened with him in terms of the charges that you mentioned being filed against him? So how did that work out?
Nick Bertucci was there as well, and he wanted to validate with the detective, and we were all on recording in like this fancy room at Hustler Casino, walked in by the general manager, Sean, who's wonderful. And we sat down and had this all fully recorded. And so Nick had to validate that his home address was his home address, and that all of the information that was on his prior record sheet, that he had offense record sheet in front of him, was in fact true. And then from there, because of the confession that he received from my phone and the validation that he received from Nick, he's going to go and make the arrest. Now, obviously it's out there that this is happening, because he's like, this is a very publicized situation. So my intention is to go find him. He's like, but can you guys please lay off of me on the timeline? Because we're kind of like, when's this going to happen? Are you going to do it today? Are you going to do it tomorrow? Are you going to do it in the morning? Like, we need to let the whole world know. And he was like, can you guys just lay off of me? What's done is done. This is now in motion, and he won't be able to leave the country or the state or, drive his car without getting a ticket. There will be a warrant out for his arrest if he somehow finds a way to dip out. Now, I don't know. They were talking about how the lack of freedom makes people do different things, and we don't know how this person is going to respond. But as far as we know, it was enough information and evidence that he received for him to move forward with the arrest. And he told me it would be considered grand theft of a felony sort, because it was over $1,000.
So Harry Potter said, I'm going at you too hard. So sorry if, I think we should have him on. Just one last thing. Apparently, someone texted me, you call everyone with a burner phone or something. I guess it's because of that stuff you said.
No, I'm going to admit this, but super friggin' embarrassing. Ready? You guys ready for this? Ready for ready? Okay.
What about Harry Potter?
When somebody blocks you, which I have a best friend, and me and him fight all the time in New York. And we do this thing where we block each other. It's really friggin' petty, but we've known each other for a long time. The way to get a hold of them is to go into your settings, click on the app phone, and turn off your caller ID. And that way, everybody that blocks you, you can get a hold of. The problem is we'll forget to undo that, which is what I did with Darren. I call him Darren Beans that day. And I even told him that. I was like, sorry. He's like, you called me for a block. And I was like, oh shit, no, sorry. Long story.
That's funny. Okay. That makes more sense.
They won't get text messages, but they'll get your phone call.
Yeah, I use Burner to talk to people too. So I have like three other numbers besides my regular number. So, because I meet so many people, I can't give my real number.
I have another phone I never use, and it's a real phone number, but.
Yeah. So you want to get Geraldo? Chat. Tom says they want to get Geraldo in here. Do you want to get Geraldo in here? Because we're kind of going over some things. Harry Potter. Obviously, Harry Potter and Robbi. You know, they got. I don't know. They got something going on, right? In their questions and answers. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know what's going on with you and Harry Potter, but yeah, maybe we get him here. So I just want to make sure I go over everything you put down, Robbi. Okay, just to get through it before we end up going down some paths that who knows where we're gonna go. So you spent the afternoon at Hustler Casino. You met with the lead detective. You submitted the concrete evidence to finalize the arrest for Brian. You're saying that the charges are going through with Brian, and then you passed the lie detector test. We went over the questions. And so why were there only 3 questions? I think people were asking. They want to know, why weren't there more questions?
It was really hard. You actually sit down with the guy and you work through those questions together. So it was like I kept having, like, he was like, are you good with this? I was like, no, you need to say devices in one of them. And I was like, why is it only 3? He's like, that's how every lie detector test is. It's 3. And it takes 2 hours. You're actually like on this, I don't know if for those who've never been on it feels like you're on it.
Well, just explain to us what it's like, because a lot of people don't know what it's like. So why don't you walk through the chat?
I didn't look it up at all before, primarily because I feel like that would like mess with my brain. So I was like, he's like, I'm gonna explain to you exactly what it's like. And he's like, you sit in this chair, but first we talk for an hour. He's like, and we work out what 3 questions we want you to, he's like, and they do a research on you. He's like, so I did all this, hi Harry Potter. He's like, I did all this research on you, so I know what the issue is. He's like, I've been actually following this pretty close, like kind of intimidated that you're sitting in front of my chair. He's like, all 3 of the lie detector people that are my buddies around here were kind of like, I wonder which one she's going to call out of all 3 of us, which is interesting because there's not that many there. And they consider themselves all very highly licensed professionals. And he said, so I'm really happy that you picked me. And he's like, what we're going to go through are how do we make it the most concrete 3 questions that nobody can say, nobody can question. So if we don't get the full answer in one is a general version of the 2, and then the 2 are the more specific version of the general one. Then in between all of those, he has these control questions, ones that are like this law questions, like what's your name, right? So like I said, I'm Robbi Lou, and therefore not my sister Sam Wilson, which means that like obviously my sister couldn't take the test for me, which is a nice additional conspiracy theory that somebody was trying to throw on the side. Maybe it was a joke. But whatever it was. And then they'll also throw in things that like are a little bit, they're supposed to kind of trigger you. Like, how many times have you lied to your spouse, your best friend, your mom, whatever it is that kind of triggers you? What's the most expensive thing you've ever stolen your entire life? What's the biggest crime that you've committed? And you have to literally tell this person every single thing you've ever stolen. And what are you afraid of, or like, what have you done that was against the law? And you have to literally list it all. And then the question will be, and other than what you have told me, have you ever done anything that was against the rules? And then I'll be like, you know what? There was this one time that like, there's this one time that I got my dog and I told my husband it was buy one, get one free, but really I bought the other one too. And he was like, okay. All right, anything else? And I'm like, I snuck out of the house like so many times when I was younger, like from like 16 to 17. He's like, got it. Anything else? And I'll be like, and he's like, okay, are you ready now? I'll be like, yeah. And then I'll be like, wait, hold on. There's also this other time. And he's like, you have to get it all out because then you're not going to answer the question properly, because you have to say the answer to that question has to be no. So it takes a really long time. You're spilling your heart out to this person. And I don't know if that's like a way to get you uncomfortable. But you're like, I sit there and I was like, wow, I'm like a really terrible person. He's like, that's what I'm supposed to make you feel right now. You're supposed to be like, you're supposed to like sit there and be like, what the hell? Because he's supposed to be like, other than what you've told me, what else have you done that you're ashamed of anybody knowing about? And I'm like, oh, I've got a list. He's like, let's go through the list. He's like, you have to answer that question as no. You cannot answer yes. The answer cannot be yes to other than what you've told me. Have you ever done anything? And it's always something negative. Have you ever lied to anybody? Have you ever committed a crime that you didn't find out about? And then I'll be like, well, is a speed ticket a crime? And I was like, and talking on the phone, he's like, yes, those are crimes. I was like, okay, then those two. And I'm like sitting there, and you start questioning yourself. So I think that's why it takes a really long time. Then when you get down on the chair, he throws in those 3 questions that we just went over in between all of those other difficult questions where you build your beans, along with other control questions about like, and it's always something negative. How old you?
You gotta mute your thing, Pearl, Bob.
Oh, okay. As long as with things that are very obvious, like where do you live, what your name is, how long have you been married, couldn't get wrong. And I don't really know the rationale behind that, but you're very uncomfortable during that entire session, because I think I was thinking more so about the control questions than I was the real ones. And then you have a concentration thing where you're really only supposed to be answering the question that is given to you and not the one before it or after it. And if you were to start thinking about the one before it, after it, I think that would actually heighten
Damn.
you or something. It's a very, very awkward experience, and I would never wish that upon anyone. I hated every second of it.
Wow. Is that like so people in the chat have a lot of people taken lie detector tests. I've never heard of one taken before, so that sounds like a pretty intense experience. For all Bob, do you know anything about the lie detector test process? And because that sounds pretty intense, that whole griller for an hour beforehand, and then they get into the real questions, the real 3 that matter.
Sounds like almost every date I've been on recently. I would say I've never taken a lie detector test, but it does sound like a grilling kind of intense situation for sure. Did they prep you for it? Did your PR team, or did you talk? You said this yesterday that you they're telling you how to prepare for it. Was it more of just
this is how you're supposed to prepare for it. You're supposed to have 8 hours full sleep, which I didn't get. So I was a little I think that's a little reason I was heightened up too, because I was like so nerve-wracked about it. I didn't get enough sleep. You're supposed to be really, 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 really hydrated. And I guess if you miss a meal, it can really impact you. So I was like scarfing down a meal, going there, and I got there and I was like, damn it, I did everything wrong. And I even sat there. He's like, just take a breather. I was like, I didn't get enough rest. I didn't do this. I didn't do that. He's like, yeah, then we're just gonna have to let you chill out. And you're like, your fingers are attached to things. You got stickers on your hand. They have you attached to a thing here above in between your armpits, around your stomach. They've got something underneath your ass, and they said that's to determine so you can't tighten up your sphincter, because apparently that's a way to cheat the system. He made me take off my shoes so I didn't have a tack in there.
Oh, there goes the thumbtack move.
Yeah, and then somebody even told me a way to do it is some people pull their leg hairs, and I'm like, I don't even know how you could do that, because you're like this, and you're not supposed to move, and barely you're only supposed to breathe normally, but you can hear your heart rate because it's attached to this thing and to these monitors, and you're zinged with little electrical feelings that you're not really supposed to feel. I felt them. And it was kind of like a little jolt, but I'm telling you, it feels like a little electrical chair, and you want to be as still as possible with only your mouth moving. And I asked if I could close my eyes because I didn't know where to look, but he's like, find a focal point and keep your eye gaze there.
All right.
And then there's a thing underneath your feet too, because your feet twitch if you lie or something. I mean, there's no beating this thing. It was one of the most insane experiences of my life, and I could feel you can feel your body acting differently when you to the questions, and you're like, is that good or bad? It's there, and you see these lines going up and down, and you could hear it, and the whole thing was awful.
Did they ask you if you colluded?
No, did you see the 3 questions? Yes. I mean, in theory, yeah. It said conspired was a word that we used.
Oh, if you conspired.
So you beat it because you said no, but then before you said yes. So, sweet.
What?
He's basically saying that if you colluded with Rip, that technically does mean that you cheated. And one of the questions was, did you conspire with anyone else? Did you cheat in any way during the Hustler game? So people are saying that is cheating when you do that, and they're saying that when you answer no, then that means that, and it passed, right? So that's what people are saying. That because people in poker, they consider that cheating.
That's not cheating, and we didn't do it purposely. I did that as a natural instinct to playing with somebody. There was no purpose in me doing that. There was no intention.
Right. Okay.
Splitting the hand with him. I had zero intention or motive in playing the hand the way I did. I just didn't play it as hardcore as I maybe would with somebody else, or maybe I wouldn't play it that hardcore or anyone else. I don't know. But I had zero intention of that hand going any which way. and I was playing it with Rip, and we were just kind of laughing. We're having a freaking good time. I've been laughing with other people at the table when we play certain hands. I mean, it's not like I have any motive to win or not win that pot. I'm playing my hand the way I want to fucking play my hand. What's the big deal? And I'm playing it against somebody I know this time. I wasn't cheating anybody. I wasn't cheating myself. I wasn't cheating him. I was playing the hand that way I want to play a hand against a personality that I know. It was a natural instinct for me to play the hand the way that I did. Now, I don't know if I would play it any differently with anybody else. I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't. That was not cheating.
Oh, she left. I was going to ask, what if it was Harry Potter?
She probably would have wanted to stack Harry Potter. I'd want to stack this fucking guy too if he was asking me questions on the show all weekend. Guys, Robbi tapped out. We're gonna tap her back in here in a second. See what happened here.
I mean, I wasn't even. Oh, Robbi Lou.
Sorry, don't know what happened. Did you just
Robbi coming back in? No, we got you. We hear what you were saying.
Yeah, we heard you. Thank goodness. I thought interesting, and I don't, I know we've got like a nice good cop, bad cop, like little flirting, but mean flirting, nice flirting thing going here. But I thought something was interesting you said tonight. You said that the reason you gave the money back to Garrett was because you called him with Jack 4 and you felt bad and you were embarrassed. Is that right?
Yeah, there's a part of that. I like kind of revisit what I was thinking back there. And I remember just looking at him like, what can I do? How can I make this better? And I didn't know what he was really even fully accusing me of. And he was like, you can start by giving my money back. And there was a split second in my brain that thought, well, the fact that we ran it twice and I won both times was insane. Like, what, he couldn't win one street? And I thought, well, it would be kind of like he won one street. Like, it's not the worst. I get my half and he gets his half for a hand.
But it wasn't that you were intimidated or you were like kind of
bullied. No, I was.
In my case,
and I don't think no, but I was intimidated. Are you kidding me? I was cornered in this weird little hallway to the left of the cashier thing. I actually specifically went there today to see what that looked like. I'm like, yep, that's the place. I don't know if there's cameras in there. I don't think there were. And I don't know why we walked back there, probably just to get away from everybody because everyone's eyes were kind of on us through the poker room. Yes, I was cornered. I was intimidated. I didn't know what the hell they were doing. But there was a point where he was like kind of like towering over me. He's like with his little backpack on and just glaring at me down. And I'm like, dude, like what can I do to make this better? And what really pushed it for me, like, forget Garrett. I already knew he wanted to like murder me with his eye glaze earlier, but I looked at Ryan and I felt really bad for him. And maybe I have too much heart. Which I no longer will. I'm learning to be a bigger bitch, and I'm gonna do a really good job of that over the next few weeks. But like, I looked at Ryan and I felt for him. He looked stressed as fuck, and this is a man that I know works really hard for that production crew, and this is a really big night for him. And all eyes were on this, and it was like the most viewers, regardless of the incident that happened. And their star player, who has a billboard in front of freaking Hustler Casino, was in an alley feeling like he should have gotten money for a hand, saying that he wasn't going to go back in there. I was like, are you not going to go back in there? He's like, no. I was like, so, like, what can I do to make? And he was like, you can give me my money back. I'm like, so if I give you the money back, you're going to go back in there. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, Ryan, are you listening? This is ridiculous. And Ryan's like, I can't have any part of this. He heard it, but he's like, I cannot have any part of this transaction. And so I just kind of was like, so you're going to go back in there. And I was like, and you're not going to, and he was like, yeah, yeah. And I just thought, well, I guess it would be like splitting the hand if I won one of the runouts and he won the other one. Like, he's not asking for all of it. I know it's really ridiculous for people to understand that. But like, we've won hands that are $135,000 and it's never been an issue. In my mind, like, I'm not like it's just money, but like, it was worth the stress that it was causing people I respected in the production group for us just to get the F back in there. And I was already feeling really weird about being off stream for as long as we were. And I just wanted to get back in there. I was like, well, that's less time that we have for me to win the money back from him. Because in my mind, I was like, I'm going to get it back. And I had a little bit of anger in me, but I walked in there and I wanted to put on a brave face and like, just let it go. And I did have an attitude when I sat down. I had an attitude. I wasn't saying nice things about Garrett. I'm like, whatever. And Eric threw out the thing that he's like, why would you give money back to, he's like an ex-wife that will never be happy no matter how much money you give. Which we were all laughing about.
Do you think he reneged on the deal?
Well, you know, the reason he did was because Rip lost his shit and went outside. I do think he would have walked back in and played.
Oh, okay.
He was on his way in. But you're not going to go back in when it's like the Lions deck and Rip's calling you a fucking pussy. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, he's not gonna do that. He looked at me. He's like, I'm not going back in. So I understood that, but he walked away with my chips. I was like, but okay, the deal was that you would go back in if I gave you half the money.
Yeah, apparently it was the 5,000 and Rip yelling at him, or else he would have gone back in.
Yeah, he asked.
Then it was a big deal.
And then I got even stolen from. I've just been like re-victimized in this whole thing over and over again, and it just continues to be my fault.
Yeah, Bob, I mean, what do you think Robbi can do at this point in time? If she did the lie detector test, if you took the lie detector test and passed that test, then what else do you think that she could do to, besides what she's doing now, which is essentially repeat her story and talk about why she gave the money back and talk about the hand and then talk about it, basically just repeating both of those parts? What else can she do besides a lie detector test at this point in time, besides also being cleared by the independent investigation that's going on right now with Hustler Casino?
I mean, by being cleared, you're saying you're saying if they clear her, or you're saying they've already?
I'm saying if this investigation does clear her, what else can be done in the meantime or after that, where Robbi can do or say that would lead people out there? Because I mean, you've been playing a pretty hard devil's advocate, especially with people I've had on like Alex Jacob. So curious, what would it take for you to maybe start thinking about it differently?
Well, I think I think that absent of any information, I think people just have to assume that she didn't do anything. I mean, there's like my thing isn't so much what I think Robbi's guilty of isn't so much cheating. I think it's more of just like having this inconsistent story pattern of what happened and how it went down. And that's what I'm talking about when I come on here and be like, that part makes it seem like she's not very credible. Now, to answer your other question, the lie detector test is, I mean, there's nothing you can't prove that you didn't cheat. Like you can't be like, oh, we don't have a time machine to go back in time and look at everything. So she can't really prove that she didn't cheat. Mm-hmm. Other people can prove that she prove that she did cheat. Oh, cute doggy.
Who's that? Who's your friend?
He's my mini me. Doesn't she look just like me?
What's she called?
Xena.
Guys,
Xena.
Guys in Twitch, welcome Xena. Guys in YouTube, pretend that you're typing right now and welcome Xena in the chat.
So I got one, Joey, that I think would be pretty easy if you wanted it, Robbi.
Go ahead, Tom. What do you got?
Do you want that, Robbi? Just to like a clearer name thing?
Yeah.
If there's any investigations by like relevant authorities, would you just consent to them having access to your electronic records?
Oh yeah, totally, 100%. In fact, I forgot to ask.
Any relevant authorities, you'd consent to it?
Yeah, I already said this. I don't know who else to give it to. I thought about DP. I was gonna just give them my entire phone records. I have no shame.
What about would you submit to waterboarding?
the
waterboarding and proper electrical stimulation torture.
Would you consider Sean Deeb in a bedroom in his downstairs basement with Sean Deeb asking 10 questions? What happened here? You know?
4 days in Sean Deeb basement.
I'm gonna lay off of that a little bit now.
Yeah, we all saw the tweet yesterday or the other day you had Deshaun about he was coming on here and he talked about like a twin sister and a couple other things, and obviously you weren't very happy about that, and you responded in style.
It wasn't based on his size. I mean, if you've seen the game Hungry Hippos, they're all going after the food, you know, like it's like a food being, you know, it was an analogy based on all the information just to get some clout or some recognition, and it just so happens that people, you know, all right, whatever. It was kind of funny.
Yeah, you had the Hungry Hippo, Sean Deeb, aka Hungry Hippo, climbing up the troll ladder for attention.
Hungry for information.
Okay, hungry for information.
Like guys,
okay.
we've all been like I've been attacked.
Sean
Like I look like an artificial person walking around here half the time. So it's like it is what it is. I'm not offended by people that want to say that. It's like a little bit of a roast, and you guys do it to each other all the time.
True. That's true.
And again, I've been attacked like a crazy person these last 2 weeks. It's like what I can't like put up some nukes once in a while. Like I'm just trying to do a little bit something here. Like if I just keep letting you guys run me over, I can't win. I even got that feedback today at Hustler Casino. They're like, you can't be nice if you want to get ahead in this. Like you have to stand up for yourself, and you've got to be a little bit mean.
Mm-hmm. I'm worried for mean Robbi if what we've been getting is nice Robbi the last few months.
No,
I'm not sure I can handle mean Robbi. I mean,
you guys, I will back off if you guys lay off of me. I promise you. I mean,
no, I think
there's a lot of things I did here against my will. Who wants to take a lie detector test? To, like, be subjected to something before I'm even like, I'm not even wait till the investigation is complete. There's things I've subjected myself to that I don't even think that I needed to. No, this isn't a criminal case. You know, no one's forcing me to do anything, and it wouldn't really matter except to appeal to those that want me to take a lie detector test. So I'm doing things to kind of like vindicate myself from the public opinion being only the poker community, because I'm pretty vindicated from the world. I mean, I will say I would be happy to, I can't wait to submit. Like, if you guys saw the messages I got and the love I've received, that's the only thing that keeps me going. But those are the people on these podcasts that are attacking me. Those people are on the side, you know, cheering me on, rooting me forward, and wishing that I do a heads up with anybody just to see if I, like, I don't know, get lucky or win. I mean, whatever it is. But like, they're the people that you want watching you guys, because you guys don't have a big enough audience right now. And if you want to grow poker, appeal to the world. And like I've said this already, just be a little kind, and I'll respond with kindness. But I'm responding with the behavior that's being thrown at me. That's all I'm doing. I'm responding to the hate with a little bit of a defense mechanism that might be a lot of it for a lot of people. But I mean, like, I've been attacked for 2 weeks. There's only so much I can take.
I think you were mean to Julie the other day. I think
I
that's
was, and I think you missed it. I went on record here to say that I'm very sorry. And again, it was all based on the way that people had been coming at me, and it felt like a very, you know, side situation. I didn't know why she was talking about it. It didn't seem like relevant to what I've been going through, and I haven't even gotten past what I've been dealing with. And then I have her where I'm just like, what is happening? And I felt attacked. I couldn't really understand when and where what she was talking about. So there was like confusion as to what that was. And so it was too much all at once. And I had a freaking lie detector to take in like 6 hours. Like, it was a lot. Was it last night? 2 nights ago. And like, it's just one of those things where I don't even know what freaking day it is. I'm like, has it been 2 weeks since the incident? I feel like I haven't slept. These days are turning into 48-hour days. And it's a lot for one person to handle. And then I have like half the world that I haven't talked to, and even half the world, people in my world that I've known since I've ever been born that I haven't talked to, reaching out to me and wondering what's going on, like worried about me. You know, it's like I'm worried about me, and I can't even answer to those who are asking how I'm doing. I don't know how I'm doing, and it'll be different in 2 hours based on what I received from you guys. And so that's why I did go out of my way to do what I felt like I needed to do, even if I can gain 1% like support from you know, if you're looking at it on a pie chart, like, I'll do whatever I need to do. But it's a lot to take on, and it's not an easy task, and it's not cheap to get a PR company up and like have them figure out ways just to make things better for you, because you just can't even take that on when you've got to like deal with everything else that surrounds it. Like, is it worth to get off of Twitter? Is it good to be reading Twitter? Like, it's like,
right. I think it's always good to get off of Twitter in general. Right. You said that you would submit your phone to someone, just so you know, like, some of these investigators, if they have access to your phone, they can see like erased messages. They can like do like a proper dive of the phone, see exactly who you've been interacting with, even if you've deleted stuff. So just be aware of that. I mean, there could be something there that maybe you're not necessarily relevant to the cheating, maybe relevant to the cheating.
What is it that you guys want to go through? If you want to see
I'm out to tell you this.
Okay,
I didn't ask for your phone.
Through my phone to see who I've spoken to.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Right, but I'm just saying, if you hand someone, I'm just telling you this for your own benefit, not because I'm trying to trap you.
Yeah, I mean, like,
if you give a proper investigator. No, but if you give a proper
investigator, you hand me yours. Can we do that?
Yeah, I don't mind, but I'm saying if you give a proper investigator, like a proper person, your phone, they will figure out exactly who you were communicating.
Do you have something to hide? Do you think I have something to hide? I have nothing to hide.
I never said. First of all, why are you assuming that I did? I never said that. I was just.
Yeah, but like, why do you keep repeating yourself? I know exactly what an investigator can find. I'm not concerned about.
I wasn't repeating myself. I was trying to speak because you were talking over me. So that's what that was.
No, it's fine. I know what you guys are asking of me, and I've also realized now that
I never asked you to give a phone to anyone. That was someone else. I was just telling you as an aside. Yeah,
I wasn't asking. You were saying how to clear your name, or Joey.
I was saying it as an aside, just so you know.
Hey, I did a lie detector test, still not good enough. And what I'm starting to realize more than anything, nothing will be good enough.
I think the phone thing will go a long way, but I'm just telling you, you're not obligated to do any of it.
it's being brought up now that I've done the lie detector test. So next,
I just said something nice to you.
we'll be watching.
I was like, that's really strong because of the phone thing, because of what you said. I
don't think you have to do anything. What you should do is you should
got it,
ask for your money back from Garrett, because you said that you seem to think that you want the money back if you
He
weren't
gave the
cheating.
money to charity.
Okay, that's fair. So then he doesn't have to give you the money back because he gave the money to charity.
And what's interesting is that if you guys watched my Poker News interview with Chad Holloway, I did that interview the night before, and it was just.
I didn't watch it, so.
It tipped him off because that's what I actually recommended in that interview. I actually made it a fair game, and I said, we give half that money to a charity of my choice and half of it to a charity of your choice. And it was proposed way before he actually went and did it himself to 100% of a charity of his choice. So quite selfish there, because regardless, it was going to charity.
So you're not asking for the money back, is what you're saying, Robbi. You're not going to ask for Garrett. If he wants to give you the money back, he can give it back to you.
Garrett, so I'm not really sure how I would ask him.
Because there was like a big debate on Twitter today, like, what's it going to take for Garrett to give the money back? And I just said, well, maybe Robbi should ask for it. And then the response was, she's already.
He's going to give it back to me, Potter.
Potter? Does Potter think that he's? I don't know. I'm not Garrett. I try not to answer what I think other people will do, so I don't know.
I don't think he will. But if
I mean, you said you don't want the money, anyways, right? Charity's good. You're
well,
good with that.
what I proposed, he didn't listen to. So.
What's the proposal? The naked heads-up match?
No, well, that I'm still down for if you're down to do that, because I want you to get really uncomfortable and start like.
Yeah, I thought it was Garrett.
Wait. Who's playing the naked heads-up match? You and Harala, Bob?
I'm not playing. First of all, I'm not playing a naked
No, I
heads-up.
think you got. Listen, Bob. No, Bob. Listen, you grilled her so hard on these questions. I think that you are obligated to accept any heads-up stipulation that she challenges you to because of all these hard questions.
I'll play, but not for money, because money. I think we both established that money doesn't mean that much to either one of us. Yeah, Robbie's not correct.
Oh, I mean, like.
So I think we play a heads-up match, and the loser has to not only submit their phone to the relevant authorities, but also has to spend 3 days at Guantanamo/D basement prison, subject to his investigative
3
techniques.
days in John Deepe's
Hungry
basement.
hippo, water bottle.
I'd rather do naked. Let's get 8 people. Somebody like propose like the 9 people that should be at a table.
I don't. First of all, I'm not saying
10 people that should all be naked.
I'm at a poker table with 9 naked poker players.
Didn't Jungle Man did that before?
Why not?
Why not?
Why not? You scared?
You think I want to see?
All eyes will not be on you, Harry Potter. They will not.
I know where. It's not where other eyes are going to be. It's
Unless
where
you have
my
nipple.
eyes. Do you understand? I don't care what people are looking at me.
I
don't
also
want
think we should
other
sit
people.
on those sphincter pads that they had on the lie detector chairs, so that
Okay,
if
now
there's
we're getting
beads that are vibrating, that those can easily be detected as well.
What do you think happened in the chest, Robbi?
You know, I had to look that up. I have no idea, but that guy's an interesting guy.
He looks like the guy who was capping for you the other night.
Hans Niemann.
Very similar.
Who are you talking about?
Remember Alex the other night? Remember Alex Jacob and Harala Bob were going back and forth?
Nice.
Yeah, what'd you think about Alex Jacob?
I thought he was awesome. I thank him I thought he was very logical. I think he explained himself really well. I didn't know his background until after he got off. That was why I also had even more lack of sleep, because I was listening to him, and I think Deebs is on there as well. I would love to be with him on one of these and just thank him for his support, just like many others. I feel like he was the voice of everybody else around the world, and he was standing up to the bullies that are you and didn't stand down. I thought that was very cool of him, very brave of him, and I thought he made a lot of sense. I will say that I find that there's a lot of sense made from two sides often. Like, I still understand why Garrett was shocked. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't understand the emotions that come from both sides. And I can't sit here and say that I didn't look at that would it not situation and like do a double take and be completely shocked that he used would it not, and then so did I. I don't even know why I used would it not. I was told by one of the pros that that's a thing that happens in autocorrect. I never even bothered looking back at that, but there's certain things that surprised me that seem like kind of weird to be a coincidence. So I see both sides and the perspectives that people and the conclusions that each side get to based on what they see and the way they perceive anything that they're observing. So for me, it's not like I don't see two sides. I see them, but I would love to have Alex Jacob, I believe, on, but I think it would be an imbalanced podcast, I did tell Joey that it's nice to have like two people that hate me against me, and then Joey that's trying to be neutral but remain silent most of the time.
I don't hate you, Robbi. You asked Bertucci said wouldn't not also in some interview. So I don't think people reading into this wouldn't. I don't think that's.
I stepped in when I got to step in. Yeah, Bertucci on his show, he actually said the same thing. He said wouldn't not.
Yeah.
As well too. Okay. So maybe it's not. Maybe it's more common than we think, because now 3 people said it. So
I don't hate you, Robbi. I was asked by you to ask tough questions. That's all.
Yeah, this is actually this was a Robbi idea. Robbi said I haven't been on Tom Dwan.
Well,
I can't stand you. Just
Tom Dwan, Black Swan.
Listen, get in Sos on Twitch with the raid, guys. Listen, we're on YouTube, we're on Twitch right now. The chat's going crazy. Shout out Sam Abernathy in the chat, Julia Rose, all the good moderators. I gave you guys a little break here. I got Legion only chat right now, because anytime it's regular YouTube chat with 8,000 people in here, everyone's going to go crazy. So, Robbi, okay, so you have the Heads Up Challenge with Bill Perkins. He was just on here, talked about that. Are we going to see some poker?
Feeling himself hardcore. I didn't know what a dick he was.
Oh, you didn't? No. I mean, he's nice to me, but he was
joking when I said I don't care if you're Bill Perkins or Bill Clinton. I don't know who you are. I did follow. I used to follow. But see, here I am. Like I follow people. I don't even know who they are. I don't even know I was following him.
So are you gonna play this? Are you gonna play this guy in the $2 million heads up match? Like, what's the deal with this heads up match?
We were messaging while I was on the plane yesterday, and we were kind of like going back and forth about how to make that happen. I'm gonna have to talk to him. I think that's a fucking bully, and I don't feel like I want to support even giving him airtime. He thinks I want it, but I don't want airtime sitting across a man like that. So we'll have to revisit that. I got a lot of text messages while I was walking around saying FBP, don't play that guy, what a dick, what an asshole. And I'm like, who's BP? Like, and then for a second it hit me. And that's kind of when I decided to kind of just like get on. I was like, playing like with my dogs and everything. And I don't know, I have to, people often kind of change their attitudes when you speak to them in person. So I'll see how that goes. I don't feel like I want to support that type of behavior against anybody, let alone someone he doesn't know at all and is accusing me continuously and saying that the only way I'll win is through luck. That is one guy that is feeling himself really hardcore. He must be the most impressive man in the world.
He's up there. He's up there for sure. I like Bill personally. I don't know why. I think maybe there was like some tension there between the two of you, but yeah. Bill, if you knew Bill, Bill's actually a really, really good person. I don't know
if I want to know him. I think that's a problem here, but we'll see. I'll pick anyone on Heads Up if they have a minuscule amount of respect for humankind.
Good luck finding that in the poker world. I'll tell you that right now.
Sure.
Yeah, this has really brought out a pretty hardcore side of the poker world, guys, with the strong opinions on both sides, the arguments, the debates, the name calling, the fucking insults. A lot of people have been saying it's pretty disgusting out there. I got messages from people saying like, wow, I can't believe this is how poker world is, how poker Twitter is.
It's very tribal.
It's sad. I mean, now I feel like all of you guys kind of have a responsibility to kind of switch that around, and that's on you if you want to do it. I think, Joey, you try.
I've been trying for years. I mean, I've been trying since I started my content, and it seemed like it's been the same way, maybe only getting worse now with that regard. Yeah. So
I think you should play Schwan. She's nice.
Schwan Liu?
Remember Rick liked her? Yeah.
Oh, Schwan's one of my homies. I love her. She's a good girl.
I think, just play people you want to play, not people who are like challenging you. You pick who you want to play. That's how it works.
Yeah, who do you want to play? If you could pick anybody to play, who would you want to play?
I don't really care, guys. Whoever wants to play me, anyone that has a little level of respect, and I would want somebody to kind of respect if I was to win, and you can be a little bit of a hard ass if I lose, but like never be like, oh, you only won through luck. That's somebody that's really insecure. So I don't know what's going on with Bill Perkins, but he needs a self-help mental coach or something, because he's allowed to lose and actually lose. But I heard that he had some heads up with Landon, and he feels really good about that, I guess. So.
Yeah, he basically beat Landon in the heads-up match. Or there was like a stipulation where Landon gave up a certain amount of big blinds per 100. I mean, it's kind of, if you don't understand poker, you won't understand it. But he basically was on pace to crush him, and Landon's backers quit, and Bill won. No one thought Bill was going to win. Bill's always been known as like a crazy, rich, fun player guy who loves to go donate, which is what he said on the show earlier today. When he plays full ring, he doesn't like to fold. When he plays heads-up, he can play more like a bot. He can play more robotic. He gets enough hands in. He doesn't need to lack the discipline. So but yeah, I mean, I feel like anyone would play heads up, Robbi, at this point in time. So
I've gotten the most crazy heads up challenges across the world. I just decided to do Bill Perkins because I thought that'd be like kind of cool for him to come back in, but like he is not on the top of my list anymore. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, guys, did you like?
Okay, I'm still down for playing heads up with Garrett, but I haven't heard from him, so we'll see.
So you'll play heads up with Garrett. Would you play that on something like Hustler Casino? Or would you want to play Poker Go maybe, or Live at the Bike, or
we've like Hustler Casino. We're both not allowed to, and I think, a lot has happened since I offered that. Like this whole Brian thing happened. I don't know the legalities to that, all that. I don't know what his legal team's informing him of or what's going on there, but I think they reached out to him, and I don't know if they've heard back. But look, I'll take anybody else on heads up, and in good fun. This isn't like I think like Bill called me a bully. Like I don't know what the hell he's been looking at for the last 2 weeks. Like I'm anything but a bully in this whole scheme. If anything, he's the bully, and so is everybody else. That's these words that I've been hearing him throw out from these text messages I got. Like I said, I didn't see the beginning of your stream, Joey, so I'd have to watch it all over again and see kind of where all that stemmed from, to see if this is somebody that I respect enough to play, that respects me relatively to some degree. And if it is, we'll continue with that. If not, there's a lot of people that have challenged me to a heads up game, and I want to do it in good fun. Whether that's done through production, TV show or whatnot, I've been offered a lot of crazy, insane things, and we'll take it however we will. Maybe it'll be charity, maybe it won't be, but whatever it is, I'm down to do it. I need to pivot this into something else. Like it's got to be something positive. It's got to be something.
Oh, why don't you play Julie Yorn heads up?
Julie's I don't need
to. Great game player. Maybe
there's
one play
for me, and Julie's a nice woman.
Play her heads up. Why don't you play Julie heads up?
Julie's a nice person. She does. I don't need to like.
She wants to
what I owe Julie is an apology, and we'll leave it at that.
No, she said she just texted me she'd play you heads up, so it seems like that's a cool way to apologize. Why don't you just play her heads up?
Sure.
Oh, sweet.
Can we just get a match? Can we see a match? I need to see a match. I'm just ready for. I'm ready to see Robbi play poker. Listen, I've been seeing Robbi everywhere but the poker table, guys, and I know everybody else is anxious to see her play. I want to see the moves. I want to see the hands. I want to see what happens out there when she gets back out there after this, because that's what I said initially. Like, let the poker speak for itself. Like, we got an issue here. You've really spoken your case. Like you said, maybe you can never win. I mean, listen, I'm looking out there at some of these comments. I'm not sure really what you can do unless the independent investigation team comes out and they show us the video. They go, here she is, here she is, here she is. There is no link. There is no anything. Unless they do that, which they're obviously not going to do that because that's not how that stuff works. Then I don't see this like clearing happen. So it's like, to me, you can either wait for it to blow over, you can attack it head on, which is kind of what you're doing now. And if you're talking about poker, I think getting out there playing poker it might not be necessarily directly correlated to what took place at Hustler Casino, but I feel like it would help a lot of people start to move past potentially, if that would be one way that maybe you could think about clearing your name. What do you think?
When I was flying here, I was on the flight, and these guys in the back kind of came up, and they're like, hey, can we talk to you? And there were names I kind of knew in LA, and they're like, hey, we were talking about you back there, and we really think you should get back in the game, because you shouldn't be scared. You should not be playing. And if anything, he's like, everyone's going to think that the only reason you're not playing again is because you can't cheat again. So like, this is your way to get back in here, and you should play. And they're like being very encouraging. And I'm like, wow, I can't win. So now I'm not like playing again, because I'm like, but some of the points that they brought up were really cool. So I think I'm going to go back, start playing like in one of these home games in Beverly Hills on Monday. They're pretty big names. I'll play that. I know which one it is. Julie sometimes joins them in that one. And I think I'll probably start doing that and slowly working my way up, because I've been itching to do it. And I think a lot of the reason that maybe I don't really remember what went down with that Julie hand, and I don't want to bring back any things that I was really thinking about this. I'm like, I don't even really know if I can remember what night she's talking about, because I played every night before this incident, like for 8 hours every single day. Like I didn't take a day off for a whole month. So I was going from like one private game to another private game. And so it might have all just been jumbled up. There's a lot of drinking happening that night. I didn't even show up at 2 a.m. But I will speak to Julie about that in private and apologize and get to the bottom of that. And I don't even think there's anything to get to the bottom of, because all I recall is that she took my money that night. I donked it off. Like, you took my money. I mean, if anything, just be happy you got every cent that I put on the table that night, even if it wasn't as much as I should have. But I'm ready to play again. I really am. I don't know if I should wait for this, like everything to be cleared up and just lay low. I've heard two sides of that story. So if I can get feedback from you guys, that'd be awesome. Joey, I've already heard your side. But I'm ready to do whatever I guess is comfortable for the whole world to see without like, you know, getting any more pushback that I've already received. But I'm also willing to step down for a little bit and just let this play out naturally.
I mean, I think that the electronic thing you said strong, playing Julie strong, like you're making some strong moves. I think if Hustler, like since you already did a lie detector, I wouldn't have said you should do one, but since you already did, if Hustler asked you to, I think that would make sense, you know.
I asked Nick about that today. It doesn't, I think because then everybody else has to take it. And I don't know if everybody else would be down for that.
I think they were, yeah.
I know. I don't know why I haven't been asked. And he was like, yeah, right now, no. But I agreed to do it weeks ago with them. I mean, almost like a week and a half ago, right? Like when they proposed that, and he said that was the next step that they were going to do. So.
What do you think was harder to do? Kind of get away with beating that. Oh, she's gone.
I want to listen, Katie Stone on Twitter, my friend Katie, she said that joking about her being subjected to torture, answering questions in someone's bedroom or basement, or being a waterboarder is not okay, you guys.
Oh God,
really?
It's Sean Deeb, guys. Come on. Like,
yeah, right.
Be careful out
I
there,
don't know
guys.
who Katie Stone is, but
shout out Katie. We love Katie, man. Shout out. That's one of my friends. I love her. She's down in Houston.
I like her too. We interacted on.
She the queen.
She
the queen of the Houston restaurant.
Obviously, don't want to really put Robbi in Sean's basement for 3 weeks. I mean, it's like it's.
I think me and
really
Sean would be perfectly fine. We'd probably come out of there like homies.
You would. Either one of the two of you would have Stockholm syndrome. Either him or you.
We were actually on a text messaging basis trying to figure out like the whole heads up situation between me and I've talked to him on the phone several times too. Everything was cool, and then you know shit happens, and then it gets kind of like it was kind of like all in good fun, and then it kind of got a little serious, and then like feelings got hurt and shit. I don't know.
What was the what was the thing with Brian where you said the other day that the police told you that they had evidence that he had been stealing from other people too? Was that something that you heard from Brian, or something you heard from Nick or the police? Who did you hear? What was that? Because I think there's like a lot of people are like, oh, what's that about?
Yeah, you kind of missed that in the beginning of this, but like, so I don't even know if I have to repeat it, but it was just.
No, I'll catch up. Don't worry about it.
No, let's, because I'd like to hear it again too. I was curious. She didn't give it like a full answer.
You guys, I really don't want to throw this person under the bus, but I will say that it was enough information that helped me kind of sway my decision even more so towards the side of pushing for prosecution. And I will say that the reason that it can't really be stated specifically is because there wasn't enough evidence to throw that as part of the prosecution against this person. When I guess when somebody steals or takes from somebody else, you have to actually observe that on camera. And it was an incident where something would be there, Brian was in the room, and then that item was no longer in the room.
So that guy at Hustler Casino Live that told you it, you've been in communication with him, right?
I haven't been in communication. Constant communication. I haven't been in communication with anybody in Hustler Casino Live except for very pertinent things. For example, this meeting today, quick phone call. I think everyone has lawyered up hardcore, and we're keeping it very factual and to the point, and only when necessary to communicate.
Because the thing is, Hustler Casino and Hustler Casino Live, other than this one employee, didn't say that guy had ever done that before. They didn't know of that.
Well, because they can't, because he hasn't. It's just speculation as to what is happening, and they said that it might be the case that there might have been other incidences that they cannot convict him of.
Do you think that guy could have seen the cards in their hands, the guy that told you that?
No, I don't know.
Really? Oh, I heard he could have.
Who?
The guy's name that told you that, you know, I mean, I know who it is that told you that. I'm guessing you do too. I heard he could have seen the cards.
You're like a nutcase a little bit.
Oh, you think so?
That's some weird detective work over there. I feel like I murdered somebody. I'm sitting there and you're like twisting my words. Didn't a lot of people have access to the whole cards? Wasn't that the problem? I have no idea. I don't want to say anything that isn't true. I have no idea, but I will say that the person who told me didn't say it with any ill intention. It was really just to help me kind of come to a decision. I mean, I don't think they had any ill intent in letting me know that. I don't think they had any personal interest in sharing information like that.
He told you that there would be, Brian was around and stuff would just go missing. And so
yeah, I think that it's been understood by multiple people at the casino that this is probably not the like a singular incident, just one that was caught on camera. in its entirety.
See.
Wait, what?
I just heard,
The palming of my chips, which I also was
yours.
within a
Right,
different
not the
location.
other incidences. Okay.
Hustler Casino and Hustler Casino Live both told me they investigated and no one knows of another instance except the one Hustler Casino
Well,
Live.
because it wasn't a big enough incident to charge anybody for anything. Otherwise, why would I be the one doing it? Hustler Casino would do it themselves.
No, I'm saying they said they've really investigated this and they don't know of them. They want to know of
So,
any that
Tom, can I
happened.
tell you what my intention for sharing that information would be? Because I could have just charged him regardless. So I want to know where you're getting at. Because if you're getting at that I am making this up for whatever reason, why would I have to
You're
make
making it up.
that
No, I think the
still
guy
move
that
forward with wanting to charge Brian based on the information I have, which is that he took chips from me and he had a prior record sheet that was far longer and far more than what I was originally told. That's enough to move forward in my decision making. So that additional point of like information that I received shouldn't have swayed or even moved me or been like the sole purpose of why I would even want to move forward in prosecuting him. So just think about like the rationale behind
Robbi, I don't think you're making this up because I've heard some allegation that came from a Hustler Casino Live employee. So I don't think you're making it up.
well,
if someone's
you
making it up, it's a different person, right? I don't think it's
let
you.
me see if I can talk to this individual and have them share that information with you. But I'm not going to speak for anybody.
No, I've heard the information. So
I think what Tom's saying,
what I
I'm
know.
going to read between the lines here because Tom's trying to dance like between the raindrops here. But what he's really saying is that,
Yeah, no kidding.
what Tom said. Tom is saying that some employee might have said this thing that isn't necessarily true in order to make it seem like Brian stealing from you wasn't an isolated incident and therefore shouldn't be the smoking gun that everyone thought it was. Is that roughly where we're at here, Professor Tom?
I don't know. I mean, maybe the guy's making it up, maybe he's not. But if he's not, why, when he was pressured from Hustler Casino Live and from Hustler Casino, didn't he give them the evidence? That's what's weird. You know,
it's very weird. Strange occurrence.
Strange occurrence.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I don't know, but I will say that I think I would have done it regardless. It just kind of pushed me to do it.
Yeah,
Because
when you
look,
had
I
yesterday,
really
you said
didn't. If I
3-5.
didn't see that Brian had already had incidences of theft in his past, so in my mind, I had to sit there and think about it and be like, well, clearly he didn't learn his lesson. Regardless of the really sad message he sent me, I mean, I feel for him? I did, because that is the two
Very
kind
sad.
of.
Yeah, very sad.
But I saw that he has done this before, and clearly he didn't learn his lesson. So in a way, I thought, and also speaking to a lot other employees today, they're like, you know, what kind of a message would that send out if you didn't do it? It would make other employees feel like they can get away with it, and if they do it to nice people. And then I've heard from others that I was specifically targeted because I look like somebody that would forgive something like that, which is whatever. It is what it is. And because I'm somebody that would potentially not notice, because I know others that say they would notice if they had like $1 missing off of their stack. But I was obviously in a different headspace.
Tom, what's going on over there?
I don't know, man. They're bringing me some stuff. Sorry, I'll grab my coffee.
Disturb sign, they got that you put on the door, buddy. It's not like, you know, you just put it right
That's
out
like
there.
the fourth time his like doorbell has rung, and you only
I'm sorry, Robbi. I'm sorry.
No, that's
And
okay.
he has to bring the phone with him. We don't want to miss out on him answering the door, right? He can't just like go answer the door on his own. He's got to like bring it in over and make us all busy.
I want to know who's at the door.
Yeah, who's at the door, Tom? Oh, hello. Who's
You want
that?
to say hi?
Hey, say hi to YouTube. Hello.
Say hi to thousands of people.
Say hi to them. Yeah.
You look like you wanted to run away. I'm sorry. I need to give her a tip.
I think we should do a Robbi heads up thing, kind of like the Phil Hellmuth thing, where she just like takes on one up and comer after another and just takes them all
I
out.
think actually Phil Hellmuth agreed to doing it with me.
Don't give that guy the time of day. That guy's
See,
not
that's what you guys all say about each other. Because like I said, the top 0.05%, you guys all hate each other. You secretly
just Phil. Just Phil.
You guys all secretly just, it's a sad
I
world.
Phil's a good dude. I don't think you want to talk about someone who's not necessarily nice to the people he's playing with. That's probably someone who, you know, he's not exactly known. He's known as a poker brat for a
But you
reason.
don't think I'm nice either, do you, Harry Potter?
You know what I think you are? I think that you are, it's like the sun. When it shines on you, it feels great, but then when it's not, you feel cold. I feel like I've been around people. I've had experience dealing with people like you most of my life.
Oh,
Not
so
like you.
it's a lot
Also-
of crazy exes.
No, and I just think just a little bit of like, when things get a little bit rough, then you start, then the hackles come up and you start being really aggressive. And
so like I'm human. That's interesting because you're a magician. So
Robbi, Bill Perkins said he wants to come back on and talk about the Heads Up Challenge with you. Can it be a civil conversation? He does. He feels like
he's probably going to do most of the talking because he likes to hear himself talk.
He probably would. I think he was triggered by some of your words, just like you were triggered by some of his words.
It's like a trigger fest over here.
Chat. What do you guys think? What do you think about that, Haralabob? I want to get this match set up. I want to see a match.
I want to see a match too. I want Bill to be on his best behavior though.
Yeah, I agree.
Like Robbie's been nothing but forthcoming tonight and very, very, very polite and maybe a little rambly here and there, but for the most part, she's been very, very nice to everybody.
I'm sorry, my personality, father.
No, I'm just teasing you. It's my personality too. I'm just making jokes. It's not. Don't take it personally.
Well, listen, I told Bill he'd get back. I gave him the link.
Did Bill yell at Robbi before or something? What happened? I don't know. I didn't see it.
It was vicious. The comments I've gotten are making it look like it was all bad, and when I did chime in, it wasn't kind.
Who was more vicious, Robbi with Julie or Bill with Robbi? Where's the?
Yeah.
Oh my.
All right, guys. We got Bill checking back in here. Bill, obviously you're just on here, and Robbi heard a little bit what you got to say. She wasn't happy with you, buddy. So what's going on? What's going on, Bill? Why don't you come on here, explain it? Because it sounded like she got an impression of you that you a mean guy. Obviously, I know you. You're one of the nicest guys I ever met to me for a long time. So I don't know the mean Bill that she's describing, but some of the things maybe you said about the fame stuff, I can understand that it may have come out offensive. So what do you got to say, Bill? Because you seemed to be pretty upset about some of the comments you were making about she was doing this for fame, and she was saying that that's not true. If I wanted to be famous, I would already try to be famous. Like I've been in LA for a long time, so we can kind of start there and then go from what you got in your mind.
Yeah, I'll just go. Who's talking?
Go ahead, Bill.
Who gets to talk?
Go ahead, Bill.
All right. So, one, like I said it clearly, like I'm not going to pull punches. Like saying you don't want to be famous or you don't want the fame, I just don't believe it. Like I could be wrong. I'm not against being wrong, but I just don't believe it. Every single thing you're doing, from going on a live stream to 3 interviews, etc., is like you want the attention and fame. And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't say there's anything wrong with that. Fame is a powerful platform. I didn't say anything wrong with that. 2, second point is you challenged me publicly to a $2 million heads up match. I didn't come at you. I didn't whatever. You challenged me, which is fun. It's great, but it's serious money. And I'm a confident guy. Like if you're going to challenge me, I'm like going to stomp you. I believe that. Like there's nothing wrong with being confident. Doug Polk told he was going to back the truck up on Daniel Negreanu. He's here to take all the money. I mean, that's heads up poker. So, I mean, you're saying, oh, I'm not going to play him because he's arrogant and he's a mean guy. I mean, okay, maybe I'm mean. I don't know. I definitely am confident in my abilities, but I just think it's ludicrous. Like, and third, like, you're like, you guys are sitting there like you don't want to help me. Like, is there not a poker show I can't get on? Like, you're not helping me, right? There's no help to me. The only help you would give me is by sitting down and playing me, right? And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just confident in my abilities to play you.
Who do you refer to when you say you guys?
I'm saying, like, you know, I was pretty upset that Joe allowed these statements to go unrebuffed, right? It's not whether I'm a nice guy or not. Like, forget whether I'm a nice guy. Like, I'm just talking about the historical record.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I had nothing to do with this except for offering a reward if there was cheating, and then I get challenged to $2 million heads up. I'm like, that's real money, and that's, you know, that's a challenge. I'm like, okay, game on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you act like you didn't come at me. You did. You put a bounty in my head without even knowing anything, and you even admitted to me that you have literally. I have your messages saying that you have no idea about any of this, yet you put a bounty on my head. So it's really.
Hold on. Like, let's just be logical.
I let
okay?
you talk though, Bill. So I don't know why you're not letting me.
Okay.
Go ahead, Robbi. Go ahead.
I'll let you finish though.
I'm saying let's be logical. Like when somebody says that's not true, I did not put a bounty on your head. You're mischaracterizing what was done. There was a reward offered for a whistleblower if there was cheating. It's not a bounty on your head. Nobody's come forward. It's actually in your favor. There was $250,000 thrown out there, and nobody came back that said anything. Nothing.
That you still don't believe me, and you still don't believe me.
No, that's not what I said, and I have the messages. I said, I don't know. See,
Okay. I think so. Here's the thing. I'll be really honest with you. I think it would be unfair to be automatically judging for you for what was said earlier on in this podcast, because I think I received messages that might have been a little bit off of what you had said earlier on this podcast. So I'm kind of reading off of those. And apparently I was told in multiple messages that were coming down while I wasn't logged into here, mentioning that you wouldn't believe me regardless.
No, first of all, those words never came out of my mouth. I've never called you a bully. I'm very specific with my words. Words have meaning, and I'm very careful with what I say. Sometimes I fuck up, but I'm very careful. Never called you a bully. Never said I wouldn't believe you. All I said is, I don't know. And when you asked me, what do you think? You think I cheated? I said, I don't know, but I think you're crazy. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. And I said that directly to you. And it's not like no offense or whatever. Like you even say you're crazy. Like you're kind of crazy. Like you say things. And when they asked me a question about like whether she cheated or not, I said, listen, the behavior after the fact, from my perspective as a male, if I had been accused of cheating, is significantly different than somebody would be innocent. Does that mean you cheated? No. It's just it makes people not believe that you didn't once accused, right? Okay. But I fully admit, like, you know, after hearing you talk tonight and talking about Garrett asked for the money and whatever, like, yeah, I could be intimidated by Garrett if I was a female off to the side in some room or whatever, if that's how it went down. I don't know, right? But I'm not saying you cheated, you didn't cheat, whatever. Like, I'm saying there's no evidence, nobody's came forward. I don't know. You challenged me to heads up. I'm like, okay, game on, you know? And, you know, it's kind of like, it's not even going to seem arrogant saying this, but it's like, you're not helping me. Like, I mean, you could help me with something, but like, you're definitely not helping me with this.
All right. So, but if I win, I just got lucky, right?
Well, I mean, listen, if we were going to have a boxing match, right? Like, you ever see a boxing match? Like, the boxers all talk shit. Like, I'm going to win, I'm going to knock you out.
No. And there was a part of me that actually made that response to somebody. I was like, I think he's kind of looking at this like a boxing match. It also like increases interest in the match. So there's a little bit of that. And they're like, yeah, but he also said A, B, and C. And I'm like, oh, but again, I don't know what A, B, and C is, but I'm just telling you, like, I'm not one of these guys that's like going to lie to you to your face. Like, if you play me, I believe I'm going to stomp you. Right. Like, only luck is going to help you, right? Like, I believe that. Like, it's not. Well, I would hope that you went into this match with the intention. So yeah, thanks for not taking it easy on me, Bill, and just handing me $2 million. Appreciate it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think I'm like Doug Polk says, I'm coming to back the truck up, right? Nobody's like, right? Like, coming to back the truck up. So I mean,
you've come a long way, Bill. You've come a long way back from playing every hand and not wanting to fold her over to now backing up the truck in a heads-up challenge. No one would have thought this day was going to come in the poker world.
Nobody thought. Right?
Nobody thought this day would have
came. I gotta
came.
be honest with you. I'm getting a lot of messages right now saying that like you are coming off really two-faced and that you were talking mad shit earlier, and this is like a whole new Bill that just kind of.
No, it's not playing its tape. Like I'll repeat everything I said. Like I'll stand by everything I said. I'll tell you everything to your face when you ask me. Replay. I mean, you can watch it yourself. I'll tell you everything. Like, your behavior after the fact is not consistent with somebody who didn't cheat. That causes everybody. I've never said.
And I've done every single measure that I could possibly do. This is a woman that was attacked for something that she never did. And people act very differently when they're put into positions that they've never been in before. And I don't know if you've been in a position similarly like mine. I think no two things can ever be compared exactly similarly or in
100%. And
next to each other. It's always going to be apples to oranges. And so you can't judge somebody on the way that they behave afterwards. And I know that you guys don't believe in the behavior panel, but if you really look at that, these are experts that have already broken down the way that I behave based on their level of expertise, which is all that they do, is that they look at behaviors after accusations are made or allegations are made. And
I mean, this is what Jay Farber said. Like, Jay Farber came on and said, I disagree with you, Bill, because X, Y, and Z, you can't use this. And he gave an example. And I was like, all right, good point. You know what I mean?
What do you think? Let's bring Joey back in here. Is Bill acting a lot differently than he was when
I think so. That's what I'm saying. I think Bill was definitely firing some shots a little bit earlier, right? I can see how when you came in here, you were fired up. I can see how you perceived what he was saying to be pretty aggro. Bill was definitely pretty aggro when he came on. I would agree with that. I think, Bill, if you go back and watch, we go back and watch together, you probably agree, like, okay, but, you know, maybe I did say a few things.
I mean, you can easily get the transcript. You can play it.
Right,
I stand by everything
right?
I said.
Right.
There's nothing I'm retracting of what I said. There's not a single sentence I'm retracting. So if you think I'm like backing off or whatever, I stand by the complete transcript.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
Yeah,
if you're saying like, and Jay Farber came on and said, no, X, Y, and Z. And I was like, okay, but in my experience, this is not the behavior of somebody who is in it that leads people to believe that you cheated. I said, does it mean that you cheated? No.
Mm-hmm.
But if you think I'm like I'm not backing off on any segment.
So your story isn't changing right now, because I'm getting messages saying that you did say that when a bully challenges me to a heads-up match, I'm going to take it on and I'm going to put them in their place. So then who's this other bully?
No. I use the example of first of all, it was if a bully challenges Mike Tyson to a fight. Mike Tyson, and I gave you the example. Said somebody asked me, why would I give you the platform playing you heads up?
Right, that was a
question. And then I gave the
the
example of a bully challenging Mike Tyson to a fight. That's what happened.
Well, you got to be more consistent too. You can't be just agreeing like, oh yeah, you were. I didn't watch a lot of everything, but I did watch Bill's earlier bit. I don't know who's sending you messages. I know everyone here is getting messages from people, but
right.
that's why I said I don't think Bill might have. It might have been perceived that he was being aggressive because he was hyped up, but I don't think he meant to be aggressive towards you at all. I don't. That's not the Bill I know. So
right.
I'm just saying that. So it's going to be a misunderstanding. Everyone here is getting messages from people. Like I'm getting a message right now, and someone's saying, very important, have Bob ask Robbi about Eric. Do you know Eric Mann?
Who's Eric Mann?
I don't know. Someone told me to ask you about Eric Mann. I'm just giving you an example of what people
I've
are
never
doing.
met Eric Mann, and I will hand over my phone to anybody to see that I have no communication with anyone named Eric.
All right. Do you hear that, dude who's sending me these messages?
Right.
I'm getting a message saying that they'd love to see me and Bill play heads up.
No, I'm just joking. Eric Mann is in like man, Eric. Like Eric Person. How long? I was joking. How long have you known Eric Person? When did you know him? That sort of thing. People want to know that.
The first time I met him was at the table that night.
That's the first time you met him? Was at the table that night?
First time he knew who I was, first time I'd ever seen the guy.
Okay.
He actually came off really cold to me in the beginning. I tried to say hi to him, but I think he had like earplugs on and he didn't say anything. And you'll notice that I came a little bit earlier on in the stream, which is very unlike me. I was there just like not that much earlier, like 5 minutes before I think most people showed up. I'm usually like the 5 minutes after everybody's already there. And so I'm sitting there.
Go ahead. Sorry.
And Eric Person came in. Well, I think Phil Ivey comes in. He like points at me. He's like, "Oh, we played before." I was like, "Yeah, we played before." And then Eric comes in. I'm like, "Hey," and I'm trying to introduce myself, and he just completely ignored me. And I was like, "Oh shit, okay, whatever." And I thought he came off as really cold. Then I noticed that he had his headphones on, and he didn't notice me saying hi to him. But that was the very first time I met him.
That's actually on video, by the way. So that moment's on video. I watched that a few times where he's like not even paying attention to either of you guys. He's in the headphones on. He's like in his own world, like Phil.
He's like a boxer getting ready to, you know.
Right,
like,
exactly. And then they try to they eventually Rip gets his attention, and then he says hi to you both, and kind of just goes back to doing his thing.
Yeah.
You know what I thought was weird about Eric is like I've watched Eric play televised poker now for the last few months when he's on these shows, and he is like an absolute animal. I mean, you saw that move where Garrett was going to bet and he threw the chip in. He's table talking. He's doing this. He's doing that. He's like by far the loudest, brashest, most obnoxious poker player at the table in every game he's in. But I don't know. Do you think maybe because a beautiful woman was in the game that he was intimidated and he was nervous?
No, can I be honest from my perspective of what I was observing, because I had a full view of both him and Garrett. Garrett came on a little bit late, and Garrett's persona when he came and sat down at the table was unlike the previous two times that I played him. He seemed really agitated about something. I don't know if it was a phone call. And then I thought maybe it's because he lost a lot of money the night before, and he kind of came in a little, or maybe it's because he's usually the one that's there already, and he showed up a little bit later than most of us. But he seemed a little agitated when he sat down, kind of, you know, then quickly like came to and was like, "Oh, hi," like, "Hi, everyone," whatever. Him and Eric didn't really have an interaction. And I continued to see this level of tension between the two. I don't know what was going on there. It didn't seem friendly at all. I saw them like maybe speak to each other one time. And I remember observing them and being like, do they not like each other? And so I've never addressed that or even talked to Eric about it, but they did not look like they wanted to be sitting next to each other. I will say that much.
Interesting. And do you think that, so you never met Eric before that night, and you think the reason why he was quiet was for whatever reason, but it had nothing to do with the fact that maybe he was intimidated by your beauty or presence or anything like that?
No.
That's what I would think.
I think a man that has as much money as Eric does is probably is surrounded by a lot of women whether for money or for whatever reason. I don't think he has a problem wanting or being able to see as many beautiful women at one time.
Maybe he was tired. Looked like he was tired. I think he was falling asleep.
Well, and then I did notice that Rip was saying to him, he's like, hey man, I saw you, Rip's really friendly. And he's like talking to everyone. The funniest shit that ever happened was like when Phil Ivey came in, Jacob he's like, yeah man, I saw your master class and I learned from that shit. So I'm going to use some of that stuff against you. And it was just like funny because you're like talking to Phil Ivey like that. And like Phil Ivey didn't even know what to say with that comment because it was funny. And then when Eric Person came in, Eric was like, he wasn't being totally friendly. And I think he opened up to Rip because Rip was like, hey man, I saw that heads up match that you had against Phil Hellmuth. You freaking annihilated that dude. You got to tell me how you did that. And I think Eric kind of warmed up to him in that regard. So you'll notice that there was some kind of friendly banter that started happening between the two of them. And it kind of singled Garrett out a little bit even more so than the tension that was already building in the room with Eric sitting next to Garrett. I mean, there's a lot to be observed that maybe didn't get caught on camera. I will say that.
I think when I was talking to Jacob Rip, he was trying to say Eric said something to you. I don't know why, but maybe he's just trying to deflect something. He was saying in the middle of the hand, Eric said something.
I think like there,
Jacob
and Eric are the type that weren't really sitting. I'm not going to say the value of money doesn't matter to them, but they're there for good fun. And I do feel like they're kind of like chuckling and being a little gossipy and
who's got the hiccups?
Kind of. That's my dog. She purposely hides a little chew stick and then tries to dig it up and then barks at it. It's
cute.
It's like foraging.
One of these internet nerds texted me something, Robbi. Can I ask you? So did you put like headphones or iPhone charger under the table or something?
No, I was pushing the lever of my chair.
They say there's video of it.
Great. Well, I'm sure.
What's on video? Tom, I haven't seen that video. What's on the video? There's video.
I just asked Robbi if she put headphones or an iPhone charger under the table, and she said no. So.
I didn't have an iPhone charger, and I did not have headphones. Oh, I had headphones on me. They were hanging. They're the white ones.
I don't know. I mean, they just said if you were charging something under the table or left it
charged underneath the table. There's nothing under the table. I'm sure every camera from every view will show that. I really hope the investigation reveals every camera.
I think it's unfair to be taking questions from internet nerds and interrogate before on.
To be honest, Tom,
I might have bluffed a little bit. It was from the casino.
Well, the reason that I wanted this investigation to be complete before we even had this conversation is because I am fully confident, given the number of cameras that are in that room, that they've captured every angle of any suspecting shot that anybody thinks is sus or whatever. And I think that all of that would have been ruled out. And I bluffed a little. It wasn't an internet. There's cameras from here too. So whatever I'm doing down here is going to be discovered easily.
Wow, very interesting, guys. Chat, what do you guys think out there on YouTube? What are you guys thinking on Twitch so far of all the questions? I mean, it seemed like Robbi got an answer for a lot of the questions. I mean, pretty much every question that's pretty much been brought up, and she went head on with the lie detector test. She gave her phone to the reporter. She said that she'll give her phone records to an investigator if they want to look at it. So, what else? I know people out there, like you said, messages are coming in. Everybody got a question. I feel like a lot of questions I've already repeated, and a lot of these things we've sort of asked about as well.
It seems like this thing is pretty much over, right? I don't know what's left.
What else can you do but play heads up naked? There's nothing else to be had. Right?
I agree. Honestly, I'd rather see Bob and Robbi play heads up naked.
We're not playing heads up naked. That's not happening.
Maybe you guys should play three-handed. Bill, Julie, and Robbi,
Oh, no. Then me and Bill will be accused of collusion.
Colluding. Yeah.
I said Julie, not you, Bob. Bill and Julie. Yeah,
well, you guys know I'm down. So whoever's brave enough.
Yeah, I think I'd probably lose.
I think we get a lot of viewers if anyone's interested in that. Since as well.
I don't think I can win in that scenario. Maximum distraction. But I'd rather watch Bob play naked.
You rather watch me play naked? I hit the
gym. With Robbi.
I hit the gym pretty hard today, not gonna lie. 45 minutes.
You know, I mean, we just we can
All right,
combine only.
Bill, are you guys really gonna play a match? I mean, you know, we never really see matches happen.
I don't know. I mean, I'm like, if I get challenged, you know, like it's like it takes a lot of time or whatever, but like I take it seriously. I'm usually all in or not for heads up challenges, and so it's just money in poker, you know. So like, yeah, if we want to play, we'll play. If not, don't play. You know.
Right.
I'm down. Let's do it. Let's figure it out. We'll discuss it on the side.
Don't feel obligated to play $2 million.
Yeah, Robbi. Like honestly, like, Robbi,
I did offer him $1 million, and if we want to do a rematch, depending on who wins or loses, we could give it 2 shots. So we go 1 million, 1 million, whatever.
Just so you know, you don't have to play super high. Like
I actually would. I like this. I don't even know how to say this, like without it saying like you don't have to play. You don't have to play.
Sounds like Billy's a little bit scared over there.
I know.
See, this is where I'm confused because I think the first time you came on is a very different. I gotta look at everything.
I mean, like we came.
Can anyone appreciate the irony of Robbi questioning someone else acting different like from what before?
I mean,
there's some beautiful irony there. You saying like you're acting a little bit differently than you were previously. Like,
well, the hypocrisy is fucking real right now, is what I'm saying. If you're gonna say back to me, if you're gonna act that way back to me, is one thing. Like it's like, you know,
Robbi, there's 2 parts. Like there's a conversation about your behavior afterwards, which it's crazy suspect to me. Right? Like I'm never gonna lie to you. I'm gonna tell you straight to your face. Doesn't mean you're guilty. Just looks crazy suspect. It's not how I would behave. It's not how I've witnessed throughout the history of my life. How people...
There's a lot of things that you said that I would never say.
Yeah, people are different. People react under pressure differently.
Like what? Oh, I mean, if Garrett accused me of cheating and I didn't cheat, man, it's going down. You know what I mean? It's like accusing, like I use an example. It's like accusing a babysitter of child molesting. You know, it's like it's a really serious.
Why are you taking it there?
What's that?
Joey, moderate.
I'm just
he said this earlier too. He said it again.
I feel like there's one thing Bill's not good at. It's making like metaphors.
Analogies.
Very smart individual. His analogy is a little weak.
Child molesting? This shit's weird now.
I mean, I'm just saying, it's just a serious accusation, man. It's just like, I would be infuriated, you know? Like, I just expect you to be like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, you just own, like, if you're innocent, like, you just owned him with Jack 4, and he's gonna, like, accuse you of cheating? Like, I'd be like, come on. You know, so like,
I don't think it was clear to me that he was accusing me of that at the moment that I decided to give the money back. It was very like, I thought it was a very angry person that didn't want to come back in the game because he thought something was up. The actual accusation against me at that time was very unclear. It was a level of discomfort happening back there and a heavy level of concern for the production team that I was looking at even more so than Garrett, because he was just like piercing his friggin' eyesight into my brain. And I was looking at Ryan and I was concerned about him. I was concerned about their main star not being in the show.
Right, and I'm like, listen, in the prior conversation, I said, that's just me. I'm a male. I have testosterone. I come from a different background.
I don't have as much
anything.
testosterone as you.
Yeah, so I'm saying, like, I fully admit, like, and Jake Farber came on to argue your case. He's like, you can't use what you would do or whatever to say, like, somebody is guilty. And then his counterbalance to his statement was that you're very aggressive with Julie. I think that's her name.
Yeah.
And so that was suspect.
And,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I apologize to Julie for that. I haven't done it directly with her. I've just done it publicly on here, and I will go and you know, I needed to really think about what I'd done there and hear from some people also and kind of like revisit where my headspace was at yesterday. And like I said, even the way I respond to the situation, that's really unfamiliar to me and very uninvited and very, very unexpected and definitely not something that I asked for, has got me changing the way I'm feeling, like literally by the hour. I mean, I'm going through a ton of emotions all at once, all the time, depending on that very moment, depending on how much sleep I have had or sleep I haven't had, and depending on how much shit I've been trying to compact in one day and how much, you know, how much I feel like I'm betraying my family. And like my identical twin sister has a daughter that I feel like I haven't seen at all, that is growing like every single day. And I just feel like a shitty aunt. I feel like a shitty wife. I feel like a shitty daughter to my parents. So like, you know, you sit there and you're like, wow, there's a lot being laid onto me, and I'm answering to this like top 1% of this evil, friggin' toxic poker world more than I am to my family. So it takes on a lot of weight. And that came from me sitting in Vegas for the third or fourth night, not wanting to be there, having to take a lie detector test only within hours, answering to people when I should have been in bed and been well rested. And then Julie comes on and comes at me. So there's reasons that I acted that way. It's not an excuse. I understand that was not indicative of behavior that I would be exhibiting in any other previous case. And it was very unlike me. And I will say that I felt ashamed of myself the very next day. And in a way, I kind of wanted to go away, but I can't let something like that go away when somebody's, character was in question also. But my character has been attacked for 2 weeks. It doesn't mean that I needed to be rude in return to her, respond in the manner that I did. And for her, I owe her an apology.
Wow, that was very well said.
Wait,
Bill, your mic's broke. Your mic's off a little bit, Bill. Did you?
Did you say my mic?
No, Bill, take off the headphones. It was better when you were on the headphones.
Yes, okay, hold on. Hold on a second. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I just said that was very well said.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Tom, I do have I have an identical twin who has a daughter. And interesting fact about identical twins: if her daughter was to take a 23andMe or DNA test, I'm 100% her mom, because the only two people that have the same DNA in the world are identical twins. So my daughter.
That's genome, not DNA.
No, it is. It's DNA.
So did anyone in Hustler Casino Live ever work with your sister's company? Do you know?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Sister's company?
Yeah, did they ever work with someone in Hustler's Casino Live?
No, my sister's not in the poker world.
No, I'm saying, did someone who's now at Hustler Casino Live ever work with your sister's company? Do you know?
So you think that people are at Hustler Casino Live that have been in the world of biotech? I don't think they go backwards.
Yeah, no, because I think there might be a person at Hustler Casino Live that might have told you the guy stole repeatedly and he used to do something with your sister's company. Is that right or no?
No, but can you please give me the name?
Oh, okay.
So you're talking about the thing that came out today about Raver Poker. That shout out to Raver Poker. We had him on the show before as well. So basically, he does a lot of video production, and one of the companies he works for is one of his clients was, I think it was Ionis Pharmaceuticals.
My sister never worked there.
Okay, so that's what people were saying on Twitter. That's what Tom's referring to, as people were.
She's been with Amgen. I don't even know what other company she's been on. It's on her LinkedIn profile, and Ionis is not one of them.
Okay, so that's basically what the question's referring to. Tom is saying that.
Tom, you could just ask directly. You don't have to teeter around it.
Tom's a tiptoer.
When I ask direct, you get mad. You don't get
I don't know where it's
he's a tiptoer.
Yeah,
So
Joey, how much time is left on the reward for a whistleblower?
Well, I still got 40. I got 40,000. I don't know. Tom Dwan keeps getting me money in this crypto account. I think I'm supposed to.
I have nothing to do with that, yo. I introed some crypto groups that wanted to.
I think I'm supposed to promote the group. I gotta make sure I promote the crypto exchange. I got 40. I got 40,000 in the address right now, ready to be sent out. No one.
So it's down to 40,000. Is that right?
Well, if you don't have your 100 and Haral Bob don't have his.
No. You set the date for mine. Mine expired when you told when it was going to expire. When did mine expire?
It's still on for right now, but
yours is on to the end of the week.
But
mine came off because I'm on Team Robbi Lou, and I was like,
guys, no one's coming forth with it. I mean, the most broke people that have admitted to that can't even pay back 20,000 and have stolen 15 grand didn't come forth. Just let it go.
Yeah.
Give it.
Yeah, I left all the investigation to Joey. I'm just like, I don't know. Here's a reward, and then he's.
It's still early. It's still early. It's like 2 weeks.
And I go heads up with that money with somebody. We divide it and give it to charity. Let's do something good with that money.
If I play heads up poker, I just want to say this: it's not going to charity. I'm not trying to pretend like I'm trying to save the world here. If someone wants to play heads up poker with me.
I'm talking about just the bounty amount.
Would you play heads up match, Bob? You'd play?
I would play as long as we were fully clothed, and if we were, maybe I would do topless, but only if I got to lube myself up with coconut oil or something like that, just to make myself look a little bit better.
Maybe we do
naked.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
A
sexy Harala Bob will take it.
Oh yeah, guys.
I don't think she wants to play me heads up poker. I think it's just I think she's just throwing out, just teasing me is all that.
No. I'm down. I think I told Bill when I thought he was a lot kinder last night that he'd be first in line. I don't know, guys. If you want to play me without the investigation being done, if this lie detector is fine, I'm ready to go next week. So let's go.
I'm happy to be last in line or never in line or whatever.
I'm not doing any investigation, so as far as I'm concerned.
Well, listen, if none of you guys want to play, I'll play.
It's like
I'll happily play Robbi heads up. If none of you guys are going to step up to the plate, I'll play Robbi anytime. Robbi, I'll play anytime you want to play. Heads up, Nolan, hold 'em.
I'll play, but
PLO.
if somebody
I'll play
devotes
tomorrow. I'll play 35 hours. I'll play anything. Anything you want to
But
play.
we know that
I'm down
Joey
to play.
can go for 35 hours.
Exactly. Like, let's play a 30-hour. I'm down for whatever. So if no one's going to step up to the plate here, I'm stepping up to the plate.
Naked. I just don't want to have to play naked.
You only can play naked, Bob. That's it. That's the rule you got for the questions you've asked. That's all you get.
Fair.
You got it, naked or not. I mean,
listen, Joey.
They'll
What are you going to
blur
give
out
back?
your nipples and your junk.
What's wrong? Where do you think it all went wrong for you, Robbi? Like, where do you think, looking back at your life, grew up silver spoon in her mouth and born in Saudi Arabia, grew up in America. Where did it all go wrong for you? Because I'm looking at you right now.
2
and you're
weeks ago, I was
2 weeks
relatively normal. Ask anybody.
She's
you
living
know.
a great
I
life.
all
She's
my
before she got
friends
into
and family to
poker.
come forth.
Mm-hmm.
I've always been, a little bit like, maybe overly brave in some regards, but as far as like normalcy goes, like shit started going really down for me about 2 weeks ago.
Robert, are you going to come to the epic meetup game? That'll be my first meetup game in Vegas. Alan Keating looks like he's going to be there. JR going to be there. Haral Bob, I'm going to make him come into town for the meetup game. Are you going to show up to the meetup game, Robbi, and meet?
I will
meet
do
the
it for
fans?
you, Joey. I'll do it for you whenever it is.
I'm only going if Robbi's going.
I'll go if Potter goes.
All right, Robbi's going. Potter's going. Tom Dwan, he's going to be. Are you going to be in town in December, Tom, for the WPT meetup game?
I don't know. I'm just here for the clout. That's why I'm always.
What are you talking about? You literally are sponsored by the company. You got to come to fucking town for the event, dude. What are you talking about?
If Haralabout plays shirtless, I'll come.
No,
okay, now Bill Perkins is going to come
Potter
too.
Costume of Robbi's choosing, I am there.
You guys are all weirdos.
I'm dressing up as Eric Person, the SEAL Team 6 outfit, the all black with the ski cap. I'm going to dress up as Person. I'm trying to find people, someone who'll dress up as Phil Ivey, someone who's going to dress up as Robbi, someone to dress up as Garrett, and then I want to go around Vegas with recreate the cast of that infamous show. So if anybody out there want to play Robbi, or if anybody out there want to play Phil Ivey or Garrett, get in touch with me, and we're going to go around for Halloween in Vegas, and we're going to get out of line.
I think those
I'll be so happy when this
kids are pretty,
reward has expired, because once the reward expires, I'm so happy to be done with the cheating thing.
Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, I feel a great relief off my, once mine expired, I just felt like I have to, now I'm only doing these Zooms once every night as opposed to, every day. 2 times.
That's today. Neither is Dawn, I don't think, but.
Ron's got nothing. Ron's running from the triads. Now he's in Singapore. He's like doing some crypto stuff. Who knows what's going on with Ron? He's getting messages from people, from nerds who are asking questions about biotech companies and Raver.
Tom, do you have anything else? Any other random question you got in there?
You ask Robbi
questions, man. I want another coffee.
Yeah, I need one too.
Yeah, coffee's.
You guys don't need me anymore, do you? If you need me,
I have a question for you, Robbi. Before you go, a real question. What do you think was harder, getting away with cheating in the poker game, or beating the lie detector test?
What is this guy's problem, bro?
Joey, was that you?
It was Potter.
I heard a theory that the Jack.
That's a daily double.
Honestly,
right there that you pulled off.
Easier to get away with cheating. That lie detector test is no joke. I don't know how people beat those.
Yeah.
I heard that the Jack 4. I heard a theory that the Jack 4. Robbi just might have said, "I want the clout." Oh, you want to be back on the camera?
That was a perfect storm. Everything went the way it should not have gone that night.
Bill, I
feel like there's a reason for that, and I think it's probably this. And I think, again, you guys have a responsibility of turning this into something less toxic and maybe making it something positive. But just remember, the whole world's finally watching, when no one really gave a shit about poker for a long time. And I mean that with all due respect. For those that are only watching because this kind of hit the mainstream, and there's opportunity for me to push it even further into the mainstream, but don't give anybody any reason to come back and see you guys behaving this way. It's not going to be a good look for anybody, including the industry.
I think though, if you compartmentalize some of the conversations, you see that it's not toxic.
Well, I think
some of the things
we're looking at from within, though, and so what I'm getting, because I'm like the victim to the rest of the world here that really doesn't know much about poker, is the complete opposite. They're like, is this really how they are? Like, it's pretty sad. I made reference to the 4 horsemen earlier, like 2 days ago, and somebody posted something fucking hilarious where Tom Dwan was like the manager, and that was on point, and that wasn't said by me.
Wait, I'm one of the horsemen.
You didn't see that. You didn't see that I don't know. Pull it up, Joey. You're in it.
I don't know why she went easy on Doug Polk. I think she got Doug Polk and Berkey mixed up because Doug Polk was like 99.8% cheating. Berkey's like, well, we don't really know what happened here. And then she's like, fuck you, Berkey. Berkey this, Berkey that. Doug Polk is like an angel.
I don't know. See, now I don't want to like hate on anybody because I purposely like made an active effort not to go and listen to all these podcasts.
Yeah, good vibes.
So like, I don't know. People's opinions are swaying one day from another. I don't want to really judge them. I'm on heavy defense mode, and I'm going to continue to be until I feel like I'm vindicated of what I know is to be true, and that is that I didn't cheat.
I thought you came off awesome today, Robbi.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
This was like other times you've been very word salady, and there was very no word salad today.
Well, there's coffee in my drink and not wine, so maybe I'll switch that up. I get a little loosey goosey with my mouth. I drink too much, so.
Ay.
Note to self.
Thank you for your time, Robbi. It was cool.
Thank you, guys. If you need me, just text me and I'll come back in. But I might have to go pay attention to some other people in this household. But thanks for everything, and I'll take a look at the way Bill was treating me earlier, and hopefully it's consistent. And we'll be.
Yeah, my words are consistent. Like there's nothing I didn't say earlier that I wouldn't repeat. So.
Okay, let's hope.
All right,
Thank you, Joey. Good to see you, Harry Potter.
Harry Potter costume for him for Halloween.
I will. What's your size?
Don't you worry about my sizes, all right? You just keep that to yourself.
Okay.
Top
half.
I'm like a medium. I would say a medium. I already got a Halloween costume now, so don't sweat it. Yeah.
Take care, guys.
Ciao.
All right, see you, Robbi. Guys in chat, thank Robbi for coming in here. Big shout out to Robbi for coming in, answering all the questions. So into the meetup date. The date is not early November, guys. What'd you say, Tom?
I can use a little BP time.
I might come back in a few. I need a fucking coffee. Hey, Bill, by the way.
Hey, Tom.
See you, Tom.
What's that guy's problem? What's that guy's problem? What's that guy's problem?
I don't know.
Where do you want to start?
You guys out of line. Guys,
it's
so
funny. Like she was fired up, then you guys got me fired up. I was like, wait, what? You know?
I think you had a very, very alpha soothing effect on her, Bill, this last time. I think it just took the edge off. It took the edge off of me, made me calm down. It was a very, very masterful turn that you did there. I think you did a good job of doing that for sure.
Quit fucking with me, Bob. Quit fucking with me.
I'm actually being serious. I think like there was like good energy from you where you were just like, look, my words mean something. I choose my words very carefully, and just kind of put everyone in their place. Like, oh, I better listen to what he's saying because he's telling me his words. And I'm being serious. I'm not fucking with you.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think there's a lack of compartmentalization. Like you can't, like it's like, hey, I'm observing you. You know, you're saying different things all the time, blah, blah, blah. This is suspicious. Like she has a reason for that, right? She has an explanation, right? And it seemed to fit like a glove. But it's like, you got to be able to call it like you see it, right? And
I think she called it like, I think she said it right at the end where she was like, yeah, probably the wine. Like, we're probably not getting the best version of Robbi when she's on here, when she's 2 or 3 glasses deep of wine or whatever like that. That's probably part of it, at least. It may not be the whole thing, but it's part of it. Some of it also is, like she said last night, she doesn't really, hold herself to a standard of telling, a consistent story. It doesn't really apply to her. She kind of has different truths each day. But I thought today she was consistent. So.
Right, and I get a perspective. Like, one of the things is like, okay, I'm talking this way, I'm changing my story, and you guys, under let's say a respected player accused me of cheating, right? And another respected player, Doug Polk, right, is like, I'm very confident she's cheating. And so we're looking at her behavior and we're like, is it consistent or not consistent with a cheater? Like, you can't then, somebody says, hey, yeah, this behavior is kind of whack relative to whatever. You can't come out and be like, oh, you're being mean. You're just compartmentalizing it, right? Like you're just taking an avenue on a lane. And then she comes back and she has a better explanation today. And it's like one of the things, though, she's saying that really like, and I pointed out, so I said, I'm a male. She says, she's a woman in a situation, pressured, in a spot. There's a lot of stuff going on where it's like, wow, there's a lot of like spots where I wouldn't be intimidated. I could see her being very intimidated. I could see Lara in a panic. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
In that scenario.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, I'm sure that's a big part of it. I don't know. I think like even tonight she said she didn't feel threatened by Garrett. That's not why she gave the money back. She gave it back because she felt bad and embarrassed that she wanted to have with Jack 4. Those were her words exactly. So, and then later on there was like, well, you know, there's just like a lot of like, I don't think Garrett threatened her with the money. I don't think he was like threatening her with his eyes. I don't think, maybe in her mind she thought, oh no, what's happening? They pulled me away from the table. Maybe there's a bit of that. But it didn't strike me when she came back to the table like she was like shook and frightened. It was more just kind of like, I gave the money back, and then Rip was kind of upset. But I don't know. The whole thing is, you know what makes this interesting? Like I think your wife said it best. Like this is like a soap opera for poker players. Like it's like a reality TV. It's like our version of Real Housewives of Gardenia. You know, it's just like a real.
We're freaking addicts, man. We're real life drama addicts.
I mean, think about some of these cast of characters. Like you had Beans trying to sell a recording of two people having a phone call conversation. I don't know if you're privy to this, Bill, but Joey is for sure, right? Joey, how absurd was this? Right? Like I got this conversation. How much are you going to give me for it? Give me the full $30K for it. I recorded this conversation between Robbi, myself, and her husband. What's it worth? Is it worth 30? Is it worth 30? Like the whole thing is just so crazy. Then when you ask Beans, why are you choosing to why do you have this conversation recorded? Like who would think to record this conversation? What was his response? Joe, do you remember what he said?
He records all anonymous phone calls.
Yeah, when I get an anonymous phone call, I don't answer it. This guy, when he gets an anonymous phone call, fires up the phone recorder. Like, what kind of life is that? Like, that doesn't make sense.
You know what the funny thing is that he's in California. That's illegal.
Well, I don't. But really, like, do you really think if you get an anonymous phone call from someone, your first response is to record the phone call?
No. First of all, that's crazy. Second of all, it's patently illegal in California to do that.
In my mind, that was, and I don't know if this is true. Maybe Beans can come on later and confirm or deny. In my mind, that was, are these guys dumb enough to play this fucking recording that I'm going to sell them? And if they do, then they're in legal trouble for deciding to play this fucking recording that was recorded without consent. That's what I thought. I was like, you guys are dumb if you're going to fucking play this recording. A lawyer,
it's dumb. First of all,
a lawyer who's overly litigious, both in the metaverse and in the real world, is going to sit down and let someone play a phone call that was recorded without his consent on Joey's live pod or something like that. Man, that's not.
Yeah, how was it recorded? Do you know how it was recorded?
He says he has an app. Remember he was showing like screen.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
Screen grabs of some app, that phone recorder app or whatever.
Right.
But like,
yeah, well, he's probably deleting it right now because that's like
no, dude,
seriously illegal.
I guarantee you one of those other two parties knew about it. That's what I think. I guarantee that it was like, are these fuckers that are investigating us for this false cheating, are they dumb enough to play this fucking recording?
Right. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Because then now you've got, you know, now it's a little bit more, or maybe it was just some guy who decided he wanted to make somewhere between 1,000 and 30,000 to release, you know, information. It was weird though, because I thought there was like a, you know, she conveniently called him from either a blocked number or she obfuscated her own phone number.
I mean, she talked about that on here. She talked about why that. I mean,
yeah, she said that she did that because she has friends that block her and she wants to call her.
Right.
Or call them, but that's one explanation. It's probably true, but it might not be. I don't know. I'm guessing it's true, but I'm just the whole thing. That's what makes you lead. My point wasn't that they're doing something wrong. I'm saying those are the types of things that were happening that would make people be like, oh yeah, there's something suspicious going on here.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably cheating. What is happening here?
Mm-hmm. What was on? I heard some of the recording. What's on the recording? There's nothing incriminating on the recording, is there?
The recording was. They were trying to say that the recording said that someone intimidated her into changing her story about the hand and saying that Jack 3 is more believable than Jack 4. But that wasn't actually said. The recording was between her husband and her. And I don't know, I heard someone else play it. And the recording was between her husband and her. And it was like, why did you change your story? I changed my story because so-and-so told me to. That's what the record is. But now it could have been anything. It could have been like, what, you said you're going to make, you know, tuna fish for dinner and you brought salmon. Why'd you change your story? Like it could have been anything, but they were making it seem like, and by they, I mean Beans, was making it seem like it was something that was very specific as to what it was. So I didn't even, like, someone tried to send it to me. I was like, yo, I'm not downloading this fucking thing.
I'm not trying to.
Don't send me no illegally recorded phone calls. I don't. So then, then someone sent it to me as a voicemail, and I'm just like, bro, like, come on, what is going on here? And that's
yeah,
when I
now you've like used the wire. It's just like a bad thing. If the people weren't aware, it's just a really bad thing in California. But it's interesting. Like when I say I don't know, I'm like I don't know, because like you do have intelligent, smart people who are like like you said, Doug, 98% or whatever cheating, right? And then you have like inconsistent behavior. But then you talk to Robbi and she's got like a story. And you're just like, I don't know, man. Nobody's come forward. There's no real smoking gun. There's no
real smoking gun. There's no evidence yet. So it's okay to have opinions, but to say someone did something. Like I said something the other day on the pod, and I was tired, and I said like, oh, I'm like, almost 100% certain that she didn't misread her hand based on my opinion of seeing it. And even that's ridiculous. Like I'm more certain than not that she misread her hand, that she did not misread her hand. But again, I don't know. I'm just using my experience and talking to different people who have kind of given me explanations and have changed their stories over the years and piecing things together and looking at her reaction. Right. She had a reaction in the hand where she misread her hand when she had a full house and she thought she had 2 pair, but it was actually a full house. There was that reaction. That reaction looked different than the Jack 3 versus Jack 4. There was like also, and I think this is something that hasn't really been, I mean, she's varying times after saying she misread her hand, she's changed her story to say like, no, I called him with Jack. Like, even tonight, she said like, I felt bad because I called him with Jack high. I guess why I gave the money back. I felt bad about that. Or maybe she said I beat him with Jack 4. I don't know. Who knows? Look, the whole thing is that it has the same thing that we've been saying since the beginning. There's been way too much scrutiny on this person and way too much pressure on this person who hasn't been found to have done anything yet. There's no evidence. And I think that's the part it's cool that she can come on tonight and be like in a good mood about things and not feel like she was attacked, because there's a lot of attacking going on both offline.
No, I agree. And I think sometimes when like we like, I'm like, this is suspicious. This is not like the way I believe somebody would behave and not cheating. Doesn't mean anything. That's my perspective. It's like, oh, you're being an asshole. You're coming. I'm like, no, this is my experience. This behavior looks like 3 standard deviations different than what I would expect, right? Doesn't mean shit, but just like you said, the Jack 4 hand, right? Like based on your history of seeing things, it's like 4 standard deviations away from somebody who misread their hand.
I had in listening to her explain it. It's just a feeling I had watching the evidence, going back, watching other people recount it. So anyways, I don't. Joey, you got anything else you want us to talk about, or you want to get rid of us? What do you want?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of thinking about the interview with Robbi. I thought she came off great. I mean, listen, I kind of been having my point these past bunch of shows. I think her story makes a lot of sense to me. A lot of people say they don't understand this, they don't understand that. I've talked to her a lot more, so I've got more experience talking to her and thinking about her story and processing it. And I put obviously like 90 hours into these fucking streams. So that's always like her story to me makes complete sense whenever she explains it. People in the chat say she talk a lot. Like I talk to a lot of people that talk a lot all the time. I'm a professional at talking to people. So I'm used to people that talk a lot like you guys, right? You guys love talking. I'm used to you guys talking a lot. And Robbi, she answers questions. She talks a lot too. Some people talk a lot when they kind of explain things. And, she goes back and forth.
There's a difference between talking a lot though and avoiding the actual question and talking about something completely,
And that's what she said yesterday, right? She said that yesterday. That's what she does. When she answers questions, she doesn't answer them direct. She takes you on a journey down a path that goes down a road, up a mountain. And, she don't know sometimes where it's going to go. That's even what she said too.
Sometimes it's a very specific question that might be difficult to answer. It's not just every question, it's specific questions. Now it could be random, but that's what's happening. I'm saying these are reasons why I think there are a lot of people who are very smart who think she cheated. There's a lot of people who think that. And think, there's.
I mean, I don't know what I think. I mean, obviously, she said she got a PR person. I mean, they're doing a great job, right? Because like PR people sit down and they talk with you and they point out like, hey, this makes you seem less reliable. This makes you seem whatever. Dial this back. I'm assuming they did this with her, and it's helped. Maybe they didn't. What's that?
You think? I think I think the stuff she came up with today was not related at all to the PR firm. I think she got some relief for doing the, I don't know what it is, but the PR people seem like, oh, I think the big thing that the PR people were doing was going on Reddit 2+2. There was definitely a concerted effort to post a bunch of stuff on new accounts.
Well, I mean, like if you're going to take, like, let's say all the attention, you're going to take it and you roll it, right? Like you can't come out, like, you don't want to be coming out like the villain, right? Like I don't want to use my child analogy, but like you don't want to come, like it's going to be hard to like push you up and stuff like that if you come out the villain. Like you have to get, they're going to point out, be like, hey, when you answer questions this way, or you're not consistent, or you don't give how you feel, they tell you, like, what was your perspective? Give them your perspective, put you in. I don't know if they're doing that, but they should be doing that. And at least my observation of her tonight was like, oh, makes sense. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Well said. You know what I mean? Like nothing was like super suspect to me, right? In this call. Like this call, nothing was suspect. Like you're pointing out, like, hey, it contradicts this from before, and it contradicts from before, and that's still in the record. But like,
well, there were some things she said that were like kind of weird. Like, I just think they weren't really related to any specific questions. Like there was no bounty on her head. Nobody put a bounty on her head.
Right. Well, I corrected it on that. Like, and that's people do that, right? Like, and I usually get like I have a leak where I get kind of upset with that when like people mischaracterize what you're doing and what you said, because
I'm the same way.
It's like, wait a minute, like there was no bounty on your head. This is a reward for if anybody cheated, if there was cheating.
I see how she can think it's a bounty on her head, right? If you say like we're trying to bring you down and we're paying for information that's going to bring you down, then it's real easy to say that's a bounty on my head, because it can.
Well, first of all, I didn't directly point it at her. I just said, hey, if there was cheating, it could have been anybody. It could have been that guy. I leaked it to Rip. I leaked it whatever. Mm-hmm. It could have been anything. And second of all, Joey, when she's saying like, I'm being an asshole, I'm being mean, and then they put a bounty on your head. That like, what I mean? You're painting a picture that's not accurate.
Mm-hmm. Also, the bounty, anything, help give her more credibility. Nobody took the bounty.
Correct.
That's a big thing. That's
correct.
You got
guys. If it was me on the other side, and obviously she's not me, she's a female, etc., I'd be like, make it $1 million. You know what I mean? Like, make it $1 million.
This guy in the chat said, I find the guest to be credible. I mean, basically, I'm just saying that her story makes sense, and I can understand where she's coming from. I'm not saying that the flip-flopping that takes place, a lot of the stories, the ideas, like, I don't know what the hell to believe, right? Some things are credible, some things aren't to me. When I hear the story, when I hear what happened, it doesn't really even matter sometimes of what happened in some of these spots, and it doesn't need to be some of the things she's saying about the hand, right? Like, it is what it is at this point in time. We're never going to fucking know to me.
Yeah, and to be clear, like, I'm not saying that I'm suspicious of her cheating. I'm just saying, like, I find her to be like a difficult person, a difficult mystery to kind of unravel, because that's what I like. There's some lacking, but it doesn't mean she cheated in any way. It just means this is how she tells stories. I'm lots of people who do that. That doesn't make them cheats or whatever. It just means that they have some sort of way of communicating that's a little bit different than what I'm used to, or what Bill might be used to, because we like to speak a little bit more clearly about factual things that we believe in, and those facts tend to be similar day to day, whereas her story changed a little bit. That's all I was saying. It had nothing to do with her being me thinking, oh yeah, she's a cheat or she's not a cheat. I personally put the bounty up, and I wanted to take it down quickly, because I was like, I want people to know that they couldn't just sit there forever, and I wanted to have it be some kind of like, I don't know, it's a data point. Oh, nobody wanted to collect the money. 100,000 just went away. Got a guy who's willing to steal $15,000 off of someone's stack, but he's not willing to take 200,000 plus free legal stuff from Sean Deeb's lawyer to come forward in terms of Brian. That seems kind of dubious, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, yeah, right. And Joey, like I said on your stream, is like, I just want to put the money up, and then I have nothing to do with the investigation. I'm not the investigator. I don't want to deal with this shit. I'm just the money, and I let you pick the date when it expired.
I'll think more about it tonight, right? I mean, I got a lot to think about right now, so let me think more about it.
And one other thing, Joey, I want to say is that like I think both Bob, Tom, if we were changing our stories in a similar situation, we would be similar, if not more grilled, right? 100%. So I don't think it's me, right? I think it's the level of scrutiny is consistent with the inconsistency of the story.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
So I when people are like, oh, you're being mean or you're expressing this, it's like, no, we're just compartmentalizing. Like people say, oh, you were a dick in that scenario. And I'm like, oh, you called me a dick. You hate me. I'm like, okay, this is your perspective. Like it doesn't have to be, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't have to be like an all encompassing, like, whatever. Like we just compartmentalize each part of the thing. And then the whole heads up challenge is like, hey, I wake up, somebody tells me they challenge me $2 million. I'm like, that's real money. You know, you think you can, you take a shot at a king, you best miss.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I feel. Is that arrogant? Okay, I'm arrogant. Whatever.
Joey, what did you think of the lie detector company? Did you what do you think? I didn't really pay attention to that.
I just messaged the guy, James Hanna. I got to do more research on his company, Las Vegas Polygraph and Investigations. I sent him an email. Allegedly, he's been doing it since 2001 or 2007, doing administering polygraph tests. So I called him up. I'm going to reach out to him, see what it entails, just double check some of the facts about the hour leading up to it and about the process that she took until it actually went down, and just sort of get his thoughts. If we can get him on record, great. If we don't get him on record, that's fine. So I'm just going to follow up and kind of see. I don't know like how reliable a lie detector test is going to be, or what that means, or what that matters. And some people out there say it does matter. Some people out there say it doesn't matter. It seems maybe relevant to me. I just don't know enough about them. What do you guys know about lie detector tests to know if that's even...
They're empathy tests. And it sounds like she has a lot of empathy, so it would test her empathy. Right? Like if you're a sociopath, a lie detector test is not worth it. Right? Like it's just like throw your money away. Right? So
Bill's saying that a sociopath could trick a lie detector.
Easily beat it, right? And they train people to beat it, right? Like you have to believe. If you believe your own bullshit too, you're also going to beat it.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, what else is there, guys? Where else do we go from here with this investigation? I feel like, I was already kind of on the fence a little about where we're at. And obviously we wanted to hear about the lie detector test. We wanted to hear what's going to happen with Brian. Brian seems like he's got charges. Hustler's doing the investigation now. Garrett hasn't spoke out still. Garrett's still chilling on the sideline and probably waiting to see what's going to happen with the investigation unless he's going to find more information out. So where do you guys think we can go from here? I
think we should just do this reality. I think we should just do this this variety show every night. It's poker call-in show. Maybe I show up once a week. It's a good format. This is a good format. Forget about the streams and forget about the interviews and the podcast. This is that's why at the end of the investigation, we wait and see what happens. I don't think there's anything but to wait for Hustler to come up with some more information.
I'm with you, Bob, on this. I think this is pretty much dead unless new information comes out.
Yeah. What do you think, chat? Do you guys think this story has kind of reached its point where we're just, maybe we can target a few different kind of more specific parts of it, make some edited videos, and I can kind of just, I'm gonna, for historical purposes, I like to edit videos because when I go back and watch the Mike Postle stuff, I'm not watching my big ass live streams. I'm watching the week because I specifically made 5 videos that I could watch 3 years from now that would remind me of what the hell I saw. Because I couldn't believe my eyes when I'm in the moment. I'm like, God, this is the shockingest thing I've ever seen. A guy looking at his crotch and playing like the god. Yeah. And I made the week the sickest session I've ever seen. This guy just bamboozled his way around the table, man, just whining and dining, crushing people. And I go back and I watch those. So I'm glad I made them. So I'm going to make some at least edited videos on this. And then, of course, wait till Garrett. Maybe, if he come out and speak, maybe we're going to speak about it on the show here. But I feel like that's where I see things now. But the variety show that you mentioned, Bob, I feel like is a great idea. That's what I've taken away. We did a lot of great call-ins. We got a lot of great random people together. I think that what we just did there was pretty great. A great conversation. You would never really normally see that with 5 people just talking about these topics and ideas. And, obviously we see that's a successful format. All in podcasts, right? They do that well.
Can I make a suggestion for your video?
Sure.
I would be so interested to know like what turned Eric Person into the biggest kitty cat in the world that session, because this guy went from being the loudest person at the table at every table he's ever been to just kind of like meekly checking and not really saying anything. And Rip's got to like nudge him a couple times because it looks like he's half asleep in the middle of the hand. Was he just tired? Was he whatever? Was it? It was interesting, right? I mean, it was weird.
I thought he was kind of just fucked up, or something. I mean, maybe he had like a long night. He looked like he was grinding a long time. Maybe he's getting out of
alcohol,
line.
ketamine, things like that.
I don't know.
Let's not speculate on any of these things, but let's
joke. Obviously, that's a joke. I'm not like accusing the guy to doing whatever.
No, I see what you're saying. You're basically saying he was quiet. He wasn't really,
very out of character. It was weird. And then, And then it looked like he was doing a special SEAL Team 6 operation when he changed into the black outfit. It was so funny when he came out wearing the beanie and the fucking skin tight shirt. It was just like, it'd be fun to have him on and be like, what, you were there at the table. Again, now that everything is kind of done, it's cleared up. There's no, nothing's been found. What was it like? What was going through your head at the table?
Well, we had him on. We had him call in. He danced. Were you on there with the call in, Bob, for that one?
I was on. Yeah, I was on with them. Even that would be fun to go back and re-listen to, because I don't know. I find that to be so interesting. Such a character. He's got 27 casinos. He's obviously not doing any of this stuff for the money. He's playing for the love of the game. And it looked like he wanted to be anywhere but there. So I don't know. It was weird. The whole thing was weird. But then when the hand was over, he was like perking up with like, with the Jack 4 and this and that. And
I mean, that hand would probably wake you up, wouldn't it? You see that hand. You look like he was sleeping. He was like, wait, what's happening? Jack 4. I mean, I've seen the theory, right? I've seen the theory. They talk about Person, different guy. The Jack 4 happens. He come out. He wakes up. He put the changed outfits out of the hoodie. So.
What I'm hoping for, I wish.
Clear. I'm not insinuating anything. I just think it's funny because I went back and watched that Poker Go episode just because it was randomly started auto playing on YouTube. Some highlights from it, some clip, and it was like the craziest. He was basically speech playing Garrett to like the nth degree. I've never seen anything like that before in my life. The hand where Garrett has flopped the set and you know what hand I'm talking about, Joey?
No, I ain't seen the hand. No.
I'll send it to you after. But there's a hand, or maybe pull it up and play it.
It was on Hustler Casino, right?
No, it's Poker Go. Find it.
Poker Go. It's on their YouTube.
It's someone made it's a YouTube clip. It's only a couple of minutes. Just go straight to the river where Garrett's getting ready to value bet the river with a set on a flushy board, and before Garrett puts his what's his name? Person goes, I think you should bet around 70,000. That's what I'd bet if I had a hand, about 70,000. And then before he can even think about betting, Garrett grabs about 70,000 to put in the pot, and then Eric throws a chip in to call before the money's in the pot. And so anyways, to make a long story short, he ends up getting Garrett to check behind a set when Person has top two. I think it's top two pair for sure, kings and sevens. See if I can find the hand.
Oh, we got the hand right here. Yeah. Person. Yeah, you're right. He's a way different kind of guy. Yeah, he talking a lot. Yeah, it's true.
That was eager.
Very interesting. What do you hope, Bob? Like, you know what? I wish. I don't think there's anything can happen, but
look at this guy. Hold on a second. Let's look at this guy for a second here. This guy's amazing. How could you not love this guy? He basically gets this guy to check a set down. Look at him.
Bro, this guy is so fucking funny.
What a legend.
Swear to God,
Did you go to the point where he threw the chips and he tried to beat him in the pot with the chips?
Yeah, I just saw that, yeah.
I mean, he's got his misses behind him,
Bro, I'm telling you, if I got the whole rescue mission, the European rescue mission, this is the top guy I'm calling.
100% SEAL
right?
team.
Like, I just trust this guy's going to talk his way out of anything. He'll talk past Ukrainian guards. He'll talk past Russian. Any language, it don't matter what language they speak, he'll figure out a way to get it done.
And also, I've never seen him not wear a tank top. It's like the only time I didn't see him wear a tank top was when he was wearing the scuba outfit. The guy's a legend. I mean, look at this guy.
Scuba. Wow.
All right. Well, I mean, we could. Someone said the weekly poker gossip with Haralabab. Yeah, I mean, Haralabab. Yeah, are you gonna stick around, do more poker stuff, or are you gonna talk more about what's happening in the world out there?
If the people want me to talk, I'll talk.
I'm sure we come up with an idea. I got some ideas. We'll come up with something.
Yeah, but not about this. Let's get past this.
Yeah. I know. I don't want to talk about this anymore either.
Maybe what needs to happen is maybe me and Robbi need to do our own poker variety show and just cut you out of the mix here, Joey, and just be the Robbi and Potter show. That might be a move.
Go ahead. That makes that's gonna make my life way easier. I'm gonna deal with both you guys every week, so it's okay. Trust me. I'll be okay.
I'm wishing like this. I wish there was some sort of thing that completely exonerated her, because this will be one of the greatest stories in poker ever.
I think it's better that she's not exonerated because it keeps people talking. I mean, not for her, but it's better for everyone else because then it's like a Rorschach test, This is like, what do you want to see, basically?
I mean, like, beautiful woman gets harassed by the whole poker community and she was innocent all along. That's a great story.
That's a great story.
Makes the hero call of the century against a ring game wizard. You know what I mean?
Let's first of all, let's that was not the hero call of the century. Let's just, if that's your thought of a hero call, that was like against his range of hands. It was like not a very, wasn't a great.
No, it's a bad call, but it's going to look like a hero. I mean, she was right. She claims she soul read him, right?
It was an interesting call for sure.
I mean, if she's exonerated, right, her version of a soul read has to hold true. So she soul read Garrett.
She was getting laid a little bit of money in the pot. That's for sure. You know what's going to be great for your stream stories when these heads up matches finally happen.
Yeah, I mean, one, because I love heads up, and two, I hope there's some good hands, some good moments that take place in those. Yeah.
Oh, you don't think there's going to be any good moments with Robbi? I mean, there's going to be, the whole thing's going to be dripping with moments.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's going to be some out of line hands in there with Robbi. So, I mean, I'm curious to see how she plays. Heads up's so different than rings. So, I mean, heads up and 9-max are way different. It's a completely different kind of game. A lot of hands, a lot of action, a lot of weak ranges, a lot of weird spots that you don't really know what to do in. So, I'm going to be curious to see how she can adjust to heads up play. But I think it'd be great for her. I think she could probably make, if she did a big event and she did it right and got it sponsored, and I think it could be, she get paid a lot of money to do that.
For sure.
I think she can arrange it so she doesn't lose.
Right. No matter how much she lost in the game.
Yeah, right. I think she can arrange it so she doesn't lose.
She got a couple of million. That's a lot. She's going to pay you for $2 million. That seems like a lot.
Well, she cut it down. It's cut down to $1 million to play $1 million and $1 million. So, if she won, oh my God, it'd be just huge. It'd just be amazing.
What's your strategy playing her, Bill? GTO?
Don't get distracted. Do not get distracted.
But are you going to? Good luck with that. But are you going to play? Are you going to play GTO, or are you going to play the man, or what are you going to do? You going to play exploit?
I think you have to play the person here a lot more than you normally would.
Yeah, a lot of. What would I do against her, right? If I was going to play her, right? I probably would see how she handled 3-bet pots, because she's probably not going to be raising a lot of buttons unless she comes out with some strategy to raise. And then if you just 3-bet her, because obviously if you're studying with the solver, you're 3-betting very wide ranges and you get comfortable playing those wide ranges out of position. So I'd probably just start off either putting a lot of aggression on her or just playing a lot more passive and see if she's making a lot of mistakes in small pots, because a lot of people that are better at poker and heads up don't really make a lot of huge mistakes in single raise pots earlier streets, where she could start making a lot of mistakes in single raise pots and really stacking off with a lot of weak hands. So I might try to keep the pot small to start off to see what she's doing, and then once I start to notice the tendencies from there, then you can maybe turn up the heat on the aggression. And obviously responding to check raises on flops and turns is going to be something that she's not going to be able to necessarily know how to deal with, because that's a hard part to figure out how to continue with what part of your range. So I would try to put her in those kind of spots. I mean, obviously I'm giving the strategy away now, but I would try to put her in those kind of spots where she probably hasn't thought about being on the turn and check raise, flop bet, third pot on the turn, and then she gets the turn, then she's going to get the river, has to decide what range to defend with. So once I had a better understanding of how she maybe thought about hand ranges, and you could kind of see that over time, I think, pretty quickly, then it would kind of let you know how you might want to adjust and if you want to put more aggression on her or if you want to be
let me summarize that. First bit, you play GTO to find out where she leaks are, and then you minimally exploit. This is the bottom line.
Yeah, maybe my exploit would be actually play a little bit tighter to start. Not necessarily trying to blow
you can
pots
just play GTO. You can just play GTO and just see, and then you see what to exploit.
Start off with third pot C bets and then see what happens from there.
Yeah, you just probe and see, and then the leaks will show themselves in the data.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I think like if she was going to play heads up, like the format she should play is like the one match high variance games.
Yeah. Where she has a real
so it's like just play like 100, 200K matches with like the super high variance. You know what I mean? With not that deep, right?
Mm-hmm.
That'd probably be more entertaining for the casual poker fan.
Yeah. I think it's more entertainment than like let's play 25,000 hands, 2 tables or whatever, or 1 table. That's like
Yeah, I mean, probably the better match is probably in person, but obviously you can't play a lot of hands. But having you guys play like a dual style thing that has some sort of like cash game merged with tournaments with the escalating structure where you can kind of get to a winner versus what we did with Doug versus Daniel, where it was 3 months. We probably not a realistic thing for you two to do. So maybe something that you can do in a day or in a couple sessions or something like that would be good.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think it's something like a Poker Go live thing or whatever. I mean, if we're trying to compress the edge, right? Like we just need to make the number of big blinds small, the number of hands, make it go faster, right?
What do you think?
Then
Bob?
it's like, then it's going to be like, you know, more variance and much better for her.
What do you think, Bob? What do you think is a better way for them to play?
I just think the cameras have to be rolling. I don't think it really matters at this point. And you get the cameras rolling and get her chatting and get Bill chatting and whoever she's playing chatting, it's going to be gold. I mean, she's nothing if not entertaining. That's for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I think that a lot of people are going to tune in. Probably one of the biggest matches. Hopefully, I get to be able to get in the mix somehow with some commentary or.
You got to play. Hey, Oscar, come on.
Yeah, I'm ready to play. She said she wanted to play next week. She seemed pretty serious, so we'll get her out to the meetup game. Her all Bob come to the meetup game. All the investigation fans out there, stay tuned for more information on that. I'll be posting more information. I'm basically trying to close the deal right now with the Win and with WPT to do this meetup game in collaboration with them. We're going to give away a package or two to the WPT Win Championship that they got coming up. It'll be a lot of fun players in that one, so it's going to be a lot of good value. And yeah, I mean that's probably the next. What'd you say, Bill? I
like it.
Yeah,
I like it.
Did you hear about that event? They're doing it at the Win in the ballroom. There's going to be real sick production, a lot of cash games as well too, a lot of high stakes stuff.
Oh, fun!
You going to be out there for that, Bill?
What is the exact date?
Well, the whole series is the 1st to the 20th, and then the big event and the big cash games are going to happen near the end of it. So probably like the 15th to 20th, around there, something like that in December.
Yeah, I'd like to come out. I'd definitely like to come out.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to play in some of the cash game, let me know. I'm probably gonna do a PLO game too. So we're probably gonna do high stakes PLO game during that time period. So I'm gonna start looking for players out there. If anybody wants to play, if you got an entertaining personality, you know, just like they're doing at Hustler Casino. If you're a good character, if you're willing to gamble, if you want to play deep stack PLO, then get in touch with me, and I'll be doing more games up in the future with different companies and. I'll have a spot for entertaining people who want to make content and want to have a good time. So feel free to get in touch with me. If you know me, slide in. If not, then...
Stream games, yeah?
Some will be stream games, yeah. I think some stream, some edited. But yeah, basically just in talks to host more games. Like Hustler want me to do a PLO game there. So we'll probably do a PLO game during this. Maybe you can do a PLO game with Live at the Bike or do it with the Lodge or do it with whoever. So if you have a good cast of traveling characters that you could bring... You know, if I go, Bob, like you want to come in and play, you're going to play during the big blinds and you're going to have a good time. Like, if you'll come anywhere, that's great. You're the kind of person that I want to bring to my games and then start to build content around to do that.
Do you think we can get Postel to come play?
He'll play, yeah, 100%. He already said it. He said he wants to play. No, that's okay. The guy been telling me he wants to play.
That's the next live stream we need to do. We need to give Postel an "if I did it, here's how I would have done it" live stream.
That's what I told him. I want to do a breakdown with me and Postel where we watch his hands. And we just talk about what he does.
But he has to be like, if I would have cheated, this is how I would have cheated.
Is this like the OJ? Is this like the OJ thing? If
yeah, pretty much.
Well, if I feel like lighting money on fire in PLO, which could easily happen, depends on how the rest of the year goes trading. You know, I might go into the most addictive form of poker for me.
Yeah, guys, listen, if you're just tuning in, we just had Robbi on here. She basically broke down her lie detector test. She took the lie detector test today. She said it was an arduous process, an hour preparation, 3 tests. She passed it. She said she gave her phone away to the LA Times reporter so they could look through it to see about the text with Brian. She also said that she's going to play Bill Perkin in a heads-up match for $2 million. We don't know if that's going to take place. And then Robbi also said, what was the third one? She said that she spent the afternoon at Hustler with the lead detective. Okay, finalized reports. We said that. She did the lie detector test. We said that. She submitted the mobile record. She said that. You also said, Bob, that she could, if she wanted to submit her phone records to a verified investigator who could really go through her phone, and she said she would be down with that too. I mean, if she really would do that.
When I told her what that entailed, I said that it's not a good idea, not because I think she's cheating, just because I think it's like those guys can really get a lot of information from shit. So I would highly doubt that anyone would submit to that, but maybe she will. Maybe she really has nothing to hide, and it seemed like she was a little less eager to submit her phone once I told her that they can, or maybe not eager, but more like I think the conversation kind of went off the rails a little bit when we started talking about that, because then it was like, oh, what else do you want me to do? You want me to do everything? You want me to do everything? I'm not. No. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it's necessary for her to submit her phone, but if she wants to, it could certainly, that would 100% exonerate her.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? If that's the goal, if my goal was, and I knew that I didn't do anything, then I would give you my phone and say, go do what you got to do.
I don't want to have anything to do with this, just to be perfectly clear. I want the illusion of just being a fun here guy for some quippy remarks here and there.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think I get the impression she's serious about, like, she is serious. She does want to clear her name.
I know
she's
a guy
not,
then.
she ain't fucking around about it.
Bill does too. There's a guy, if she really wants to submit her phone to this guy, I'm sure this guy will be willing to look at it if he wants to.
Yeah. What do you think, Bill? You think that could be the only way that she could?
I mean, if she's willing to submit her phone to this guy,
mm-hmm.
and it's looked at and she's exonerated, I'm like, she didn't cheat. That's my opinion. My opinion goes from I don't know to she didn't cheat.
Yeah, well, someone said she could have two phones. Good point, obviously, right? You could have two phones, and then that theory is blown out the window. So I mean,
you could have two phones, sure, but I'm sure somewhere on that main phone at some point she messaged her husband or I'm sure. I don't think they were like, oh, we're gonna. First of all, I don't. Just to be clear, I don't think she cheated. Likely did not cheat. But if they did, I can't imagine they were like from day one, let's all go get burner phones like it's the fucking Wire and they're in Baltimore, like trying to sell baggies or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like you don't think you don't. I mean,
after the fact, sure. After the fact, sure, right? But not before the fact.
Wilmington, we're basically just talking about. I'm just talking about ways to move forward for Robbi, because I know Robbie's passionate about this. She's passionate about clearing her name.
But to me, like you have this reward out, right? You put $250,000 out, and then now it's down to, I don't know, 150, 170, whatever, and like there's time left, and nobody's coming forward, right? And there's been multiple things, and then Hustler Casino is doing whatever it says it's doing, right? And if that's done, then it's done to me. Yeah,
I think a lot of I think you're probably right. I think devil's advocate there. I think maybe some of the people might not have thought the reward was real. I think that the way we put the reward out, the bounty up, I don't know, whatever. But it probably was. I mean, we should have done like escrowed it and then had like legal terms of what needed to be provided. If this was provided, you would get this amount of money. The lawyers have it. It's like a binding document. But whatever, it doesn't matter now.
I mean, my money's like. Joey doesn't physically have it. It's as good as gold. And if Joey says it has to be paid, it's getting paid. Period. End of sentence. So Joey's the investigator.
All right, Joey's so I'm probably going to make it easier for people to get in touch with us then, because right now I don't think, how are they ever getting in touch with Bill?
Yeah.
Right.
No, they got to get in touch with you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. How are they getting? That's what I'm saying. They can't really get in touch with me right now. So I'm gonna make a official email for it, guys. I'm gonna put it on social media.
Good luck with that. You're gonna get every creep in the world.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem. Is like I've already got a lot of messages that are straight runaround train, right, from anonymous accounts. So, what's the best way for information to get to you that's legitimate, where it's not just, overwhelmed by everything.
Do you have a clerk to like sift through the garbage? Because really, you're just looking like if it's gonna be like if it's gonna be somebody with that's a whistleblower, they would have had to have been involved. So that's a shorter universe of people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, I just got.
It's not going to be like, oh, I know a guy and I think this or ask this question or whatever. Like it's going to be like, I participated in these activities and here's how we did it.
Yeah, the messages I've got, they never start off like that. They're like, I'll tell you, they're always trying to like fool their way around. They'll be like, oh, I know this, and then but I can't tell you. If I tell you, it's going to give up who I am. And then I'm like, well, if this is going to give away who you are, if I got to the only way I'm paying you is if I verify the information. If I verify the information, you're the only person that can know that. You probably shouldn't give me the information, because then you're fucked if this gets back to you. So I've had some people say that to me specifically. And
well, I mean, like they have to be part of it. They have to verify it, and they want the money. I mean, listen, it was $250,000. Like it doesn't come, like it's not coming without some everything costs, right? Like you're gonna have to give yourself up and give up your ring or whatever. And it doesn't seem like either A, the person exists, or B, they're not willing to do it, not willing to pay the cost.
Yeah. And not for right now, but I think it's also early, right? I mean, it's like 14 days in. I mean, maybe some people are sitting around wondering what's going to happen and surveying the scene.
Dude, people who have their lives at stake from like murder investigations come forward for like 10 or 20 grand. You know what I mean? Like, so like this is $250,000 for some like casino bullshit, right? Like,
I mean, this is bigger than casino bullshit. If something was going on, this is like a bigger deal, bigger issue, bigger people that got.
Yeah, but I'm like you're not getting, you know what I mean? Like nobody's coming to kill you. Like, you know what I mean? It's just a lot of money.
You could easily think that. You could think someone's going to kill you. How could you not? If you go, oh, if I go out with this, like if I knew that you guys were up to something, I knew I was going to go out public, and you were like, I'm going to kill you, then maybe I would think that you're going to come kill me because you don't want me to reveal this information. And then even if I even reveal the information, maybe I'm still got to worry about you coming at me as well too.
I'm just saying, like, in criminal investigations, I've put, you've seen it. Like, I've posted rewards for people for the shooting. I've posted rewards for all kinds of things, not just poker stuff, right? Like, Crime Stoppers here and there. There was a lady who was kidnapped on my block once, which is crazy. Got thrown into a trunk.
What the fuck?
Two guys tried to kidnap her. Like, people, you know what I mean? Like, this is like the largest reward I've ever offered for any kind of situation like that, which is kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're cheating at the Hustler, trying to get some edge on this and your percent, like, it's a lot of money, you know?
Right, yeah.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, there's a lot of reasons why maybe this person would come forward and they exist and there was cheating, but to me, it's the cheating case right now is starting to fall apart. The people who are making the cheating case are starting to fall apart.
What do you think about that, Bob?
Why would you say that? I don't get it.
Well, one, she has answers now, despite the inconsistencies, that explain all her actions. You know what I mean?
What answers explained all her actions? I'm curious.
Well, she's just like, I was under pressure. I was nervous. I went into this back room with Garrett. You know, he asked for the money back.
She's been saying that since day one. What are you even talking about?
But like, you know, the Jack 4, Jack whatever, that one, I'm not leaving that. I'm just saying, like, why did you give the money to him was really, you know, I haven't followed the whole 30 seconds.
You know what I realized right just now? Bill's a little drunk right now on Robbi love. That's what's happening. Robbi gave him a little bit of that sunshine. She was sweet to him for a second, and now he's like, the new
it could be.
Robbi has that effect. Maybe
she could be. Listen. Somebody's got to come forward, or the Hustler's got to come through, or whatever. Because like
they're still investigating, bro. It's not over. They haven't stopped.
No. I'm just saying, like, right now, at this point in time, until we get new information, right? Like, this reminds me of Joan Benet Ramsey. Do you remember that, Bob?
I don't know. Were you attracted to her too? I'm just kidding.
Dude, that's sick. She's the little girl got murdered, and they accused her parents. Like,
I meant the wife.
Yeah. They witch hunted them to the day, you know, almost to the day she died. And then
reminds me of Amanda Knox too, right?
What's that?
Reminds me of Amanda Knox too.
Yeah, Amanda Knox, Joan Benet Ramsey case where people were just like witch hunted them to death, and it turns out, you know, they didn't do it. They were innocent.
I think,
you know,
I think we found the lie detector place here. It appears that is this right? Is this the right record, guys? 123 North 9th Street. I'm just telling you. Someone sent me into the link. They said that's where the lie detector place is. I'm just telling you what they said, bro. So that's where it looks like. Let me see.
Do you think it's the duplex or Bob? The Bob Scales slash. Look, I'm sure it was a. Look,
I don't know if that's it. I don't know. Someone put in the chat. I don't know if they're. I don't know if that's
let's not make light of the fact that this was a stressful lie detector. Look, I'm laughing, but it's not funny. This person's been through a lot of stress. They did a lie detector test on very little sleep. People have been attacking her nonstop. Some people pretending to be wizards named Harry Potter. Durs coming in with questions from nerds on the internet. There's a lot of stuff going on here that's just not cool.
I think she's handling pretty well.
Bill Perkins called her a bully. I did not call her a bully.
Well, let's go back to look at that thing. I want to look at that again one more time.
I got to make sure that's the right. Where did that address come from? Is that really the guy's place?
I don't think so. Can't.
I don't think so either. That can't be right. Let me look this guy up real quick. Let me look up my man James Hanna.
I think it's kind of. I mean,
no, that is it.
Listen, the lie detector test results came back, but don't you think it's a little odd that she supplied the lie detector guy?
Well, didn't you see though, Bill? It said instead of handwriting on the letter, confidential. I don't know if you saw. You might have missed that. But she was, in one of the pictures she posed with, she had a manila envelope, and it was handwritten confidential. So you know it's serious business when you see that. No,
Good point.
I message the guy. I'll go there. I'm gonna go check out the place. I'll go check it out.
No, this is what you need to do. This is what you need. So we need to find someone that's like, look, I gotta take this lie detector test. I gotta beat it. Can you help me out? And see if the guy takes the bait. You know, like,
bro.
You know, I did something I should have done. Now I gotta take a lie detector test.
Okay, fuck it.
Let's
do it. Fuck it. Let's try it out. See what happens. Where's Melissa? Poo-Dog. Where's Poo-Dog at? Poo-Dog. We're gonna send Poo-Dog.
Poo-Dog in there.
We're gonna send Poo-Dog Melissa in there.
You know,
Poo-Dog Melissa's gonna go in there, and
Swinburne.
she is gonna go in there, and she can investigate for the team. And boots on the ground in Vegas tomorrow. We go there. The Legion goes there 5,000 strong tomorrow. We all get a lie detector test tomorrow. All right.
I think to be fair, like it shouldn't Garrett been the one who supplied the lie detector tester guy?
Yeah.
Why shouldn't it have been Eric Person?
Well, I'm just saying. To be fair, it should have been maybe the Hustler Casino or somebody like that. Like, you know, it would have helped her. It would help her, Kate. It would help her, right? It would help her more, right?
Bro, we're not going to put her through this ordeal of doing another lie detector.
No, I'm not saying like to go through it and do it again. But I'm just saying like for her own, like she did it to make a point, and I think her point would have been made stronger had it been provided by Garrett or the Hustler Casino. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can bring up some good points, Bill. I'm surprised you didn't bring up any of these points while you're hypnitized by your beauty earlier in the call.
It's hard. It's hard. I mean, you know, I get hypnotized by Angelina Jolie's cousin. I mean, what do you want me to do?
Guys. Well, listen. What else do we got? I feel like, is that what we got for tonight with the topic here, boys?
I think so. Unless we want to talk about how we're going to game plan this Mike Postle. If I did it, here's why I would have done it, pod. I want to be in on that.
You want to do that with Mike Postle too? He said he's down. We can set it up.
Yeah, I'm down. I think.
But we all got to be blacked out drunk though.
Is that what he said?
I brought that up. He said we can have a couple drinks. I'm like, perfect. I'm ready to drink a bottle of wine, and you tell we talk.
That would be great. We should do it with instead of headphones and speaker. We should just do it with like a bone conducting device in her.
Jesus Christ. All right. Well, guys in the chat, listen, thank Carl Bob for coming in. Thank Bill Perkins for coming in.
Love you, Bob.
Love you, Bob. You guys, love you, Joe.
Yeah, I'll see you guys
safe,
soon.
everybody.
Man, thanks for having us on. Thanks, chat. This was great.
Thanks.
Yeah, guys, we'll see you soon, okay?
All right, bro.
All right. Later, guys. All right, guys, the boys are out of here. Perkins and Haral Bob. Shout out to Robbi for coming on here. She said that the guys are being haters about the lie detector plays. And, I mean, listen, Robbi, they looked at the plays, right? It's easy for people to look at the place and say, what's the place? Come on, stop it. But yeah, shout out to Robbi, man. Everybody out there, get on me because I'm a part of, I like Robbi, that everyone's like, oh, you can't like Robbi. She seemed like she's going through a lot no matter what went down with her. She seemed like she's going through a lot. So, and I seen a lot of the comments, like I said. And, they're fucking gross, right? I feel bad. So it is what it is. Guys in the chat, what do we got out there? Julia. Yeah, give a big thanks to Haral Bob for coming on, Bill Perkins for coming on, Robbi for coming on, Tom Dwan for coming on, all the great guests we've had on over the course of the investigation. Robbi said all the lie detector places look like trash. Yeah, I can understand that. They're probably not a good in a beautiful video, in a beautiful place. I get that. She's... Where else would that place be? I mean, it's a good question. Where else would the lie detector place in Vegas be? I mean, I don't really know. I have no idea. I'm not well researched on the lie detector place. So, yeah. So for next stream, I mean, I'll probably do some edited videos. I might do a couple more live streams, maybe one or two, like a going away live stream, And then the next thing we got is I'm going to be doing. We're going to Dan Smith's game. On Dan Smith's holding a game at the Resorts World next Monday, so I'll be there if you guys want to hang out there. A bunch of people will be there. The meetup game I'm going to throw, like I said, is going to be sick. We're going to try to get everybody there. Alan Keating going to be there. JR, Hopefully get Robbi there, get Haralabob there. I'm probably going to get Saul for White Guys. I'm going to try to get everybody, right? I'm going to invite everybody. Brad, Andrew, I'm inviting Rampage. I'm inviting everybody I know. I'm calling all people I know. I'm like, oh, you guys want to come to the meetup game? So this is going to be the most lit meetup game in history of poker. That's my goal for meetup game number 1. It'll be in November. We'll finalize that deal, announce it on social media, and then WPT got a meetup game in early December, but it's going to be hard to get on that list. So you better. I'm just telling you now, when they figure out a way to register, you're going to want to play that game. It's going to be sick. And then during that series, I'll be around the win, making content and doing podcasts and doing content too. So, but yeah, coming up here, more edited videos. I'll get back to more new stuff. I'm going to play a heads up challenge against someone as well too. Maybe Robbi wants to play me as well. And I'm going to give her that work if we play heads up. I'll play any of you guys in the chat. I don't care anybody out there. So. Tada Carol said, I hope there's more, Joey. I don't want the stream to end. Yeah, I'll stream. I'm still down to stream some more stuff, some more call-in shows if people are interested in that. You know, let me know in the chat if you guys want more call-in shows or if you want more streams. You know, Hustler want me to watch their content. They want me to, you know, watch the games and you know, talk about it, see the hands, just, you know, have a good time, hang out with my chat. So, you know, they put up a game once a day. So there's always a lot of games to watch and always a lot of high-stakes fun to go on, especially their Friday games are pretty sick. Melissa said, keep doing call-in streams, more call-in stream variety hour. Yeah, I'm down to do that. If I had something to talk about for 12 hours, I would happily do it. But I don't really, you know, you got to use your imagination pretty hard to be able to talk about something for 12 hours. So at least when I'm watching Robbi play, you know, no offense to these guys, do I watch Robbi play or do I want to watch Johnny Vibes? Johnny Vibes, my guy, love Johnny Vibes. You know, it's easier to watch Robbi for 80 hours than it might be to watch Francisco. Francisco with that great hoodie, right? But I feel like Robbi spoiled us with her 80 days, 80 hours of Robbi. So we got to take an edible after all that. That was an intense moment. More debate shows. Yeah, I'm going to do more podcasts as well.
They could win. They could. But they're the Bears. But they're at home, too. I mean, they're the Bears. They're still the favorites, I'm sure.
No, the other guy is 1 point, I think so.
But you can do a call-in show.
Yeah.
But, like, same could be said for the other team.
You can do a call-in show about anything. You can talk about more topics if you really want to.
Go out to a little lead at first. They like to give up.
There's enough to talk about.
I know.
But yeah, guys, thanks everybody for tuning in. Smash the like button if you guys enjoyed the content. I kind of like the 5-sum that we did there with Tom Dwan and with Tom Dwan and with Haralabob. Garrett's worse. Dude, 2 Robbis. I found this clip. I was gonna post it about the lie detector.
If you had to name the devil for you, the biggest devil among them, that would be me.
After last time we talked to Robbi and she said something, I saw that clip. I was looking for the receipts part.
For you?
No way. No way. I want to see the receipts from the drug dealer that I bought $730,000 worth of drugs from. I want to see receipts.
If you had to name the devil for you, the biggest devil among them,
that would be me.
Bro, Whitney on another level, man. Look at her. Whitney Houston, a true legend, man. She was definitely out of line, though. I saw this vlog. I didn't even know this guy Wesley got a vlog. He got like a vlog. He said he's the most famous poker player in the world.
Have kings, yes. I dropped.
Look how I make it in 7 months. One of the famous poker player in the world.
You guys let this fucking kid become more famous than you in poker in 7 months. How do you feel about that? You let this guy Wesley, 7 months, become a famous poker player.
Make it in 7 months. One of the famous poker player in the world. I make it. It's my billboard.
Poker's so easy.
So easy.
Who the fuck is this guy, bro? Look at this guy. I love this guy. You got the blonde hair with the fucking suit coat. He got a billboard out there. He made it. I'm poker so easy. I bet it is. This guy's sick.
7 months, you can do it. Infinite bankroll, and you can do everyone. Everyone will be your bankroll.
Everyone will be.
好了，我们现在准备。
Who the fuck is that guy? I love that guy. Yo, shout out to Wesley, man.
Lock in. Lock in. You feel me?
It's our theme song.
No, I can't. I gotta stay here. I gotta lock in. No, I'm going to the library this Saturday. I gotta do some research on this business I want to start. I want to know what it's going to really take for me to achieve that. I just want to talk. Lock in on your dream. Lock in. All right. That means turn off the Twitter, get off the phone, stop gossiping, get off the corner, put the blunt down, lock in. Lock in. You feel me? That means, yo, you want to go? No, I can't. I gotta stay here. I gotta lock in. No, I'm going to the library this Saturday. I gotta do some research on this business I want to start. I want to know what it's going to really take for me to achieve that. I just want to talk. Lock in on your dream. Lock in.
I love that guy. P. Diddy. Shout P. Diddy. Okay. Yeah, let's see if we got anything else on 2+2. Did I pay him to make this? Yeah, I paid Diddy. I paid Diddy Poo Dog to do that. I'm saying if somebody want to come on the show. I have no smack. Yeah, I need to get some food. Yeah, if anybody else want to call in though, they can feel free to call in. I'm gonna just find out with Frank. Somebody said, Joey, I feel like I'm breaking up with my girlfriend. No, I don't think so. Jay said I'm playing that before I start work every day. I know about polygraphs. This guy said put the cock in. Okay. Yeah, I mean, unless we got something else. I mean, basically, you know, we kind of just waiting to hear from Garrett. So Julia Rose said, I'll take a Joey reacting to clips, memes, and laughing his ass off stream every day. Yeah, I'm definitely down to stream more stuff that isn't necessarily like, that isn't necessarily, what is this? You're kidding me. That's the place. What did they do to poor Robbi? They put her in there like that. You're kidding me. Joe from Jersey. Bob simping for Robbi and simping for true Harry Potter tile. I am down for heads up against fake Harry Potter teaches place. Who is that? What was that? Are you still here? Oh, we're still here. I'm still on the call. It looks like Rip blew the whistle for free. It goes along with how they think. Brian colluded with Darren Attaby, who got Robbi on board, who got Jacob Chavez. They are Abbott and Costello 2022, and Rip responded with 100. So I think Jersey Joe owes me $5,000. Is that true? He might. What are they going to do? Look like Park Avenue? Do they even realize that HCL investigators are hired investigators the same as the lie detector guy? I love how everyone's so critical of every word spoken on the show. Probably Wesley. Poppy's the reigning defending Bally's heads-up tournament champion. That's true. Is Robbi going to sue Garrett? I mean, does Garrett even care at that point in time if he sues her? Then if, you know, how much money is she going to get from Garrett? Doesn't Garrett got a bunch of money? Like, how long is he going to go out and talk about? When's he going to come out and talk publicly about it? I guess I'm wondering. Probably after the investigation's over. Joey owes Jersey Joe. How do I owe Jersey Joe anything? He owes me. I bet on the side of innocent. He bet on the side of guilty. It's still out there to be determined. Ivy still making that drink. Yeah, did you guys see? I mean, let's go over some of the best memes while we're here. Let's kind of see the best things from the investigation that we got. Poker's Life. Shout out to Poker's Life. Host Colin show. JR said he's going to buy 10 buy-ins for the Legion guys. So Legion fans, 10 buy-ins are on JR. So basically 10 of you guys that are members of the YouTube chat or my Twitch are going to be able to get your buy-in covered by JR for the meetup game. And then Alan Keating once again going to be there too. Anything for Legion. So Alan Keating, he said he's gonna come out and play. Alan Keating playing next week on Hustler as well too. The only two people I trust to lead an independent investigation and find out the truth. I mean, are there two better guys? McDonough said Joey starts 12-hour investigation, has 0 follow-up questions, just lets anybody ramble as long as they want. Cool, but not really investigating. McDonough, you sound like the biggest fucking idiot I've ever heard in my life. I'm just going to be straight up with you, right? I've literally done 90 hours. I asked every question. I already asked. Every question being asked, I pretty much asked before. And if it's a new question, then the other people have been asking those questions. So I've asked a lot of the questions, and I've discussed every question for 90 hours. So at this point in time, I let the other detectives in the case do a lot of the questioning. And if I feel like they missed something, then I'll chime in and add a question where I feel like it's needed. But it's not a timeout offense. I don't mind people that say that. I'm just saying that it just sound dumb, right? I mean, listen, I've been getting attacked for my ability by comments like that all week. I didn't do this. I could have done that. I could have said this. You know, a lot of positive things, 99% positive comments. But you know, everybody got an opinion. Everybody don't agree with how you do things. If you don't like it, then I can understand it. It makes sense. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. And if you want to do it differently, then go do your thing, man. Go watch it. You know, send me the link. Let me check it out. Then I'll make a video about it. And I'll criticize it too then. And you can criticize just like you're criticizing me. Seemed pretty fair. But yeah, I mean, listen, I thought this was a pretty good investigation so far. I mean, it's still a lot of ways to go. We basically got everybody talking. We heard from almost everybody involved. You know, what more could you want? You want to hear from the people. You want to hear their stories. You want to hear them talk. You want to hear them answer questions. Garrett, obviously, he's been silent. But most other people, they all came on. They all talked numerous different times. So, Garrett Adelstein, 6-page note article, allegedly Robbi out of line, lock in, listen, ay. Julia, 6.9K watching. We hit our high record, 10K watching too. Greg Baines, Joey, do you respect for the grind? The hours you committed to this are pretty amazing. Yeah, I mean, we gotta try to figure it out. You know, obviously, if there's nothing to figure out, everyone's gonna say you did this for 12 days and you didn't figure anything out. Well, I mean, that's a good thing. That sounds like a positive thing. I don't know if this music's copyright. Yeah, this video is pretty nice. Basically, all the characters, the investigation, Robbi. Wonder what Robbi's gonna do now. Am I gonna come to your birthday party? I might come to your birthday party. It depends where it's at, Benjamin. So we basically hosted the sickest 2 weeks of call-ins in the history of poker, because we basically had like 60 people, 70 people from the community call in. I wish I could have had a bit more diverse selection of people. I kind of had a lot of repeat guests, but it's just a lot easier to have them on repeatedly. But there were a lot of people like Melanie Weissner. Maybe it's not still too late to have her on. Maybe it's not too late to have these people on. Maybe that should be one of my next shows, to kind of let a few days pass and then see how people think about it. You know, maybe on Monday or Tuesday we do another show. That's a fake Tuckman. I don't know what that is. It's another real Tuckman. Yeah, we had the prosecutor on. We had the LA lawyer on. Private investigator on. Yeah, where's the Conrad locked in eating pizza? I mean, people are watching the stream eating pizza. You know, that's when you know it was a good time. Yeah, we got to make a Discord still. I got to make a Discord. That's all I got to do for links and clips. We can do like a stream off of things in the Discord as well. I think that could work out really well. Melissa, MVP of commenting on the challenge. David Abadou said, just the rich ones. Hey, Joey, how much they pay you to integrate her like that? Sad you couldn't someone on her side on the balance. How much did they pay you to integrate her like that? Interrogate her like that? How can I have someone on her side to balance it? Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Yeah, you know, maybe it would have been nice to have Alex Jacob in there, maybe instead of. But Bill came in there. He was kind of like he felt attacked, so he wanted to come in there. So I can understand why he wanted to come in and defend himself. Someone said, "I know edibles give you sniffles." Yeah, my nose is just basically like stuffed up right now. It's real in Vegas. Like your skin gets really dry, your nose gets stuffy, your lips get dry. So. Yeah, where's that one clip? Basically, this guy was watching it in Australia. You're kidding me? It spread all over. It spread all over the world. Alan Kessler got on my show. He's been asking me to come on my show for 7 years. Happy to finally get the guy on. I like that guy. Frankie Funk. I started working with him. I like this kid right here. Make sure you go follow my guy Frank. Listen, I started working with Frank. He one of my guys I'm working with. Help him out with social media. Help him pop it off. He a young kid. Yeah, he like a next generation kind of young kid in America. So we gotta get him to let that personality out as well. Let me see. Bryn Kenny, you guys remember this? Bryn Kenny got backdoor quad draw against Daniel Negreanu. And then he won the Super High Roller Bowl, which I think that was pretty incredible. Bryn Kenny, unfortunately, got hit with the BD quad, popped that top set. I mean, pretty like, you know, pretty memorable. Yeah, I need background music. Yeah, I know. Someone said to me about coke. No, I don't really do coke. I just like edible. I'm just taking edible every day. Like I don't need to do cocaine for anything. I don't really do much where I would need to. Aurora Ware, take it easy, Aurora Ware. The thing about the music is sometimes it's really not copyright. Like I played a music the other day and then it got struck for copyright. So I'm just not sure what music to play that isn't copyright. Hoodie said I could use some of his music, but I'm not sure which ones I could use of Hoodie's music. I'll just play some shit.
You pretended to sleep when I put on Big Brother.
At least when I use someone's music that I know, then I know I can get copyright taken off if they get copyrighted, so that's good. Should we have Alan Kessler calling, guys? What do you think? Should we hear from my guy Kessler? I feel like he did a good job. You know what? Out of respect for Kessler, I feel like he really grinded. He did a good job. I'm happy he was invested. How do I give him a link? Hold on. I gotta figure out how to get him a link. Get Norman Shad on the phone. Yeah, me and Norman Shad, we got to see each other. I think he said I tried to call him. I'm too mad at him right now. I just can't talk to Norman Shad. He just triggers me too hard right now. All right, how do I invite? I'm trying to invite Chainsaw. Bro, I want to get Poo Dog Melissa in here. Haral Bob sent me a message, said the point is she told Joey-Ingram that her public relations team told her specifically to take the polygraph in Las Vegas because the polygraph examiners in California weren't good enough. That's what makes it funny. The notion that this bail bond storefront houses a polygraph examiner who is league above every examiner in the state of California. Yeah, basically, let me see what they're saying. Listen, we need Pudog Melissa in here. She got it. She's been in the chat every day. I'm gonna send her the Zoom right now. All right, Pudog Melissa, she got to come in here. She got to give us a moderator's take on what she's seen. I really like people calling the elite of the poker world. They call them like the poker world elite. And it's basically just people that have been around poker for 15 years who play high stakes, and they've sort of just been around. And I guess it's kind of funny, the poker elite. They say, like, who's in the elite? Sean Deeb. Or I guess it's the high stakes guys that have been around for a while. Pudog, get in the chat. You got no option. We're going to take a poll, Pudog. Should Pudog make a quick appearance? I feel like the answer is yes. If it says yes, Pudog, you got to come in. You got no job. You got no option. If you're in bed or not, it's okay. It is what it is. Last two streams have been the best ones. Keep it up. Yeah, I mean, we're getting it figured out. All right, Melissa, the Legion has spoken. 80%. Come on, Pudog, come on. You got no. Now she got no choice. The Legion spoke. Yeah, she's sleeping as she comments all night long. You're right.
Pair of sixes for Garrett. Robbi's ace king, no good anymore.
Lock in.
Robbi makes the call. Pot now $12,825. A king would be devastating for her. Double barrel from Garrett, and this hand's over.
Look how much more fun Robbi is to watch play than the lineup we were watching a little bit earlier. With Francisco. We love Francisco, but you know. Uh-oh, we got a guest. Hold on a second. Uh-oh.
Hello?
Hello, Pudog Melissa. Where are you at?
I'm in bed. I'm having such bad allergies, so excuse me if I'm congested.
Oh, so you're saying that your nose is also stuffy too, and it's not because you're not because you're on a drug like they were saying that I'm on.
Correct.
Okay.
I just went outside with my dog, and I don't know what I inhaled. My entire sinuses just completely swelled up, and I started sneezing like crazy.
All right. Well, listen, chat. Give our one of our own moderators a warm welcome. We got the Pudog Melissa in the house right here. She's been watching. She's been commenting on Twitter. She's been a hardcore consumer.
I'm locked in.
You really, you really have been. You say that again. The audio was low. Say what you said again.
I've been locked in.
So you've been locked in. So what are your thoughts from the investigation? You've been following it the entire time. Obviously, you've been in the chat the entire time. You've been on Twitter. You've been dropping knowledge. You've been dropping a lot of good responses, a lot of memes. What's your perception? You're newer to poker world too, so
yeah.
What's your perception of the investigation?
You know, it's so weird. At first, I thought she wasn't cheating, and then I thought she was, and now I don't think she is anymore. I don't really know. It's been a ride, but I will say tonight she seemed a lot more pleasant than the last one. It must be the alcohol.
Yeah, she said today. What did she have in front of her? What would she show something? She wasn't drinking. She was drinking. What was she drinking? Remember, she showed something, and then she said, "I'm not drinking wine tonight."
I don't know, what was it.
Chat, you got to tell me what it was. Yeah, she was like, oh, I'm not drinking wine tonight. So, yeah, I think the other night, remember, she made the tweet and she was like, oh, how many glasses of wine should I have before I came on the show? And then maybe she had, a few glasses and came on and was fired up. And, and then Julie came. I felt like she was actually crushing that other interview until Julie came on. And then when her and Julie came on, they kind of went after it with each other. And then, she was real fired up. She felt attacked by Julie. And she basically kind of freaked out a little bit, I think a lot of people's minds, in how she reacted and I was like, I understood where she was coming from because she felt like Julie really attacked her and was going after her. And I felt Norman Chad's been attacking me on Twitter, and I said I wanted to crack him in the fucking ribs. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I don't normally,
When are we getting the Poppy Norman Chad cage fight?
No, it ain't. I don't want to. See what I'm saying? It's just, I feel like I've been attacked been attacked like Robbi and Garrett. So when Norman Chad compared my investigation, he said it was a reckless investigation. What the fuck does Norman Chad know about an investigation?
I know. I
think
he's said that about us before too, though. So
that's why I said he made like 5 tweets. I said it's only fair I give the guy a crack in the ribs, right? So yeah. I could see Robbi felt like Julie was trying to crack her in the ribs, so she had to swing back, and it didn't come out as the most pleasant thing and the most friendly thing because she'd been dealing with that. She'd been dealing with that the whole entire time.
I know, I feel bad. I feel like I was a bit harsh on her, but actually when I heard her explain it tonight, I understood a lot more, like, sort of her perspective. It was hard to understand her perspective from the other, like, states that I've seen her in, but tonight I felt that I was, like, able to understand more.
How so? What did you feel like that you didn't understand at first, that as you heard her talk more,
she was just a lot more like aggro in the other ones. I think she was like more chill tonight, and I could she seemed to like have more coherent thoughts, so I could sort of follow what was going on. That last one, I don't know where, I felt like she took me into Twilight Zone. I don't know where I went. There was like 6 stories in a row. They were all of a sudden
after that show, was it last night or what was it last night, right? Or the day before? Man, I swear to God, I need like a day off after that. We're joined by Melissa, by the way. This is Melissa right here. Melissa, she's playing with Phil Hellmuth. Phil Hellmuth looks about 7 feet tall, and you look about 5'2". So
everybody makes me look. Why so like tall people got to stop? What's with these tall people? Like everyone I meet is so tall, and I feel like a dwarf.
Why'd you take away? I mean, this is disgusting. Why'd you take away your pinned photo?
Oh, I don't know. I felt because I had posted a selfie, and then I had that one as my pin, and I didn't like having them one after the other. But now it's moved down, so I could just repin it now.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of your memes. You got a few good ones. The Jeffrey Dahmer one. I mean, some people say the Jeffrey Dahmer one out of line. Actually, you stole that one, didn't you?
I didn't mean to, but yeah, I guess I did.
And you reaped the reward, huh?
You know what though? Like, so quality matters. Can't be having the 240p or whatever.
What's this one? You're doing a weight lift? What happened here with this thing?
Oh, my nose started bleeding.
Because you're so fucking locked in.
I'm so locked in.
You're kidding me. Oh my God, it really did. You're kidding me. If that happened to me right now, think what the people would be saying in the chat about me.
Oh my, well, they said it about me too. I'm like, listen guys, it's a desert. We're not supposed to be in this air.
That's what I've been telling people. I got a humidifier next to me. I got no water in it. I'm dying right now.
You got a humidifier? Shit.
You don't have a humidifier?
No, I gotta get one.
You got to get one. You actually had the best comment, I would say, of the investigation was when you responded with the picture of Eric Person and Phil Ivey and said that they look like why do they look like 2 kids giving a classroom presentation? And that thing.
Yeah, Person looks like that. There's always that kid in class that always wore the spandex Under Armour shirt.
Eric Person's that kid. Are you gonna? Do you want to dress up like Robbi for Halloween? And then we just got to find Phil Ivey. Maybe we get like Conrad or Big J. I feel like Jamin would make a good Phil Ivey. So do you want to dress up as Robbi?
Okay, I'm in.
Okay, so we'll have you be Robbi.
I kind of want to be Person though.
No, I want to be Person. Come on, dude. Bro, you're kidding me. Look at this guy. I'm dressing up as Person.
He's locked in.
You look out, dude. There's not a guy. Look at this fucking guy, bro. There's not a guy more locked in than Eric Person right now. Look at this guy. Like
He's
this shirt.
So locked in.
That's what I'm saying, bro. The guy is intense. Like the guy got the
like,
hat.
He is. The hat really like makes it extra.
That's what I'm saying. This outfit's like the hardest outfit I've seen. You know what I'm saying? So what if we all just went as, what if we found 6 people to dress up as person? We go as SEAL Team 6.
Wow, that's strong.
And we do like 6 persons, and then maybe we get a Phil Ivey. I feel like we got to find a Robbi though. So
Yeah.
we got to find at least one Robbi. So, but yeah, okay. So Pudong Melissa, has this changed your way you view poker, or has this opened up your eyes? Because obviously, you know, this is a big,
No.
pretty intense ordeal that's been taking place lately. A lot of people throwing a lot of hatred on social media. You know, people are freaking out about comments and stuff like that. So, has it changed the way you're viewing poker, or you know, how you're going to interact with poker moving forward?
No, I don't feel like. I mean, poker's got seedy characters and situations that happen. Same with a lot of other industries. There's a lot of stuff that goes on, I'm sure, in, I don't know, dentistry that I would be like, whoa, that's crazy. Like, I didn't know dentists were like that.
Can you imagine what they're doing in dentists? Like maybe they're not
Dude,
maybe they're not washing the drill or something like that, and then it's like a big conspiracy, and then
No, they actually do shit. My friend one time told me I guess her dad was dentist, and like there were people, they would just all meet up and do the nitrous, the laughing gas together. So, you know, shit's weird. I mean, people do stuff in those back channels of different industries.
Damn, I don't know. You're locked in like that on Dentist World. Okay.
I'm locked into the dentistry.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Yeah. Okay, chat. I mean, obviously. So, what do you think about the chat? You've been a moderator in the chat. Obviously, the chat is psychotic. You know, these are all our guys and girls out here, so it makes sense. You know, we're a big supporter of the chat, but sometimes we got to shut them off, as we did earlier tonight. What are your?
I know Conrad gets real upset when you shut the Legion off.
I know, I missed the Legion, but they go in. They start going in, and it just like snowballs.
You have crazy viewership. Like you have like thousands of people. You're gonna have, you know, they're gonna be locked in.
Yeah, well, they're locked in with a lot of opinions, and they're not. The thing I like about the Legion is that they're pretty like straightforward. Like they're good at spotting a fook. You know, and they're gonna tell you
that. It was there were some moments when I'm like, am I going crazy, or like is this like something sus about this? And then I would see in the chat, I feel real validated.
Right. And they always see it. You know what I mean? Like you really can't fool
Nothing gets by them.
Right. You really can't fool the Legion. Like the Legion is going to call you out at anything. If you ever did anything, the Legion is going to let you know in the chat. They're going to remind you a few times. They're going to ask me to ask you about it, even if I asked you about it before. And if you say something the wrong way, they're going to let you know.
It's also so, I swear they, like, I thought I had a short attention span, but the Legion, like, someone is talking for like 1 millisecond longer than they want. They're like, get this person off, move on, next.
So
I'm like,
funny.
I get it though, because that's how I feel too.
Yeah, I love it. Guys, we're joined by Pudong Melissa. She is one of the moderators in the YouTube chat. She hosts the Only Friends. This is Melissa right there. She got her Instagram right here if you want to follow her on IG. She posts a lot of, I don't know what the fuck this video is. I'm not even going to click on that video, but she got this great jacket. She got like a thirst trap going on there. Kind of another thirst trap. One poker shot. I mean, could maybe do more poker photos. It is what it is.
Yeah, I could definitely do some more poker stuff. I definitely lately have been, you know, it's been all over the place. I got some toenail stuff. I got some turd cutter stuff.
What?
Huh?
What'd you say? Turd cutter?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Newsom says most interesting revelation is that in the top of the poker world, they all hate each other. Is that true? Because I don't really hate anybody else in poker except Norman Chad right now.
No, yeah, I don't know. I mean, poker's weird because it is a zero sum. I feel like that probably has something to do with like maybe our communities. Maybe we war against each other more than we need to. I don't know. We play a zero sum game for our life.
Right.
You know. It's got to have some effect.
For poker, I mean, I guess I could see that. But if you play in a different game than somebody else does, then, you know, that game is zero sum. But the entire industry, you know, like Berkey play in one game, you don't play in the same game. So it's like you guys aren't really necessarily impacted by the, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
that's true.
I, in general, like most of the people in poker. I don't know what a turd cutter is. A thong. Okay, I didn't know what that meant.
No, it's not a thong. It's a butthole. Well, it's like a butt, but
What? Why is
you know,
Poppy hate
like
Norman
you
Chad?
never seen a girl walk by and then you just say like, "Whoa, look at the turd cutter on her."
No, I haven't.
Oh.
I might now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well.
I might now. Yeah. Why am I Norman Chad? Norman Chad started talking. Just started dissing me on Twitter, and then tried to gaslight me and say he wasn't dissing me. And I was like, buddy, you did fucking just disrespect me. What are you talking about? He's like, no, I didn't. I was like, what do you mean? Yeah, you did. And then he said a few more things. He compared me to a local LA meteorologist. And listen, that's deserving for an elbow to the fucking jaw.
Okay, that's like it's kind of a clever insult because LA's got the same weather all the time. Like, you don't even have to be good at being a meteorologist to be
Compare me to an LA meteorologist, bro. This guy gotta get hurt, man. You gotta get his fingers cut off. You can't be typing ever
that's
again.
Kinda out of line. That's like low-key super insulting.
That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, right? Like, you gotta get it in the ribs. I'm telling you. Someone gotta hold Norman Chad, and we gotta just give him one crack, right? Like,
I think we gotta lock in.
That's what I'm saying. He compared me to a LA meteorologist. He said, what did this guy say? If this Ray Guardian, I mean, listen, that's a baseball one. He said, let's look at KTL News for a moment. There's 152,000 people tuning in. Many waiting for a weather report to tell us the high temp in LA tomorrow will be the same as today. So frankly, Joey-Ingram 1 might be performing more of a public service than your local TV meteorologist. I don't even know what the fuck that he's trying to say there, but he's grouping me in with the local TV meteorologist, all right? So, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's this guy's problem? You can say anything about me, you're going to compare me to a local TV meteorologist.
Yeah, that's some shade right there. I don't know. LA meteorologists, like, they have the same weather every single day.
Yeah, I know. I'm not trying to pick on him. I'm trying to point to the overblown nature of these constant Jack 4 gauge streams investigating the hand. Poppy reaches 8,000 viewers worldwide at any given time. KTL News in LA attracts 152,000 viewers in one city.
Wow, now he's saying you're small time compared to the LA.
That's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about. Like, what is he talking about here? Like,
dude, he's coming for you.
That's what I'm saying. He coming for my channel. Right? Like, the guy's coming for me. So that's how I came to the thesis that he got to get one to the rib.
Yeah.
Like, it seems fair when I see him just to not even shake a hand, just to go in and just to get out of the way.
Yeah, crack a couple ribs.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got roasted. That's what I got roasted hard. Smash the like button, guys, if you think I was a roast by Norman's playing keyboard warrior. I'm not playing keyboard warrior Norman Chad, right? I mean, we got to settle it in the cage.
Yep.
Me versus Norm, one-on-one. No tweeting, no talking, just fucking.
But you got to do one in like his lane too. So maybe do like a poetry contest, and then like one section is poetry and the other is like cage fighting.
Okay, so we'll do one half poetry and for Norman, so be on Norman level, and then we'll do one cage fight to be on my level.
Yeah.
Perfect. I mean, he got the clout. I mean, 12 people liked the comment, so people did connect with the comment clearly. So it did work out well for him. But yeah, I'm not mean. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could be mean. I could put people down. I could put your work down. I could put your content down. I could put everything about you down if I really wanted to. But it don't make sense, you know, at everyone's body of work just to choose a negative thing to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Don't make any sense. Poker's life. Let's go, Big Poppy stream. So how's your podcast doing, Melissa? How's it been going over there? You enjoying yourself?
Good. We are having Conrad week, so he's been hosting every day. We get it popping. We're getting it popping. Now I'm happy to be moving on to other topics, hopefully.
Yeah, what other topics are on your mind that you're paying attention to as you look around the landscape right now?
We talked about we talked about some crypto stuff lately. The Yuga Labs what is it? SEC investigation. It's kind of interesting. Today we had a little segment on inflation. You know, we're covering all the bases.
Uh-oh. When I think about inflation, I want Conrad and me to host that talk, right? When I want to go to inflation, that's the people I'm going to for
Yep.
sure.
Conrad.
Conrad and Conrad, guys like Conrad, guys like me, girls like you, guys like a Landon.
Exactly.
Landon is going to be locked in when it comes to the topic of inflation. So
Exactly.
yeah, I couldn't get it better than that. Okay, so basically you're just going to keep talking about other things and kind of the same thing I'm sure I'm going to do around here too. So
Yeah. No, you've been killing it though. I feel like you might be you are leading the legion in the forefront of the new age of poker media. You know, the new age of interactive live stream. Like no one watches TV anymore. They're going on YouTube.
yeah,
This is
I've
the
never
new age.
right. I've never even tried to really build my stream or channel. Like I've never streamed. I don't stream. I'm not a streamer. You know, I sometimes occasionally do streaming content, but I'm sure if I tried to take it seriously, it'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Quan Smith said, Joey, why do you think giving Robbi a platform is good? You're giving a thief an ego. It's so clear to everyone. She acts like she's an A-list celeb now. It's so weird. She's a thief. Put her in jail. So I don't think she acts
That's
like.
intense.
I don't think she acts like an A-list celebrity at all.
Guy's fired up.
I know this guy is fired up, right? Why do I think giving Robbi a platform is good? I think that everyone deserves in this situation of their voice to be heard, and I think that Robbie's being directly accused so that she has updates on the case, and if she wants to share those thoughts and ideas with people, then she deserves a platform to be able to get her opinion out there. And there really isn't any proof of her being the thief, as you say. And then, in fact, it was the other way around. Someone stole from her, and she doesn't really act like a A-list celebrity. I mean, she kind of says, you know, like she's having fun. She's trying to make a best situation out of a shitty situation for her. So, with making content and having fun on Twitter and coming on the podcast and getting locked in and fired up and fucking trolling and stuff like that. Like, I think she's just trying to make the best out of a situation that probably makes her not very happy, as she mentions a bunch of times.
To be honest, like she's handled it better than most people likely would, including the person that wrote that comment.
Yeah, right. I know. Yeah, I mean, it is intense. It's like it's unproven and also super intense, right?
Yeah.
So. I mean, I think someone said about being the famous thing. I just think that if you want to be famous, she would have tried something by now. I mean, she would have gone out of her way to do something to get famous. Like if you really want to get famous and you know the right people, you can get famous.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it really depends on what you want to be famous for, I suppose. But you wouldn't be famous in poker unless you did something for poker. So, but if she wanted to be well known in another industry, like I don't think she probably is well known in her industry for the pharmaceutical stuff. Like I've never been in that world, but.
Yeah.
Are there any conspiracy theories that caught your attention out there? Oh, thank you, Brad.
You know, I don't know, but I think it would be kind of interesting if like this led to like us finding out, I don't know, some crazy shit happening. Maybe there's like a thievery ring, like who knows? But I don't know. Like that we at least found one thing out through this, which was that Mr. Bryan was stealing chips. So.
Right. Yeah, that's true. We did find out one thing. So, we did find out one thing. All right. Well, Pooh, give the people some words. Give them some closing thoughts here.
Everybody, be good. Take some edibles, and get locked in.
All right. We need to make we'll make that a sound effect.
Careful of those whatever allergens are in the air tonight. It's crazy out there if you're in Vegas.
Yeah, it is. Guys, listen, give a big shout out to Pooh Dog Melissa, one of the mods in the chat. Always showing a lot of love on social media as well, too. And Melissa, thanks for calling in bed. We'll talk to you. We'll talk to you soon, okay?
See ya.
See ya. All right, guys. Tell Melissa thank you. That Bread, though, thanks for the Twitch raid. Welcome to the Legion. We're going strong right now. Had a great night. Had Bill Perkins on, Robbi, Tom Dwan, Gerolamo Bulgaris. Apparently Bill Perkins again. Jay Farber. An intense night here tonight. I think this one went better than last night, so that was great. Or the night before, or whatever night it was. Mariano got the reverse blocker to the 5 deuce here. What do you guys think about Melissa? Ragnar likes Melissa. John Gabriel said she was locked in. She definitely sounded locked in. This guy, Francisco. I never seen him play before. She's from Brooklyn. That's why she's cool. Is that true? I don't know if she's from Brooklyn or not. But yeah, I'm telling you, something going on in Vegas right now.
Fishy Smell says, I've been losing at poker ever since the God stretch has dried up from Little Big Liz. Can you get her to release a poker course? It's coming.
Yeah, Vanessa Cade said that not sure what she could do at this point to clear her name. Turned into a couple of Joey-Ingram pods, and to me, she comes across as someone willing to openly answer anything to clear herself. Unless new evidence arises, that isn't speculation. She should be vindicated. Hope Hustler continues her investigation and goes much further than looking at the stream. The security leaks make their likelihood that there has been cheating at one point another higher. Saying this is someone who is a fan of what they built and wants them to succeed. The whole thing is a cringe show. Anyone involved in keeping this whole circus going on a daily basis should be embarrassed. It's like a shitty American reality TV from across the pond. And this guy really doesn't say anything, right? Like, he basically just uses like these like buzzwords that people use to like try to overemphasize their point, and they just end up being cringe. Like, this guy just sounds cringe. Everyone should be embarrassed. I mean, look at this fucking guy, bro, right? Like, what is this guy talking about? You see what I'm saying? You see what I got to deal with? I deal with this every day, all the time. People saying things like this all day long to me. So, people be saying all these things. Just be embarrassed. To sit here for 12 hours, I'm not embarrassed, Mark. Buddy. I feel great, Mark. We got a huge gifted subscription on Twitch from Jason Moe. Cunty Cakes dropped 50 gifted subs on Twitch. Ay, ay, ay. Listen, shout out to Cunty Cakes. Jason Moe, one of our recurring guests on the Poker Live podcast over the years. We've had him on a lot. Welcome officially to the Legion, everybody who gifted a subscription by J-Mo. One for all for one. We march on, we march tall, we march strong. We are the Legion. We are here. We'll go to battle with anyone. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Good work. Thank you, sir. Should we get J-Mo to call in? What do you guys think? Nick Vertucci playing on this show. He looks locked in. Nick Vertucci looked like he had a job. He hearing a guy like apply for a job or something like Johnny Vibe trying to get a job, and Vertucci just sitting back away in the scene. Got the pink shades on.
There it is, and he raises to essentially half of Nick's remaining.
Welcome to the Legion. Should we get a call in from J-Mo? I can't breathe. My nose is so stuffed.
And Nick lets it go.
Oh. Camille said she's not doing it for fame, just constantly twittering on live streams, getting interviews, while she could have just said nothing and awaited investigation. I mean, I think that she basically had to say something when Garrett came out and called her a cheater. So she basically has to say something then, and then once she starts saying something, it obviously basically went viral. So why not? Like, why not take advantage of that if you're her? People say that as like a bad thing, and I just don't really agree. Like, I think that it's I think that what she, obviously I'm a content creator, so I see things differently. I think what she's doing is perfect. Like, at least use it to your advantage, man. I mean, look at Wolf of Wall Street. That guy was in jail for like 20 years, and you know he got a great YouTube channel. So, like, what is it? If you, no matter what happened, if you're Robbi, like the Wolf of Wall Street literally was in jail for 20 years, and the guy seems fine now. So, if the Wolf of Wall Street and O.J. Simpson can like come back from that, anybody can come back from anything. So, I mean, the Wolf of Wall Street, like a real like popular guy, it seems like too. I mean, maybe he's kind of, maybe he died, maybe his brand died. I haven't seen his YouTube channel in a while.
Everything gets around this river.
Yes, yes.
So.
We're gonna have a tough time getting paid off.
K-Pro says, Nick, Veronica, Joey, Seam, Harry Potter, Charles, Robbi, Rip are all heard. The conversation needs to happen. What does that mean? Another gifted. Another 50 gifted. What the hell's going on? Another 50 gifted subscribers on Twitch from AK Drago. Wow, that's very generous. Thank you very much for the 50 gifted subscribers. Welcome once again. Welcome to the Legion. You are officially Legion members. We're happy to have you all. Thank you very much. My name is Joey-Ingram, 1AK Chicago. Joey, if you don't know who I am, I do a lot of poker content for a long time, a lot of podcasts, a lot of edited videos, a lot of live stream investigations. Thank you, AK Drago. Wow. Twitch is going crazy. If she stays silent, people will say, why is she quiet? Is she hiding? Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's probably what they'll say. It's probably what they're saying about Garrett as well, too, right now. You know, he's silent, so what has he got to hide? Yeah, everybody on Twitch now in the Legion. Thank you to AK Drago.
I'm just gonna call with the ace king, the sneaky. And look at this. Mars gonna put in a backroom.
Joey making more than 250,000 by doing these live streams. Yeah, I mean, you don't really make much in live streams, guys. You know, maybe it might seem like you make a lot of money, but this really ain't that much money. But it's definitely it's enough to. It'd be enough if you made it consistently to want to keep streaming, because I would basically just reinvest it in my setup. Like right now I've been making money. I'm going to get a new camera. I'm going to get a new lighting system. I'm going to basically get a new battle station with a better production in the background. And then I got my partnership set up. I'm going to do that WPT win deal with those guys, help them promote their event. Basically that event's going to fire off, and it's going to be fucking sick. So I'm going to work with them, work with the esports arena here in town to do maybe like some bigger event or to do my podcast there. So I think the future is bright for what my content could be with any sort of news style shows, edited videos, watching content, doing live streams, doing call-ins. So it's gonna be pretty fun rest of the year. And then we got the first meetup game, which I think is gonna go well. That'll leave the second meetup game as well too, which will be like number 2 or number 3. And then from there, you know, once you get events going, then as long as you can do good events, then you're going to be in business for a while. So I'm real excited about that. And I feel like we got the Legion support. So people are going to show out and show love. Alan Kessler want to come in? All right, I'll get this guy in for a little bit. This guy talks so much. I love Alan Kessler. He like out of line. Let me get Chainsaw on here. Hold on a second. A live podcast. Yeah, I want to do a live podcast. That's correct.
That's all right. You can't fold.
How do I get Chainsaw on here? I don't know how to give this guy a link. I don't know what the link is, buddy.
With any two, so Tal should just jam here.
Am I gonna have Garrett wands at my meetup game? I don't think so. I don't think I have RFID. Should we get Alex Jacob back in here? I would love to talk to that guy again. I missed that guy. All right, let me get Chainsaw, and then maybe I'll hit up Alex Jacob, see if you want to come back in. I just like talking to that guy. Something about that guy seemed like a soothing guy to talk to for me. Big Red says, not that it makes her guilty, but 2 weeks not being silent really hurt her credibility, her changing things, deflecting, all that. I mean, I see what you're saying for some. I see what you're saying. Kessler over me. No, listen, I told Alan I'd have him on. Out of respect for the effort he's been putting in on social media. Look at these comments. They're so funny. This guy said, Stewie said, funny how Tom Dwan wants Robbi to out any and all people when she brings up things but Tom refuses to give his sources. All the while, Joey-Ingram one sits there like a lump. It's your pod. Get it under control. What am I supposed to say to this? What would you say to this if someone said this to you? What would you say to them? I felt like the pod was under control. It just took a little bit for those guys to ease in.
Only 35? I only have 35? I think I have more than 40.
Alex Jacob is next level lost. What are you talking about, dude?
Oh my goodness. 7, 8, 9.
Take it easy, Big J. J-Mo said he's trying to buy more subs, but Twitch won't let you.
That's all we're going to take it. He needs that. Had a big loss last night. Good to see him get one. No, I can't.
All right, Chainsaw, I sent you a message on Twitter. Dwan is insufferable. That's so funny. Dwan's such a polarizing guy. Like he like I don't know. I kind of like him. I mean, he is kind of chaotic, but he got legend status. So you know, anytime your legend come on and you know he's stumbling this way and that, you know, whatever, you just let him fucking do it. Guys, it's Tom Dwan, right? Come on. The guy entertained the poker masses for a long time. He get a chance to come on and ask some questions however he want to ask the questions. He's Tom Dwan, right? I give him that leeway right now. Maybe in the future we pull him off as lead detective. But I thought he did a good job. Especially behind the scenes. He's been working hard. I'm starting to believe this is all enjoying our one show. He constructed this whole thing to get his channel really going again. I give him a 10 out of 10, both planning and execution. Thank you. Yeah, someone said I planned this. Yeah, I would say that I definitely did not plan this, but it's not the worst idea. Another 20 gifted subs on Twitch from AK Drago, bringing it to 70. Welcome. Welcome all to the Legion. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the subscriptions, my friends. I'm trying to find my I'm trying to turn the bush off. Trying to find my graphics, but yeah, thank you very much, guys. Thanks for all the subscriptions and donations. There's a party over at Twitch. Yeah, everybody fired up on Twitch right now. I'm getting a lot of subs. JMO hopped in. Kessler, come on. Where's this guy Chainsaw at? 2K edible. Did we hit 2K likes? How many people are watching? 4,100 people still watching. God, we all got no life, do we? 4 a.m. or 1:45 a.m. Me and 4,000 people still watching. What are we all doing? Should we take an edible? What do you guys think? I'm down. Fuck it. I'm down. Let's ride this out together. 4,000 of my closest friends on YouTube, and how many we got on Twitch hanging out? And on Twitch, we got 500 people on Twitch. Shout out to Twitch. Should we get a drink? All right, I'm gonna get a drink, guys. Too. Hold on a second. I'm gonna get an edible. I'm gonna get a glass of wine. And yeah, we're gonna turn up a little bit. Let's see the edible. We're taking these Vada right here. Vada mango boysenberry. Check it out. It's one's 10 milligrams. Mango, boysenberry, sativa, vegan gummy. You guys know you gotta do vegan gummy. Yeah, really good. Let me get some wine, guys, and then I'm gonna come back and talk to Chainsaw.
By the way, Nick, the aesthetics of your podcast are really good. Like the camera quality and everything, and like great choice of host too with you, Veronica.
Oh yeah.
I feel like you guys are like opposites, so you kind of like bounce off of each other, you know?
That's one of the reasons I picked her is because she's polar opposite of me, and she likes to dig in on me a little bit too, you know?
That's a really good choice. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't control her, which is good for the show.
Yeah. So she comes down to LA then?
Yeah, every 2 weeks or so she comes down and we do 3 or 4 or 5 shows.
Batch it, that's the best way.
Yeah, and then
the only problem with that is that it's hard to stay up on current events.
Totally.
Yeah.
So we've recently moved a few around because of current events, or we'll say in there this was recorded on this day, so you know. But that's true. Yeah. You like the show too?
I do, and actually, I have a similar format show where I talk to like guests. And I think because you're doing such a good job, I think I'm actually going to change the format of my show.
To go back to that kind of?
No, to get away from that, because like I feel like you're already doing something, and you're doing it better. Like honestly, you have like. So I'm like, I feel like I could fit in a niche somewhere else, like.
Sure,
like a live show or something.
You're already doing that now, though, huh?
I was doing like a long format interview style.
Yeah.
But honestly, like, I just wasn't as consistent. And I was doing it myself, so it's hard. In terms of like editing and all that stuff, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a lot of work.
Big 3-bet from Wesley in position. No straddle pot here.
Bro, this chat is so fired up. It's 1:45 a.m. It just goes strong the entire night. It's fucking nuts. Guys, look at this wine. It's called Hustler Larry Flint. You're kidding me right now. Not that good, I'll be honest, but I basically found this. Hustler. It's a Merlot. I mean, not a big fan of Merlot, but they didn't really have much else. I just wanted to try it. Larry Flint's Hustler.
Late first late spot here.
If I like it, I buy it. It is what it is.
Good board for Wesley's range. And just a C-bet here takes us down.
Oh, cheers, my friends. Melissa should be hosting now? Yeah, I'm down.
Johnny's big value if Johnny could have a hand like.
Cheers, my friends.
Pocket nines, ace nine suited.
Enjoying life a little too much.
Oh.
Dude, the restaurants are addicting.
Bro, this guy AAK Drago is a legend. Oh no, on Twitch, man. 4:45. What time is it where you're at, y'all? 4:45 a.m. 4:46 p.m. You're kidding me? G-Man. We miss G-Man. Where's G-Man at? You know G-Man watching all the content. He see what you guys say. Yeah, G-Man's definitely coming for you guys. 1:45 at night. Read the comments on Scott Seaver's last post. Let's see what they say. Do do do.
What did Francisco say?
What's a fake account, dude? What do we got? Perth, Australia, 3:46 p.m., 10:45 a.m. Where is everybody watching from? You're kidding me right now. 9:18 p.m. 9:46 Friday, 4:45, 2 a.m. and fired up. San Antonio, Texas. Bro, are you guys going to come to the meetup game? I honestly think I'm going to throw the biggest meetup game in the history of poker at some point. I want to have everyone there. Like, I want to invite all you guys there to come to my meetup game. Like, I want to get 5,000 people in a fucking meetup game. Like, I'm not joking around. I don't know that's possible, but if World Series of Poker can do it, why can't we do it? I don't understand. So I'm 100% serious about that too. What dates? I mean, I don't know what the... It's better to do 1 a quarter or 2 a year or something like that. Maybe 2 a year in Vegas or 4 a year in Vegas or something like that. It'll be in Vegas, probably at one of the casinos here. Fire Dancers, obviously, at the meetup games, Melissa.
Same hand. Face killed the action.
Kessler said he can't get in. You're kidding me, Kessler. Come on, Pops. World Series of Joey. No, we got to give it a good name. If you guys got a good name, anyone on Twitch or YouTube, let me know. Yeah, we definitely have a worldwide audience. Yeah, I wonder if Vanessa up. Let me see if Vanessa Kate up. I want to get her on. I'm going to text Vanessa. Hold on a second. Vanessa Kate. Let me see. She's going to be sleeping. Locked In Poker Series? That sounds awesome. That's a great name. Thank you, Doug Brown. Thank you, sir. Am I bringing edibles? I probably will. It's legal in your state. Start a cheating scandal at your meetup game? Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. I'm not going to be able to do that. Pop in with Poppy. Poppy's poker party. Kessler is out of cricket minutes. Send me a Zoom link. The Adeline Invitational. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Legion of Degenerates. A strange occurrence, a poker event. Oh, these are beautiful. These are so good. Joey just realized the internet is global. Sounds like a joke Haralabah might make, but Haralabah would make it a little funnier. All right, let me get Chainsaw on here. Where's this guy at? I am from South Sudan. I drove 45 minutes to get internet feed. Listen, I hope so. That's awesome. Shout out to South Sudan. Sonny Wicks, what's up, Sonny? Gotta call it strange occurrence. Locked In Poker Stream.
Problem is, it's like 7-8 queen jack.
I missed Robbi. What's a TLDR? She basically called in and was dropping some knowledge about lie detector test, about answering all questions people had for Haralabah and for Bill Perkins and Tom Dwan. She was talking about how she went to the court today, or the casino today, rather, to file charges against Brian. She gave her phone to LA Times reporter. I think that probably that lady, Andrea Chang. I think we're going to get her on next week. Actually, I want to talk with her. And then, I feel like those are clip notes. I mean, I have to go back and really, think a lot more about it, but she said a lot of things she's been saying. I mean, she's been answering the same questions a lot. Everybody just keep asking her the same questions about a lot of things. So, what stood out to you guys about the conversation? I mean, what was the big takeaway? I got to go back and watch it again to get my big takeaway. So I feel like she's in a lot of ways just reiterating a lot of points that she made before, and then maybe answering more specific questions about general things. Lie detector test today. She talked a lot about the lie detector test process and what that was like and how that entailed and what the preparation was. And all right, let's get our guy in here. I'm like a chainsaw. I'll skin your ass raw. He better be on video. He connected. Chainsaw in the house. She said she passed the test. The test, she passed it, guys. Chainsaw, you there? Big Poppy. Chainsaw. No? Okay. Bro, what is this guy using? Like a fucking 1998 phone? What's this guy's problem? He don't got Google Meet. He don't got Zoom. We need you, buddy. We need you. Chainsaw's corner. We need you. Don't big time us like that, Chainsaw. Come on, buddy. Shout out Madison Beer. She got her album coming out today, 10/14. I saw that earlier. Met her playing. She was playing poker with her boyfriend and with me and Rampage and Mike went over there and met her. She a big fan. She a big poker fan. She was watching some of the stream, watching the scandal in LA. Everybody love it. Michael B said, Joey, I sent you a super chat. I gotta go back and see the super chat. Michael B said, Joey's Meetup Bonanza. That's a winning name. Actually, it is a winning name. Thank you, Michael B. Meetup Bonanza. I like that one. That's a pretty good name. Chainsaw, I can't hear you. What are you doing? I feel like I'm too fucked up right now, Chainsaw, to deal with whatever Chainsaw's up to. You calling from a payphone at Aria. What is this guy doing? Come on, buddy. That was quite the foursome I had today. I had Bill Perkins, Tom Dwan, Haralabos, and Robbi. That's a hell of a squad. I don't think anyone else in the world can get those four people together. Haralabob, Tom Dwan, Perkins, and Robbi. Those honestly gotta be four of the hardest people. Well, Perkins may be the easiest one, but those gotta be four of the hardest people in the world to get together in the poker world. To get together, Phil Ivey, maybe another one, maybe more rare, but like nobody can get Tom Dwan to do anything. Not many people are going to get Haralabob to do anything, and not many people are going to get anyone, Bill Perkins, to do anything, and obviously Robbi, right? Not many people getting Robbi to do anything, so it's like a hell of a foursome right there. Like that is crazy. I'm shocked that those four would ever come together. That's pretty sick. Like when we all had the conversation, the group combo, I thought that was epic content. Chainsaw, are you there? Please. Alexander Amon said, Robbi brought you back from your grave, Joey. Lay off the edibles. It's time to move on. The audience is back, but if you keep doing the same damn thing every day, it's not going to work. I actually disagree with that. I brought myself back from the grave because I stopped making content for a long time, and I am not going to lay off the edibles, and then I might do the same thing every day if I want to. But I understand that everybody got their opinion. What do you guys say to comments like that? I get comments like that all the time. I just think it's kind of funny. They mean they got a point. Chainsaw, you got to give it up, buddy. I think we had enough. Yeah, everybody think they own my business, and they giving me investment advice on my business with their advice for my strategy and what I should do. No qualification, no solicitation. Just unsolicited advice. I appreciate it though. Chainsaw, it's not working, buddy. All right, Chainsaw, you're out of here, buddy. Chainsaw, you here? No? All right, he done. You're done, buddy. Sorry, you gotta get out of here. I'm done. I had enough. Let me find somebody else. Joey, what was the reason the Ivy video never came out? I just didn't finish it. There was a moment when Bob, Dwan, Perkins, and Robbi and Joey were all smiling towards the end, and I knew at that moment she won. What are you guys talking about? What else do you want the woman to say? Like, you know, like, we can't do anything. None of our opinions decide anything in this situation. The only thing that's going to decide the opinion is Hustler Casino Live or Inside Man. So, if the Inside Man wants to, right? I got the 40,000 in the crypto wallet, but they don't seem like they want it. Joey, did I see you grind an ACR yesterday? Yeah, listen, guys. You guys won't believe this. I'm going to show you my session. I basically had $37 on ACR, so I decided to try to run it up on ACR. And they got the fast games on there, and I practice against the bots always on my solvers. So I never really play much against real people. So I played against real people, and I wanted to see if I could run up my stack from 100 big blinds to 1,000 big blinds at 2-card. I don't really play much 6-max 2-card. I don't know how to play that game. I just started studying it a month ago. But I study a lot of 2-card heads up. So I played the version of 2-card 6-max, which I don't normally play, and I let me see. Like, look at this stack, guys. This is crazy. I can't do that. Hold on. Like, watch the stack. Like, look at this. I have 1,600 big blinds at this table. Are you guys fucking kidding me? I got 883 big blinds here, and I got 1,600. I like 1,600, 16 buy-ins at one table. I don't even play this game. I never. The 6-max, I played a few sessions, and then I just play with the solver. Look at this, 1,700 buy-ins at one table. Have you ever seen 1,800 buy-ins at one table? 1,830. What the fuck is going on? You're kidding me. So I got 1,000 big blind at 2 table. Basically a straight 2-card future slayer. I won two 1K. I won 2 of the. That's my first time ever really streaming 2-card. Yeah, Nagy gonna make me a ACR team pro. Joe, you're not allowed with the solver. Yeah, I basically study against my solver. I play against. You can play against your solver. You play where your opponent is your solver. All right, who want to call in? I'll take a call in here if somebody want to call in, guys. Fuck it. Let me talk to some of my people. We just heard from Poo Dog. I miss her already. If Robbi's PR team organized a lie detector test, void. Yeah, I don't really think. I think during the show, she basically was like, I don't think there's anything I can do. And then I was basically like, yeah, I don't think there's anything you can do either at this point to prove that you didn't do anything. It's all on Garrett. Garrett and the investigators to figure it out. Yo, Alex, you want to come on? Let me get Alex. Let me talk to Alex. I like talking to this guy. Rusko, what's up, Rusko? Joey Peace from Australia. What's up? What's up, buddy? How's it going? Kessler, I tried getting you on, bro. You can't get Google Meet to work. I can't have you on if you can't get Google Meet to work, buddy. I don't really want to have another debate. I can't handle the debate right now. I don't want to moderate another debate. I'm going to do some one-on-ones for a bit. Yeah, I sent Alex. We got a lot of good feedback from Alex last night. Alex Jacob on the show. People were really loving him. So I'd love to get it back in here. He said he's gonna come in right now. Cool. Let's get it.
Mars flops the best of it here with ace 9.
Too tired to call in. I'm doing sober October. I like that. Carpe says, I think you missed a key moment with Robbi when she said she made sure the polygraph operator specifically used the wording device in the question. Also, the wording in question 3 is sus. I mean, yeah, we could argue over the wording of the question. I mean, at this point in time, right? Like, I already, like, we can really nitpick on the words. Like, we can nitpick on the device. We can nitpick on the shoe, whatever you want to nitpick on with it. But the question's already fucking done. So at this point in time, like, I guess you could dissect every sentence of the lie detector explanation and go in detail and ask for a clear explanation and say, why didn't you say it this way? Why didn't you say it that way? Why didn't you ask this word this way? Why didn't you phrase it this way? Why did you do it like this? So I would agree. You can do that a lot of ways. Isaiah said, I haven't heard Joey say papi much today. Papi, con la música la molacita. Papi, ay, ay, ay. No me dejes hacer algo así, como se cuele voz, seré aguarón, cada pasarón, cada voz seré la voz. Give me the clip notes. What have I learned after 11 days? What I learned after 11 days is that I don't know. I don't fucking know what I learned for 11 days. Let's ask Alex Jacob what he learned after 11 days. Alex, you out there? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
Oh, I can hear you.
That's not good, right?
Test. We can hear Alex. Google Meet sucks. It's already had 2 problems with people. Try changing your settings, Alex, if you haven't. Shout out to my guy Benjamin, my trusty moderator. Someone says go take the same polygraph with the same guy and live stream it for us, maybe. Renan said late to the party, but not convinced of a lie detector essentially controlled by Robbi. Asking the questions Robbi needed to be a third party. Yeah, I could see that.
Hey, what's up, Poppy?
You there?
Yeah.
Your audio is starting to sound bad. Do you have it? Can you change your microphone input?
Yeah, I mean,
okay. Why not use Discord? We could do Discord too, but where's he going? He left us.
Fuck, sorry, is this better?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, great.
Guys, we joined by Alex Jacob. He tapping back in after yesterday, or I don't even remember which day it was anymore. I'm going to be honest with you, but he was in here and he was dropping knowledge, and then Haralabob came in really fired up. Haralabob fired up like a man that's never been fired up before. Came in here like a charged bull that just been whipped by a bunch of people, and he was fired up. But yeah, everyone was loving you. I got a lot of good feedback about you on social media, and I said I'm definitely going to have this guy back on. So, yeah, man, how's it going? What's been the feedback like since you've been back on the show? And you were obviously very pro Robbi's position, and a bunch of people said that you made a lot of sense, and then a bunch of people said that they thought you were a fucking idiot because they didn't agree with you at all. So, you know.
I feel like it was probably, it had to be my best podcast or whatever appearance ever, because, you know, when half the people think you're great and half the people think you're the biggest idiot of all time, you know, I feel like you're bringing it either way, so yeah, I was happy with it.
Did you get a chance to hear? They said I love the hair. What's it? The hair? You got the curly hair. I like it.
Yeah, probably needs a cut, but I haven't been getting it cut as often.
Yeah, I mean,
these
listen,
days,
my hair going crazy. It's getting all long. Like I'm the same way. I need a haircut. I got to shave. I just shaved my mustache today. I just trim it up a little bit for the show today for Robbi. She was coming on here. So, kid, listen, what are you seeing? Did you hear right, listen, what drawn by Alex Jacob, right? Longtime poker player, trivia god, basically dominated Jeopardy. Now he work in the trivia world. He's got like a trivia brand, trivia game, trivia training. We played in a trivia contest on Poker Go Show before, the Big Blind. But yeah, he basically called in last night. He was dropping some knowledge. He had a great debate with Harala Bob. Fans were loving it. We tapped him back in tonight and kind of get his opinion on maybe what took place tonight and what you heard from Robbi when she was getting grilled by the four Musketeers, Tom Dwan, Harala Bob, Bill Perkins, and me.
Yeah, I mean, more of the same. I think I kind of could feel the tide turning in the poker world as the stream was going on, and I feel like I feel like some people are going to be surprised at how fast it flips, where people are going to start coming out and say, "I believe her," and all this stuff, and then all of a sudden you're going to be the one out on a limb if you're still saying she cheated, because it makes no sense. I'm sorry.
Do I call you a trivia god or Jeopardy god?
It's all good, man.
Well, how would I describe?
I appreciate it either way.
No, stop it. Well, how would I describe? Don't fuck with me. How would I describe you by a nickname? And would you consider me more of a trivia god or a Jeopardy god?
Obviously, throw around that's a strong word.
We ain't saying you're using the
either
salt.
way,
We ain't
but,
saying you're
I think
super
both
using.
would be fair.
You ain't using the crotch phone to get your trivia answer, right? You use all memory, right?
I would say I'm good at specifically Jeopardy and trivia as a whole. Yeah.
Okay. Do people cheat in trivia? Could they use the crotch phone or something like that? Like, is there RTA? Is there RTA for trivia competitions?
So, like, not on like a game show like Jeopardy. I mean, that would be, an Ocean's 11 type operation.
Okay. Well, okay. So,
but I mean, whatever for other stuff, obviously, like online stuff. Sure. I mean.
Okay. I'm not talking about. I don't want to freak myself out with trivia games. Why don't we talk about? So what do you saw tonight? You said you saw the tide turn, or what'd you see?
Yeah. No. I mean, I mean, obviously, I think, people are going to say lie detector tests, they're garbage. They don't mean anything. They're not admissible in court. Okay, the fact is she was willing to take it, which is like she didn't have to take it. She didn't owe that to anybody. I mean, if people are going to say, oh, it's her, her firm set it up. I mean, come on. It's clearly like a real thing. Like, she's not making this up to risk it being like debunked and like look like the guiltiest thing ever that she like faked a lie detector. I mean, come on, like it's clearly real. Like she clearly passed. Like I feel like it's more or less case closed. I mean, we'll see give people a couple days to marinate. I think we have some things to talk about though. Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Do you think Garrett will give the money back?
No. I don't think so.
Do you would you put are you pretty you think 100% he's not going to, or more like?
I would say that unless there was like a really big push public and a bunch of people were really convinced that it didn't happen, I would say that that's not going to happen, because I feel like there's still an investigation to be had on Garrett's side. I mean, he's still searching for answers, still searching for ideas. So I think that he won't give up anytime soon. So
well,
if he
let's
thinks
assume, let's say for the sake of argument that Hustler concludes their investigation, they find nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he waits till that point, but do you think at that point he would?
I mean, I don't think so, man. Like, yeah. I think he thinks these guys did it, and he's not giving the money back unless they maybe said, "Hey, we'll have you back on the show if you give the money back." But she also said, like, "I don't want the money back. You donate it to charity. That's good enough for me." So she never really asked for the money
I mean,
back.
she almost, I mean, in my opinion, I'm not speaking for her at all, Robbi. And by the way, Robbi, if you watch this later, or if you're watching this now, appreciate the kind words. That was very nice. You know, I don't know. I think he's gonna give back the money.
Yeah.
I think he will, because he's gonna see. He's just gonna come to his senses and see that he was in the wrong here, and it's just not. It's not where, if to someone else, I don't want to presume, Garrett's net worth or anything, but to someone else who obviously, the money would mean more to them, I would think they would keep it. But I think for Garrett, it's worth it to him to come out of this looking good. And I think he's a smart guy, and he's going to realize, like, it's the right thing to do. In my opinion, I feel like she kind of hinted that, yeah, she would take the money back, of course. But do you think, like, what her response was? Oh, Garrett's not going to give the money back. Like, she thinks the same as you, that Garrett is in no way going to give the money back. So she's not going to lower herself to be like, please, Garrett, can I have my money back? For just Garrett to be like, no, cheater, I'm not giving you anything. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's fair. I found that a very, Heralibos was very stuck on this point that she has to ask for the money back, and he's repeated that several times. I don't really understand that. I don't think she should have to ask for the money back in this situation. I think Garrett took it under. Garrett was out of line for taking that. I said that before. Obviously, I mean, he took it under the pretense, or under the assumption that it was an admission of guilt by her, and clearly she said it. And I was thinking this myself. Like, she didn't even know that Garrett was accusing her of cheating at that time. She didn't. I mean, and it makes perfect sense to me. It's not like Garrett was, I'm sure, dancing around it, and he thought he was being obvious, like by saying things like, "Oh, you fucked up now," but she probably just meant like, "Oh, you fucked up," by calling with the bad hand and being in a hand that he shouldn't have been in. Like, she didn't know that he meant that she was cheating in that moment when she gave the money back. I mean, and he's using that as his whole reason that he's 100% sure that she's guilty. And so, I mean, based on the fact that he said in his original message, I'm pretty sure that, if it wasn't for the fact that it was an admission of guilt, he wouldn't have taken the money. He never would have taken it. So, I mean, based on that, I think it's clear that he should give it back.
Interesting. The chat is obviously mixed on that take, right? I think the chat has not really heard that take be a loud take. I mean, no one's really saying that he should give the money back lately. I mean, a bunch of people have been saying that, I feel like, but they haven't necessarily made arguments, or it hasn't been a focal point of the investigation lately, because the last update we had, he came out with this thread, and that thread really swayed a lot of people, because they said, oh, here's the information, it's in this concise place. But
that's interesting you say that, because do you really think it swayed a lot of people, his thread?
I do, yeah.
Because I believe the consensus to the thread was that it was underwhelming, and that was my reaction to it.
I could see that. I saw some people say that, but I felt a lot of other people change. I've been in tune with how people are feeling about it, right? I can feel when the tide changes, and to that was like almost a smoking gun, right? There's been a lot of these like smoking guns that have come up along the way for the side of Garrett's side, that wouldn't not right. I mean, listen, she kind of breezed past them all with some of the smoking guns. The same wording with Brian and Robbi when they sent those messages. People said, "Oh, like it's a smoking gun there." For
the wouldn't not thing, I mean, I didn't think it was ever a big deal, because Brian used it differently than her. Brian used it correctly. He, if you read what he wrote, his use of would and not was correct. It made sense. It was something like, someone wouldn't not be as nice as you. Someone who gave the money back wouldn't not be as nice as you. He was saying that she was nice, right? She used it incorrectly in that one tweet. And by the way, if you search it, that's the only tweet that she's ever used would and not. So it's not like this is a phrase that she uses all the time. And she used it incorrectly in that it was an error or whatever. It should have just been wouldn't instead of would it not. So it wasn't the same usage to me. And the other thing is, I could see it easily being, like she said, maybe autocorrect. And I was also thinking, like, sometimes, this happens to me, like you're editing a tweet and, you're typing out would not maybe. and then you're like, you know what? I want that to say wouldn't instead of would not.
Mhm.
But instead of deleting both words, you accidentally just delete the would part, and then you ended up wouldn't with would it not, and then you didn't edit it. You just click tweet, and you know, you don't really think twice about it. I feel like something like that, you know. Anyway, we don't have to get deep into the weeds on that.
We could, yeah, yeah. I mean, what were kind of your big takeaways from her appearance on here
tonight?
Yeah, I mean, she handled the questions
I
quite
mean-
well, right? I mean, think about it. Who could handle?
I think she's been great. I mean, I think she's been great every night. You know, I think she's been believable every time. You know, I think it's great for her that I feel like the consensus of a lot of people was that she was better / more believable / whatever. I mean, you know, you're talking to here. I think she's been believable every time, so you know, it doesn't really make a difference to me. But apparently, they thought she was better tonight. I guess she was more composed. You know,
They
she got a little.
They seem to be stuck on certain things, like the story changes, meaning that if the story was consistent, then their opinion would be swayed, which I find quite interesting because obviously that's super easy for me to manipulate you and tell you the same story every time. And if you're going to believe me because my story is the same and I give you the feeling that I'm telling you what I'm saying, like that's real easy for me to lie to you. So like
Right.
I don't think of it the same way. Like, oh, the story changed when they said that earlier, which it does make sense. I see where they're coming from, but I see it like, yeah, I mean, if a smart person maybe tell the story the same way, of course, but like they could still be fucking lying. It doesn't really mean a ton when I think about it like that. So that's why that whole part of things I don't necessarily. It matters to me, but it's not necessarily as big of an issue as some other things because I'm used to living in Vegas where people change their mind every day. Like I'm on Twitter every day. People change their mind every single day. Like one guy got a thought today, the next day they got a different thought about the same thing, and I'm like, okay, well, whatever. So I'm very used to people being fast to change their opinions and change their thoughts and change their words. Like I don't really like focus on that as much. I know a lot of people have focused on that sort of thing specifically to like destroy credibility, but I mean, it's either you did or didn't in this situation. So if you say the credibility is destroyed, means that the opinion that you have is wrong because it doesn't match up with what I believe is the case. You know, I could understand that, but I wouldn't say that I agree with it in this specific instance. Just my impression of all the information I've taken in.
Yeah, think about it. I mean, if you got this cheating operation going with all these people involved, right? What's the first thing they're going to say to each other in the group chat or whatever? Let's get the story straight, right? Of course, you see it in every movie. Like, let's get our story straight, right? That's the first thing they would do is say, okay, you had this, you were thinking this is the reason why you did this, you know, and that would be like her like main objective. It's like, okay, this is my story. I got to keep it straight. You know, I can't get caught here.
Mhm.
I feel like it actually goes the other way where, you know, someone willing to, you know, say different things, you know, it is more likely to be telling the truth.
I don't know. Someone said I've never watched true crime, and I really haven't watched much true crime. I just live in Vegas. Vegas is true crime. I see true crime every day. I deal with people trying to true crime me. I deal with people trying to scam me and fuck me and foog me for years in this industry to get a channel, right? You deal with a lot of people. So I'm used to dealing with all sorts of psychotic people. So I feel like I got a good read and good experience, but obviously I could be wrong about a lot of these things. And I'm very open to being wrong too. So it's, yeah, where do you think this story goes from here, Alex, for the, you know, the conversation or, you know, the interest? Obviously, a lot of people were hyped in it for a while, and obviously it's going to die down over time, especially as less information comes out and as time goes on before we get some type of resolution.
I think people are going to slowly realize that they've made a mistake and really gone out on a limb accusing someone for no reason, and they'll start to backtrack on that, and certain other people who have been silent through the whole time will start to come out and say that you know, they think it's this way, and I think it'll go that way. I mean, I don't obviously don't think anything will come out, and I just think Garrett gives the money back, but we'll see what happens on that. You know, that's up to him. But you know, if he's as great as everyone says he is, then he will.
K1 says, I'm serious, Poppy. He is very confident about switching the narrative. I have my say if possible. There's like a random guy on Twitch. He's supposed to come on last night. I think he want to come on tonight. Let's say we let this guy come on here. Let's just see what this guy's got.
Okay, for sure.
Fuck it.
Here, while he's coming on here, I got a theory for you. Well, not really a theory.
You got a
but,
theory? You're kidding me. Give me a theory. I
No,
mean,
no,
I got
no,
theories.
not really a
No,
theory,
I
not
want.
really
Give
a
me a
theory,
new
but I was
theory,
just
please,
thinking-
Alex. Give me a new theory, please. Give me something.
I was just thinking, so Brian gets caught stealing, right?
Okay.
Nick Vertucci, former policeman, right? Former cop. Don't
Okay.
you think he interrogated, this? Don't you think he interrogated this guy Brian pretty good? The first thing they must have been thinking was this might have a connection to the cheating thing, right?
Right.
Don't you think they pulled Brian aside and said, we're the only ones who know about this right now, and we don't need to call the cops in here, and maybe you tell us everything you know about. Don't you think they tried everything they could to get him to spill on that, and the fact that they got nothing out of him, I feel like is somewhat indicative. What do you think about that?
It's a good point, right? You gotta imagine they must have shaken this fucking guy down, bro. Vertucci probably
Right?
put the sunglasses on, maybe put a hoodie on or something like that. Look real menacing. Probably it's a good point. So if they if they probably have something, they're probably not sharing it too. So because they're still doing their investigation. K1 Star, give me your page. Is that your girl?
Yeah. Sorry.
Is that your girl? What's she up to? What's she doing?
That's my wife. Yeah.
She took offense earlier to the joke that people made about locking people in Sean Deeb's basement. And I saw she responded to Katie.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Well, fair enough.
Basically, Katie was like,
I mean,
it's not funny.
It's not really a funny. Obviously, like we're making content. You're making content. There's nothing wrong with that. People are entertained, but for it's not an entertaining situation for Robbi. Obviously, I know she said that on one of the streams, and it's it really is a shameful thing. I don't want to like start harping again like I was the other night, but hopefully this will kind of be like a Kanye jumping on the stage with Taylor Swift moment, and this will kind of be a good thing for Robbi overall because people know who she is now, and if she wants to have a name for herself in poker, she might be able to have one. So could be a overall, hopefully in the long run, maybe a positive thing, but I'm sure it's been obviously a huge negative, and I do think it was pretty gross for some of these guys to really try to argue the point that she's out for publicity and out for fame. She didn't ask for the situation. Obviously, she's trying to make the best of it. She's not denying that.
I mean, she could set herself up with a business as a brand with an audience forever. Like the audience is a powerful thing to have. It never goes away. Like if you got some followers and you got a voice, like that's a powerful thing to have anytime. So if she can get it right now, I would get it. I mean, obviously, right, I'm helping her out in the process, right? I'm giving her my platform to help her get her voice too. So
no, I know, and if she wasn't coming on your show and we didn't hear from her, people would be like, oh, obviously guilty. She doesn't want to come on your show. She's dodging us. But then when she comes on every night, she's like, oh, she's out for fame. It's like she can't win.
That's what she said too, right? I was like, that's a good point, right? You can't really win no matter which option you choose. It's pretty, and that's sort of what you come to sometimes in your strategy for how you're gonna handle it. Is you're like, well, if I do this, I'm gonna get this. If I do that, I'm gonna get that. Like that's why I told her, like, I would just go play poker. Like that's what I learned is if in poker world, if you just play poker, and if you put on a show, then people are gonna forget about whatever happened before. So for her, if she just keeps playing poker, she keeps sticking to whatever her story is, then nothing comes out. I think she's going to be fine. And then Garrett, Garrett in a tough spot, man. Garrett, I love Garrett, one of my favorite guys, but he in a pretty tough spot, Alex. What do you think about what the pickle Garrett's in right now? Not only with the 135 that he owes potentially, but also with the being like a very looked down upon guy by a lot of people right now who used to maybe look up to him.
I think think he's gonna. I think maybe I'm not saying it's gonna happen right away. Maybe it doesn't happen until the investigation officially clears, or maybe it never happens. Maybe I'm just being completely naive and thinking too much of Garrett. But I think he'll eventually realize that he needs to come out and apologize. That he was, to put it mildly, quite hasty with his accusations, and hopefully also he'll give the money back. I think that's what'll happen. But I mean, I don't, maybe that's dumb. I don't think he will want this like hanging over him for the rest of his career. I don't know. I think if he does that, I think if he comes out, and I think a lot of people respect the fact that, hey, he realized he made a mistake and he made it right, and hey, no harm, no foul. And I think he'll go back to being the revered golden boy of poker that he is.
Yeah, bro. Listen, Garrett, we just want to see Garrett play poker, right? I mean, I like hearing what Garrett got to say. He's my guy, so I like talking to him. But the guy goes out there and dominates. Everyone gonna be okay. Like, you go out there and perform. That's all that matters to a lot of people. So you go out there, play. You put in the hands. You put in the volume. You put in hand. You just get back to business. Get back to work. Get things happen. Apologize if you want to. Don't apologize if you don't want to. Give the money back if you feel like it's right. Don't give the money back if you don't think it's right.
Well, sure. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm sure life will go on for him regardless of what he does. I'm not saying it's gonna, but yeah, I don't know. I guess I said what I said on that. Hey, let me ask you one thing. What do you think about the fact? I don't know if this has been talked about a lot, but I was just thinking about the fact that Garrett went back and played after he got the money back from Robbi. Like he was going to go back and play.
Yeah.
The game.
I mean, I've talked with him. I think he was just going to leave no matter what. Like, you ain't in the right mindset to go play. You just thought you got cheated. There's no fucking way you're going to play in that game.
I guess, but the whole story was that he was going to play and that he only left because Rip went off on him. And by the way, okay, so Rip and Robbi are involved in this cheating thing, right? Let's say they are. So then this hand goes down with Garrett and Robbi, and she gives the money back. But so like, you think Rip just loses his mind and goes nuts in that situation, like completely exposes, you know what I mean? Like, don't you think he would be afraid of kind of overreacting in that situation? I don't know.
Yeah, I could see what you're saying. Yeah, I could see it both ways.
Okay.
I can see it all ways. I mean, I guess what you're saying is that Rip wouldn't react that way. He wouldn't get loud. He wouldn't draw attention to himself. He wouldn't say, why are you giving away my money, if there was like a scheme going on, because then the scheme could allow another spot in the future to take place. So he wouldn't need to give it away. Like, whatever, give the money back, fuck it, let's go, right? Like, get back in the game, we're going to fuck you anyway. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that too.
I
guess I was just saying, he would be afraid of drawing attention to their relationship.
Okay,
and
I see what you're saying.
The fact that they're tied, and maybe that he has obviously it's not seeking a financial interest, but still, anyway.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying.
Anyway, I'm just throwing things out there.
No, I like it. I mean, listen, I'm ready. Give me anything you got, kid. I'll take anything. I'll take it, entertain anything. I'm not like the chat. The chat don't want to hear things. I'll hear anything. I'm always ready. We're gonna get one of my guys from Twitch on K1 Star. He want to come on here.
Okay, good.
I don't know what this guy want to say, but we're gonna get him in here.
You know what I think we need? The four horsemen, so to speak. I don't know who they are, but you know what? The other content creators. That's when I feel like officially it's like over. When Doug Polk comes out and says, that he thinks that she's innocent, and well, I don't want to give your competitors free pub.
No, I don't care. I mean, Doug, those are all my guys, right? I mean, anybody make content, like, good for me. I've never really cared. People care a lot about that kind of stuff. For me, no matter what happens, I'm gonna make it work for me. So that's always been my thing. NC, who's NC? What's your name, NC? Tell us about yourself.
Yo, can you hear me?
We can hear you, NC. What's your name?
What's my name?
Is your name NC?
Mr. BTO Optimal.
Mr. BTO Optimal. How do you spell optimal?
Yes, sir. Is this a spelling bee? You want me to spell optimal?
I'm spelling, buddy. I'm spelling out your nickname, bro. NC Mr. BTO Optimal, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So listen, we got NC, we got random NC in here, and you guys know about our random calls.
No, no, no,
We're
can
75%
I just say,
success.
I'm not a random man. I'm a member of the chat. I'm a member of the people. I'm part of the people. You guys are sophisticated. You guys are established. We've got Jeopardy King over here. We've got Mr. PLO over there. So I'm just a commoner. You're speaking to just a commoner. That's it.
All right, Commoner, tell us your thoughts, Commoner.
We're men of the people, Joey and I. We're men of the people. So.
Okay, let's test that theory, sir. Can I test that? Hi, by the way. Hi, nice to meet you, Alex.
Hey.
Yesterday I tried to get Joey's attention after I heard your call. I was actually going out doing grocery, and all of this content, as we're so enthralling, we're just going about eating pizzas and, you know, having dinners and doing our grocery. So, but I was outraged. I kind of connected to Joey by commenting. I was outraged. I'm not really that outraged, but I want to contend on one specific point and line that you were talking about, Alex. Okay, I'm a little bit skeptical. From which perspective are you coming from? Are you coming from the political spectrum of defending a particular line, or are you coming from the line of representing poker well and not having a reg, disparage rec and getting whales out of the game, ruining the whole ecosystem? I'm kind of clueless about that, and the reason being is, if you look at every single one of your talking points, if you look at every single one of your justification, it has a strong bias towards Robbi, and it negates any speculation that all of us are having. All of us are not crazy, although there are some crazy theories. For example, as recent as Sean Deep saying her twin sister could be involved in this somehow. There are some crazy avenues, sure, but the speculation is warranted. I mean, Mr. Bill Perkins said it eloquently earlier, something like the level of scrutiny is consistent with the inconsistency of her actions and behavior, right? And that's why, and also when you said to Mr. Haralabob, I want to give him the respect. I know a lot of people are going on with Harry Potter, but he's done a lot of things to respect and my work. When you said something along the lines, that's quite a leap there. He was illustrating a point to you, and you jumped on. You were very quick to say, that's quite a leap, that's quite a stretch you're making there on that point. Forgive me, I can't recall the exact point you were making. But I think that is common. I think that's warranted. I think that's common. I think that's just. To take certain leaps of this quote unquote investigation or weather report, whatever you want to handle. But I think this is warranted because this is entertainment. Joy's doing a great job in entertaining, and he's actually doing a very good party of being a neutral party and bringing guests like yourself to argue one point. Your point was consistent with kind of David Williams' side, who came on much earlier, consistent with Daniel Negreanu's side, who came on much earlier, came on, your call was followed up with Russ, who backed your side. So there's sides that the guests Joy's bringing on, that's for, and the guests will bring up that against. So it's kind of balanced. And I think apart from personal attacks, personal insinuations like Doug did, the only thing Doug did deplorable in my opinion is just because you have certain information on a personal level doesn't mean that you need to air out to the public, you know. I think the personal life should remain personal, and you should discuss the hand. And so let me just summarize with this. I think this hand and play would be scrutinized and bullied or whatever far more if that was Garrett against Nick Airball. Okay, if Nick Airball was in Robbi's position and played the hand, he would be. There will be a lot more against him and on one particular narrative against the other. And I think the only reason she's having such a strong allegiance on one side is because of certain identity politics, and that's my position on it, and that's what I think about it. And if you want to bring politics about it, I'm just piggybacking off Robbi, the main contributing factor. She brought up politics by talking about Donald Trump and all that stuff. So everybody's politicizing this, and that was my point. And you're making leaps just like you criticize Harry Potter. because if I could just, sorry, I know I'm a little bit nervous. I've never spoken on a big platform or anything like that. That's not going to be enough. No, you don't laugh, bro. I'm not used to this. Like I said, I'm a comedy. But hold on. This is a point. Right now, in this very call, sir, Mr. Jacob, you did a leap of your own. Okay? You prefaced by saying, I don't want to speak for Robbi, in that she wouldn't come on, insinuate, and she wouldn't come out and say, give me back my money, Garrett. You didn't want to speak for her, but you took quite the leap. Okay? I was there in the call, and in no way, shape, or form was she saying that she would be disheartened. To me, anyway, this is all subjective. But she said categorically that she didn't have her side of the deal on it by Garrett because he didn't come down and play, right? And she said something along the lines of she was trying to organize a halfway charity give fund, her and Garrett, or her with the money, but Garrett had already afterwards constantly given it to a charity of his own
All
accord.
right, Alex,
So
let's let Alex respond, right? Because you're talking a lot. So let's let Alex talk a little bit. Let's get a little bit of back and forth going on here, because I think a lot of people out there are getting a little bit confused. So Alex, go ahead. What's your takeaway from that?
That's the only thing I'm saying. That was the lead that I saw you making, which was a kind of hypocritical. So.
Well, I mean, let me make that. We'll start with that one. Let me make that clear. Obviously, I'm just speculating. That was my interpretation of it, as I said when I said it, and I feel like there's a pretty big difference between speculating on something like that, which versus what Haralabos was doing, which was using it to accuse someone of something terrible that they maybe didn't do. So I feel like you need to be a little more careful making leaps when you're accusing someone of a terrible thing. Me, I'm just, whatever. If she doesn't want the money back, she doesn't want the money back. I don't care if she doesn't get the money back. I don't know her. I'm not her backer. I'm not Rip. Rip might care, but that's a different story, obviously. No, I'm not defending Robbi because of some political statement. The main thing is I think that, I believe in what I'm saying, that she didn't do it. And
beautiful.
I saw everyone in the poker world, would I be happy, in my trivia cave, writing my trivia questions and grading my quizzes over here? Shout out School of Trivia Nation, if any of you are watching, schooloftrivia.com, get that plug in. No, that'd be fine. But I mean, I'm looking around, and the entire poker world flipped on this woman, and I was literally the last. I felt that I was literally the last man standing on Team Robbi, and I am not a big name in the poker world, certainly not anymore. If I ever was, but I felt like I was the best she's got at that moment, and I feel like I should speak up, and if it makes if me doing that makes it any easier for anyone else to say, like, yeah, I also think nothing happened here. The problem is the loudest people in poker are people like Doug Polk, who are like, oh, it's 98%, whatever he said, and other people like that. And now I feel like other people like me, who probably agreed with me the whole time, have been silent because they're a bit afraid to say something and look dumb. Now it's two possibilities. Either they've been silent because, they've also been swayed, they've also flipped and think Robbi's guilty, but they didn't want to accuse someone, so they stayed silent. Or it's what I said, that they were afraid of looking dumb because every single person in the poker world who wanted to voice their opinion is saying how obvious it is that this person cheated. That's why I'm here. What maybe you could run down? Was there another point that you wanted me to address?
Yeah, just can you hear me, by the way?
Yep.
Okay, great. You said you made that. You said about the leak because he was accusing her of something. Okay. Now let me ask you a question. When Doug says something like, at this point, I'm paraphrasing here. I can't do Doug's voice very well, but he said something along the lines of, at this point, I think, it's highly probable I'm to the point of being 99.8% sure that she's cheating, blah, 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 right? Do you think that's an accusation or is that speculation?
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. He's not saying 100% like Garrett, but
There you go.
I guess it's
There you go.
99.8% of an accusation. Is that a good answer? I mean,
no, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay.
Because those two words mean completely different things, and they have a
Okay,
very
no, I
definite,
mean,
yeah.
I think I'll go ahead and say that it's an accusation. I mean, he's going on record saying that it's a highly likely
Guys, he
that
making
she's cheated.
content.
I mean,
Come on, he making content creator, right? He's trying
No,
to get
no, no,
he's
I
trying
mean,
to get
I'm sure.
800.
No,
He's
I
trying to get
know.
800,000. You don't get 800,000 views unless you say something that's going to get 800,000
no, I
views, right? You
understand.
gotta-
I understand what he's
I think it's
doing.
bigger than content. I think it's bigger than content because that is Doug's personal. If there's any person that knows Doug really well, it's probably Chicago Joey in this call. So I think that's his kind of that's his personality, and I think there's beauty in that personality to have conviction in your thoughts and to stand behind your thoughts. And even with that, he holds reservation with being 100% conclusive. And you said you were speculating on earlier right now when you started off speaking, you were also speculating on behalf of Robbi. Now you have a side which is could be posed of as in very positive connotations, right? Defending the woman, speaking up for what's right. If somebody's done, presumably has injustices are done against them, to speak up for them, blah 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 blah. You have very positive connotations towards on your side, whereas on the other side, there's a very negative connotation, right? That is not going. That is not to say that these type of things don't actively happen, right? Online or live, and with all the real data that we have, i.e. the hand, i.e. her flip-flopping between her stories, which is credible because at some point, and a lot of it said about intellect and everything, intellect, you can have it at different fields. You could be really good in X and you could be really bad in Y. To me, as a person, Robbi she's a very savvy individual, and especially emotionally, conversationally, she's by my estimation, she's definitely, I can see the credibility here that she's in sales, or she has been in sales and highest position of sales. So I can see that. But regardless of which, you're an intelligent person, and she's very mature. She's maturer than me. I'm in my late 20s. At some point, you would need to have some coherence. At some point, you would need to have some coherence, some legitimacy behind what you're saying to speak your points. Okay, fine. Not 5 minutes after that, not half an hour after that. The next day, the next day after that, the next day after that. When is it that you will have a consistent story? So if it points to a question on whether it should be cheating or not, I think at the start of this whole quote unquote investigation, we already had an example of Mike Postle, right? Joey inferred, nothing is going to come from this. Nothing is going to conclusively come from this unless you have somebody who confesses, and we can all know the whole risk behind that. Or you find conclusive evidence with video footage, because any devices, they can be taken away. So there'll be no conclusive evidence that comes from this, right? Mike Postle. Now, if you want to take the Mike Postle, I think it's fair to question every person that's going on. This will never happen. This is only happening because you're female, blah, 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 blah. I think it's a fair question to ask. I think it's a little bit rude if you're laughing. I think it's kind of.
Rob, I'm reading the chat right now. The edible's kicking in. You've been talking.
I'm sorry. Are you talking? My wife came in the room. I don't know if you're talking to me.
The only reason I'm talking, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit nervous. I don't know what's happening with my body, and my heart is beating a little bit fast. I don't know why this is happening. This is not common for me. But yeah, that's the only reason I'm talking a lot more. But yeah.
There's a lot of people watching Mr. BTO.
Yeah, they're listen, BTO.
Yes,
we got to get you out of here, BTO. The chat getting too fired up here. But respond to some of the thought. We got 25 subs on Twitch from the Human Intersect. Thank you, Human Intersect, for the gifted subs.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys, for all the gifted subs, all the donations on YouTube.
If I could say one last thing, Joey.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the content you put it down. I don't know if you remember this, but I loved your podcast in the past with the ex-PLO guys.
Thank
If you could explore the idea to have this type of variety type of call-in show where people are talking about. I think there's a lot of beauty in poker with all the different interests. We got trivia individual, we got Bob X sport. There's a lot of intelligent guys. So if you could have more of that as an audience member, I would really appreciate it. And yeah, thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, K1 Star.
Bye-bye.
See ya. Alex, what do you think?
Okay. Well, I'm not sure everything he said at the end there. I will say I think he was kind of comparing it to the Mike Postle situation. I don't think it's going to be like the Mike Postle situation. The thing with the Mike Postle situation is, obviously he was not caught. We don't know for sure, 100% that he's done anything. I think
Mike Postle, an innocent man. Are you kidding?
Right.
Mr.
So the consensus,
Mr. Crotch Optimal. That guy, that proved nothing about that guy.
Right. Like a god.
Listen, Mike Postle. If I see Mike Postle, it's a bottle of wine, 1 min each. He's got to black out, right? If I see Mike Postle, I'm blacking the guy out. There's no scenario where he's not going to be blacked out in front of me. I'm holding him down, and I'm going to have him tell me what the fuck happened at Stones Live. I'm telling you right now. That's my plan, Alex. What do you think? Good plan or not?
I think so. I think it's gonna be a night to remember.
Should we talk about that guy? All right, shout out to K1. He came on here. He was obviously nervous. He was talking a lot. He was saying a lot of things. I mean, the edibles are kicking in real hard now. I kind of struggled to keep up with what he was saying, but I felt like he was making a lot of good points. If I had some time to review his points.
He was kind of comparing it to the Mike Postle situation and saying that, just like the Mike Postle situation, we are just never going to know, and we never knew in that situation, and we're never going to know in this situation.
He's making quick assumptions. Of course I'm going to know for Postle. I'm going to get him blacked out and find out. Same for this. I'm going to find out eventually. Maybe we don't find out this month. Maybe we don't find out last month. Can you summarize what that guy was? What was he basically saying?
At the end there, like he was saying, he was kind of trying to say that basically he's trying to move the goalposts essentially and say that we're never going to know if Robbi's innocent for sure, and it's always going to be reasonable to be skeptical of her, and it's going to be just like the Mike Postle situation. I think it's different than the Mike Postle situation. Obviously, that we had the huge sample of hands for Mike Postle, and to be honest, if Mike Postle had just played this one hand with Robbi, or maybe, whatever, only a few of his crazy hands instead of the, huge sample of hands that we had, we probably never would have known anything about Mike Postle. It's just that we had all these hands, and it's just like, well, maybe he's only, X% to be cheating in this hand, but then if you add all these hands up, okay, something's got to be here. But we only have the one hand, and it doesn't make any sense. And I think she's come on with you every night, and she's been really, believable to me. And it's just like the mainstream media has picked up the story a little bit, and I think, to be honest, I think probably most mainstream normal people, their reaction is going to be like, obviously she didn't cheat. What are these people talking about? And the poker world is going to realize that at some point, and realize that we look dumb. Like all of this was dumb. This was really dumb.
Says who? Who says it's dumb? I don't agree. I think it was great.
No, hey,
listen, I've had a great time covering the story, trying to figure it out.
I'm not disparaging your content.
No. I know what you're saying. I could see your viewpoint too, that viewpoint as well. But then everything's kind of dumb. Like what makes one thing less dumb than the other thing?
Well, okay. There just could have been handled a certain way. Garrett could have done, made his complaint. They could have handled it internally. It didn't have to be like this whole thing, we didn't have to be, I understand people have to make content, but making speculation about people's personal lives, who's has a relationship with
That's
who,
literally media.
open
That's what
marriages, all this kind of stuff.
But
is
that's how
really
media
gross.
works.
Sorry?
That's how media works. I mean, a lot of industries have media like that. I would agree that it is gross, but I mean, in some ways it is, right? I guess I got to think more about it, but
I guess what I'm saying is if Garrett didn't do what he did, then this wouldn't have been like a big media story. It could have just been handled, and
Right,
Hustler
in-house.
could have
Agree
looked
completely.
into it, and maybe found, I'm assuming found nothing, but they would have, they could have done the same investigation.
So what you're
on
saying
the
this is
down
what
low.
you're saying this is all set up.
No, I'm not saying it's set up. I'm saying, listen,
Could
I
be.
made myself clear. I'm saying Garrett lost his mind a little bit, and for that reason, we're talking right now. And that's the only reason we're talking right now. And
Uh-huh.
if that was Phil Ivey, he wouldn't have said a goddamn word. Maybe nice hand. Right?
Mhm.
What do you think? Would
I
Phil
don't
Ivey
think,
have done
I don't
this?
think you would have said anything. No. Never.
Maybe that's why he's Phil Ivey. But,
Right.
I mean.
Interesting. Yeah, I see. It's an interesting point, right? It all goes back to like Garrett at the end of the day. It's how did Garrett handle the situation? Mm-hmm.
And I said on the other stream, I'll say it again. Like I'm a fan of Garrett, like anyone else. I know I'm like coming down on him hard, but I just feel like no one is holding his feet to the fire, and we need to, because it's not right. And this situation was honestly shameful. It really was.
So, what do you mean? You think that the way Garrett handled it was shameful?
Yeah.
So you don't see where he's coming from with how he may have got upset and shared his story the way he did.
Well, he could be
Very similar to
upset, but he
Magnus
can't
Char-
come out and say, first of all, I don't think it's right that he takes the money. And second of all, I don't think it's right that he comes out and say he's 100% sure this person is cheating. That's absurd.
Right, he would admit that too.
As
I think he would
everyone
admit that
has
as well,
pointed
yeah.
out, as every
Yeah.
single person has pointed out, it's absurd to be, whatever.
Well, I know what you're saying. I mean, I think he would admit that he handled it wrong. He shouldn't have said 100%. He probably wouldn't have handled the same situation. We go back in time if he could do it differently. He never done it before. He never accused someone
No,
of publicly
absolutely.
cheating before.
And
So
like I
there's
said,
no, there's no
I
blueprint
understand.
to handle it. But I think that we could agree that probably shouldn't have done that. He would say the same thing. I talked to him about it. He said the same thing. I wouldn't have said 100%. I would have said I'm not 100%, right? I mean, he's obviously aware of that now. But in the moment, you might think it's 100%. You might feel like that's what I got to do to be able to get my point across, to get express myself, because I just left and I know I caused a big scene and there's 25,000 people watching that. So when the back is against the wall, you don't have a PR team to help him out. He's making decisions on his own. So I think we can be critical of those decisions, of course, and we can criticize the way he handled it. And I think he would agree that the criticisms are very fair as well, too, about what we're describing.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if he would agree. I guess we'll have to see. That's
I think
time will tell. I mean,
think he might.
Like I said, I'm coming down hard on him, but I did say that I think he will do the right thing. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think Garrett's going to be fine. I mean, I got a lot of faith in Garrett. I think he'll be fine. Yeah, I miss him watching him play. I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at this game right now. I'm just not as locked in. I don't see Garrett in the game. I got to see Garrett out here in the streets. So I think we all miss watching him play. Guys in the chat, you have any questions for Alex as well? Or maybe we let him out of here, and, it's always good to hear his thoughts and good to hear his ideas. We got to have you as like a recurring caller for topics. What else do you like? Trivia?
Sure, I'm here for you, man.
What else do you like? Trivia, and what else? You don't know?
Yeah, I don't know. I follow sports or whatever. I'm not like a big sports guy. I don't know. I don't know what you mean by what else do I like, I guess.
I'm just wondering, yeah. What else you're interested in? What else
I'm into whatever you're into, Poppy.
Okay, okay. Make my life easy. Somebody, shout to somebody in the chat. Nicholas said Garrett and Robbi need to become best friends. Yeah, that'd be a good thing.
I could see it. Not best friends, obviously, but hopefully they'll make. Hopefully they'll make up. Hopefully, whatever. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm repeating myself.
Nah, it's all good. Listen, we'll get Alex out of here, guys. If you want to follow Alex on Twitter, it's at Alex Jacobs here. I'm going to do a few more calls, and I'm probably going to wrap it up here for the night.
Who is Alex Jacob?
Oh, it's not your name?
No, it's at who is Alex
Hold on,
Jacob.
let me link it. Hold on.
Like a Jeopardy thing, like a Jeopardy answer. Who is Alex Jacob kind of thing.
Got it. Okay, here's Alex's Twitter in the chat, guys. Go follow him. Please support him. Please support his great trivia. What's the school of
Thank
trivia?
you.
Tell us school of trivia. What school of trivia? Do we get an app or what are
Yes.
we getting?
Yeah, so it's like a newsletter, like a Substack, schooloftrivia.com.
Okay.
It's like a trivia league basically. So you get
Trivia
5
league.
questions every Monday through Friday, and submit your answers, and I grade them, and there's a scoring system and all this stuff. So stats and all that stuff. So
Cool.
if you're into trivia, schooloftrivia.com. People
Okay.
seem to really like it. It's been growing every month and doing pretty well. So yeah, a lot of really good feedback. So
Cool.
really grateful for that.
Also, I appreciate you posting clips of the show. You posted more, and this is embarrassing. You posted more clips than I have. You were on here. I'm sad. I mean, it is what it is. But whatever. We've done a good job. It is. I'm doing.
Well, yeah, I thought about being like, okay, go to timestamp 4 hours and a half, whatever. But figured
Like,
this
let
would
me
be
make
the
it
easiest
easier
way
and
to
just
show
post the
people.
clip. I know. Okay. Guys, listen, thanks Alex for coming on. We appreciate him coming on. Second time on here. He's been doing well. And we'll talk to you soon, okay?
Wait, hold on, Joey. Do you know how many appearances you need to get in the Caitlin Komeski video?
Probably maybe one or two.
I don't think I have enough yet, right?
No, just one. Marley got in with one. You're fine.
Marley got in with one? Okay.
Yeah, you're fine. You're
So
fine.
I've got a shot. Caitlin, okay.
You
All
gotta
right.
talk to her. You can get in, yeah. We'll see. I'll talk to you soon, kid, all right?
All right, you too, man. Thanks for having me, man.
All right, later, brother.
Appreciate it.
Guys, the great Alex Jacob came on here. Shout out to Alex. Come and give us his thoughts. That second edible kicking in right now. Someone said I got lazy. I'm not getting lazy. I'm getting tired, and obviously I'm ready to wrap this up. I'm ready to wind down right now. I mean, I'm watching this game. This game ain't giving me anything. This game giving me no life. I don't know. This game, everyone wearing black. I mean, it's LA. Everyone wearing black. It just is what it is. I see no Robbi. I see no Garrett. This guy wearing a super dry hoodie. I mean, it's a great hoodie, but not for a poker game. There's no Eric Person. There's no Alan Keating. There's no Mr. Beast. There's no anybody. There's no Haralabos. There's no Doug Polk. There's no JR. There's no Double M. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna Hi guys, let's wrap it up. What do you guys think? Should we wrap it up here? I feel like we've seen all we need to see. I feel like we've done all we need to do. I feel like we talked to Robbi, talked with Alex, talked with a bunch of other people. I'm gonna go to bed for a few days, and I'm not gonna wake up. Mordecai said, am I getting your whispers? I am not getting any whispers. No. Sleepy time. Yeah, I think it's sleepy time, guys. 2 a.m., 3 a.m. here in the headquarters right now. Pretty tired. Woke up pretty early. I think the next thing we got, guys, Monday night at the Resorts World. Dan Smith's doing an event. I'm going to go to that. And then my meetup game will be in November. Stay tuned for more information. I want to give you guys a few weeks ahead of time. You can come to town. The WPT event, like I said, that's going to be sick. That'll be December 1st to the 20th. I'm going to be here making content, doing some stuff. It's going to be a big WPT meetup game. Phil Ivy's going to be playing. Don't tell everybody I told you about that, but they haven't announced it yet. It's basically going to be the most sickest fucking meetup game I've ever seen, actually. It's going to be pretty crazy. I think the fans are going to go nuts over that one. We're going to do a lot of content over that. I got a lot of podcast stuff coming up. I got a World Series of Poker issue I got to cover. A bunch of people I want to have on my show, so yeah, we're just getting started. It's going to be a good time. Yeah, I can't really wait, man. I'm so excited. I'm so happy to move on from this story. Joey, biggest simp to Robbi? Yeah, I don't think so, but we love having Robbi on the show. Adam Waller says, great episode of the Ingram angle. Yeah, thank you guys. What did you guys think? Did you enjoy the conversation? I thought it was a great job tonight. Another top stream. Great stuff, Joey. Thank you guys. Joey, are you going to review the footage Vertucci offered? If you send me the footage, I'll review it here, yeah. weekly call-in show. The format is so cracked. Yeah, this format is obviously cracked. I mean, I know a lot of people too, so that make my life easy. The people would love if you did an online stream PLO session. Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, I could do an online stream PLO session if I found a good game to play. El Nino. Guys on YouTube, I'm going to wrap it up. I'll see you guys soon. David, AC, Sunday, BD, Sep33, Thomas Peck, Pierre Poland, I'm ready for bed. Kelly Dawson, Arthur Tate, Jorginho. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. All donations, all everybody that subscribe, all the new members to the Legion. We got 41 new members tonight to the Legion, up to about 60 members. So that's awesome. We just started the Legion yesterday. It's our membership group on YouTube, and I think it's going to be a real great thing. So I'm real excited to put some time into that. We got the 20 from Thomas Peak. The reason people like Robbi tonight was because she brought her dog on. I mean, I already told you that before. Ragnar, MD, Joe, 5M, Corey, David Johnson, Moorhead. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. We had a lot of people tuned in all night long. A few thousand people, 4,000 people watched all night long. Pretty shocking. Scala, my guy. Kev, Eric Anya. Don't forget about me. I'm just waking up. Gabriel. Shout out to Eric. Roman Harold, do you still think you could beat online PLO games? I do think I could, for sure. Jean B. Cavarnier. James Thompson. Adam. Michael. I'll see you guys soon, all right? Peace out. Adios. Take care, guys, on YouTube. Major takeaways. Nothing really. I mean, kind of same old stuff, honestly. Same takeaway I had on day 4. I've already had these takeaways, but it's just a matter of when other people start to have them too. So, yeah, see you guys soon. Peace out.